My girlfriend said she wasn't in love with me anymore but wanted to keep living together, so I became the perfect roommate and stopped doing everything for her until she realized what she lost and begged me to take her back, but I had already found someone better. I'm Jake, 28M, and I've been with my girlfriend Belinda, 26F, for 3 years. We moved in together about 18 months ago after she lost her job at a marketing firm. I work as a software engineer at a tech company downtown, and I make decent money. Belinda has been doing freelance graphic design work since then, but it's pretty inconsistent income. Let me give you some background about our relationship. When we first started dating, Belinda was this incredibly independent woman. She had her own apartment, paid all her bills, and never asked me for anything. That's actually what attracted me to her initially. She seemed like she had her life together. But things changed gradually after she moved in. At first, she was contributing to rent and utilities from her savings. Then her freelance work started drying up around the time COVID hit. I told her not to worry about it and that I could cover everything until she got back on her feet. What I thought would be a temporary arrangement turned into something permanent. I started taking care of everything. I paid the rent, utilities, groceries, car insurance for both our cars, and even her phone bill. I added her to my family plan because it was cheaper than her individual plan. I handled all the household maintenance, fixed things when they broke, did most of the cleaning, and managed our social calendar. When we went out with friends, I picked up the tab. When we went on vacation, I paid for flights, hotels, and meals. Belinda seemed grateful at first. She would thank me and promise things would change once her career picked up. But as months passed, she stopped mentioning it. She started acting like this was just how things worked in our relationship. She would ask me to book dinner reservations for her and her friends. She expected me to drive her places when her car was acting up. She would make plans for us without consulting me, assuming I would handle the logistics and expenses. The physical side of our relationship was good. We were intimate regularly, and she seemed happy. She would tell me she loved me, we would cuddle while watching TV, and everything appeared normal from the outside. Her friends liked me, and my friends liked her. We talked about moving to a bigger place next year and maybe getting a dog. 3 weeks ago, we were sitting on the couch watching some reality show about people renovating houses. I was getting ready for bed because I had an early meeting the next morning. I leaned over to kiss her goodnight like I always do. She pulled back and gave me this strange look. She picked up the remote, muted the TV, and turned to face me directly. She said she needed to tell me something important. She said she liked me as a person and enjoyed living with me, but she wasn't in love with me anymore. She said she hadn't been in love with me for months, maybe longer. She said she wanted to be honest because she respected me too much to keep pretending. I asked her what she wanted to do about our living situation and our relationship. She said she hoped we could continue living together as friends. She said we worked well as roommates and there was no reason to mess up a good thing. She said she valued our friendship and didn't want to lose that by making things complicated. I told her I needed to think about it. I went to the bedroom and lay down. About 20 minutes later, my phone started buzzing with notifications. Belinda was in a group chat with her 3 closest friends, and I had access to it because we sometimes used the shared tablet to text when our phones were dead. I could see she was telling them about our conversation. I watched the messages pop up on the screen. Her friends were telling her how brave and mature she was for being honest. They said it showed how much she cared about me, that she didn't want to hurt me by lying. They said lots of people stay in relationships for convenience, but it takes courage to have the hard conversations. I realized something while reading those messages. Belinda wasn't being brave or honest. She was being practical. She had figured out a way to keep all the benefits of our relationship without any of the obligations that come with being in love with someone. She wanted to keep living in the apartment I pay for. She wanted to keep the financial security I provide. She wanted to keep the emotional support and companionship. She just didn't want to feel guilty about not loving me back anymore. The next morning, I told her I was fine with being roommates. She seemed relieved and hugged me. She said she was so glad I understood and that this would be better for both of us in the long run. That's when I decided to become the perfect roommate. Not boyfriend. Roommate. I stopped making coffee for her in the morning. I had always made a full pot and left her mug on the counter next to it. Now I make exactly 1 cup in my travel mug and take it to work with me. I stopped doing her laundry. I had always thrown her clothes in with mine when I was doing a load. Now I only wash my own stuff. I stopped buying her favorite foods when I went grocery shopping. I had always picked up the specific brand of yogurt she likes and the expensive granola she eats for breakfast. Now I buy exactly what I need for myself and nothing extra. When she asked me to book a dinner reservation for her and her girlfriends last week, I told her I was busy that evening. I suggested she call the restaurant directly since they usually have availability if you call ahead. When her car started making that grinding noise again, she mentioned it to me while I was working on my laptop. I told her that sounded frustrating and suggested she get a few quotes from mechanics in the area. I said Yelp usually has good reviews for local auto shops. She keeps looking at me like she's waiting for me to do something. She leaves dishes in the sink longer than usual, probably expecting me to wash them like I used to. I just wash my own dishes and leave hers where they are. She's been playing sad music in the living room and sighing loudly when I'm nearby. Yesterday she asked if I wanted to watch a movie with her, and I said I was planning to go to the gym. I can see her getting more frustrated every day, but I don't understand why. I'm giving her exactly what she asked for. We're roommates now. I treat her the same way I would treat any roommate, with basic politeness and respect, but without the extras that come from being in love with someone. Her phone got shut off yesterday because I removed my card from her family plan. She came to me in a panic asking what happened. I explained that since we're not really a family anymore, it made sense for her to have her own phone plan. I offered to help her set up service with Verizon or T-Mobile. I'm not trying to be mean or get revenge. I'm just being logical. She made it clear that our romantic relationship is over, so I'm adjusting my behavior to match that reality. I don't do extra things for roommates that I would only do for someone I'm in love with. The lease on our apartment is up in 2 months, and I'm not planning to renew it. I've been looking at one-bedroom places closer to my office. Belinda doesn't know yet because she hasn't asked, and roommates don't typically discuss their long-term housing plans unless it directly affects the other person. Am I handling this wrong? Should I be doing more to try to work things out? I feel like I'm being reasonable, but maybe I'm missing something. Update 1. Thank you to everyone who commented on my original post. A lot of people asked for an update, so here it is. Things have gotten more interesting since I last wrote. Belinda's frustration has turned into something closer to panic, and I think she's starting to understand the full implications of what she asked for. Let me start with what happened on her birthday last week. Belinda turned 27 on Tuesday. In the past, I would plan something special for her birthday. 2 years ago, I surprised her with a weekend trip to Napa Valley. Last year, I organized a dinner party with all her friends at that expensive Italian place she loves. I would typically spend weeks planning, make reservations, coordinate with her friends, and handle all the details. This year, I wished her happy birthday in the morning and asked if she had any fun plans for the day. She looked at me like I was speaking a foreign language. She said she thought we might do something together to celebrate. I told her that sounded nice and asked what she had in mind. She said she hadn't made any specific plans because she assumed I would handle it like I always did. I reminded her that planning birthday celebrations is typically something boyfriends do for their girlfriends, or something people do for themselves. Since we're roommates now, I figured she would want to celebrate with her actual friends rather than her roommate. She stared at me for a long moment, then said she would figure something out. She spent most of the day texting people, trying to organize something last minute. Most of her friends were busy because it was a Tuesday night, and she hadn't given them advance notice. She ended up ordering Chinese food and eating it alone while watching Netflix. I was in the office working on a project that was due the next morning. The financial reality has been hitting her harder than I expected. Besides the phone bill situation I mentioned before, there have been several other wake-up calls. Her car registration was due last month. I had always handled that for both of us because I'm organized about paperwork and deadlines. She didn't realize it was her responsibility now until she got pulled over for expired tags. The ticket was $250, plus she had to pay late fees for the registration renewal. Our car insurance was up for renewal, and I removed her from my policy. She had to get her own insurance, which cost significantly more than the family discount rate she was getting on my plan. She called me at work asking why her insurance card wasn't working when she tried to show it to the police officer during the traffic stop. She's been asking me to drive her places because her car is still making noise and she's nervous about driving it. Last Saturday, she asked me to take her to Target because she needed to pick up some things and didn't trust her car for the 20-minute drive. I told her I had plans to go hiking with my friend Mike, but I could drop her off at Target on my way if she wanted. She asked how she was supposed to get home, and I suggested she could call an Uber or take the bus. The bus stop is right outside Target, and our apartment is on the direct route. She ended up taking the bus home, which took over an hour because she had to wait 30 minutes for the next bus and then make 2 transfers. She was carrying heavy bags and looked exhausted when she got back. I think she's starting to realize how much I was handling behind the scenes. I used to take care of all the little things that make life easier. Now she has to figure out everything herself, and she's discovering that being an adult requires a lot more planning and money than she remembered. Her freelance work has picked up a little bit, but not enough to cover all her new expenses. She got a small project designing a logo for a local restaurant, which paid $800. But between her new phone bill, car insurance, the traffic ticket, and having to buy her own groceries, that money disappeared quickly. She's been eating a lot of pasta and canned soup lately because those are some of the cheapest things she can find. I continue to buy my normal groceries, including fresh vegetables, good meat, and the organic stuff I like. I keep it all on my designated shelves in the refrigerator and pantry. Last weekend, she asked if she could borrow some of my food because she was running low on groceries and wouldn't get paid for her latest project until the following week. I told her she was welcome to anything in the shared sections, like salt, pepper, and basic condiments, but the rest was my personal food. She asked if I could spot her some money for groceries, and she would pay me back when her client paid her. I explained that lending money to roommates can make things awkward, especially when there's no clear timeline for repayment. I suggested she could ask her friends or family for help, or maybe pick up some extra freelance work. The social dynamics have been interesting too. Belinda's friends have stopped coming over as much as they used to. I think they feel awkward around me now that they know we're not actually dating anymore. When they do come over, they whisper a lot and keep looking at me like they're trying to figure out what I'm thinking. Two of her friends, Patty and Amanda, came over last Thursday night. They were clearly there to give Belinda emotional support and probably to talk about me. I said hello when they arrived, then went to my office to work. I could hear them talking quietly in the living room for about 2 hours. When they were leaving, Patty stopped by my office door and asked if she could talk to me for a minute. She said Belinda was going through a hard time and asked if there was any way we could work things out. She said Belinda really cares about me and maybe just got scared about the commitment. I told Patty I appreciated her concern, but Belinda had been very clear about not being in love with me anymore. I said I was respecting Belinda's honesty and trying to be a good friend by not putting pressure on her to change her feelings. Patty looked frustrated and said that wasn't what she meant. She said sometimes people say things they don't really mean when they're stressed or confused. I asked Patty if she thought Belinda was lying when she said she wasn't in love with me. Patty didn't have a good answer for that. The conversation with Patty made me realize that Belinda's friends are trying to fix something that Belinda herself said was broken. They're treating this like a temporary relationship problem instead of the permanent change in status that Belinda requested. I've been going out more in the evenings. I joined a hiking group that meets on weekends, and I've been going to the gym consistently. I signed up for a cooking class on Thursday nights, which is something I always wanted to try but never had time for when I was busy managing our relationship. Belinda has been home alone most evenings now. She used to have plans with friends several nights a week, but that seems to have dropped off. I'm not sure if it's because she can't afford to go out as much, or if her friends are less available now that she doesn't have a boyfriend to help coordinate group activities. I found an apartment I really like. It's a one-bedroom place about 15 minutes closer to my office, with a great kitchen and a small balcony. The rent is actually less than what I'm paying now because I won't be splitting a two-bedroom. I haven't signed anything yet because I want to give Belinda enough notice to figure out her own housing situation. She still hasn't asked me about the lease renewal, even though it's coming up in 6 weeks. I wonder if she's assuming I'll just handle it like I used to handle everything else. Update 2: the situation has escalated significantly since my last update. Belinda is starting to understand that this isn't a phase I'm going through, and her attempts to fix things have become more desperate. 3 weeks ago, she tried a different approach. She came home from having drinks with her friends and was wearing one of my old college t-shirts that she used to sleep in when we were dating. She sat on the edge of the bed while I was reading and started crying. She said she missed me and missed what we used to have together. She said she made a mistake and wanted to go back to how things were before. I put my book down and asked her what specifically she missed. She said she missed feeling close to someone and having someone who cared about her. I told her it sounded like she was going through a difficult time, and suggested she might benefit from talking to a counselor. I said there are sliding scale therapy options if cost was a concern, or she could try some of the mental health apps that offer affordable counseling. She stared at me like I had slapped her. She asked if I was seriously recommending therapy instead of talking about our relationship. I said I wasn't qualified to help her work through her feelings about missing intimacy and emotional connection. A professional would be much better equipped to help her figure out what she really wanted. She got up and left the room without saying anything else. The next morning, she acted like the conversation never happened. But I could tell she was studying my behavior more carefully, like she was trying to find cracks in my roommate approach. The lease situation finally came to a head last week. Our landlord sent the renewal notice, and I left it on the kitchen counter for Belinda to see. She found it when she got home from a freelance meeting. She asked me if we were going to renew the lease. I told her I had decided not to renew, and that I had already signed a lease on a different place starting next month. She asked where that left her. I said she would need to decide whether she wanted to take over this lease by herself or find somewhere else to live. I offered to ask our landlord if he would be willing to remove my name from the lease if she wanted to stay. That's when she completely lost it. She started yelling that I was abandoning her and leaving her with no way to afford the rent on her own. She said I was being cruel and punishing her for being honest about her feelings. I stayed calm and reminded her that roommates don't typically sign long-term leases together unless they've specifically discussed it and agreed on terms. I said I had assumed she would want the freedom to make her own housing decisions as an independent adult. She said I knew she couldn't afford this place on her own, and that I was deliberately putting her in an impossible situation. I pointed out that she had never asked me about my plans for the lease renewal, even though she had 6 weeks to bring it up. I said if she had asked, we could have had this conversation much earlier and she would have had more time to explore her options. She demanded to know why I was doing this to her. She said I was being vindictive and trying to hurt her because she didn't love me the way I wanted her to. I told her I wasn't trying to hurt anyone. I said she had made it clear that she wanted to be friends instead of romantic partners, and I was trying to respect that by not making assumptions about our future living arrangements. She asked what she was supposed to do now. I suggested she could look for roommates, or maybe move back in with her parents temporarily while she figured things out. I said her friend Patty had mentioned that she was looking for someone to split rent on a 2-bedroom apartment. She said moving back in with her parents would be humiliating, and that Patty's apartment was in a bad neighborhood she didn't want to live in. I said those were definitely challenging options, but that I was confident she would figure something out. I reminded her that she had been living independently before we moved in together, so she had experience managing her own housing. She said that was different because she had a steady job then, and that I knew her financial situation was more complicated now. I agreed that her financial situation was more challenging, but said that was exactly why it made sense for her to have more control over her living expenses instead of depending on someone else to make those decisions for her. The conversation ended with her storming out of the apartment. She came back several hours later and didn't speak to me for 3 days. During those 3 days, I could hear her on the phone constantly, presumably trying to figure out her living situation. She had several long conversations with her parents, which sounded tense based on the tone of her voice coming from her bedroom. She also had what sounded like a difficult conversation with Patty about the roommate situation. I gathered from the parts I overheard that Patty's timeline didn't match up with Belinda's needs. On Thursday, she asked if we could talk. She had clearly been crying, and she looked exhausted. She said she had been thinking about everything, and she realized she might have been taking me for granted. She said she wanted to work on rebuilding our relationship and earning back my trust. I asked her what she meant by rebuilding our relationship. She said she wanted us to be a couple again. She said she had been confused before, but now she understood what she really wanted. I asked her what had changed since our conversation 6 weeks ago when she told me she wasn't in love with me. She said she had been scared of commitment and had convinced herself she didn't have strong feelings for me. She said living as friends had made her realize how much she actually cared about me. I said that was interesting, and asked when exactly she had realized she was in love with me again. She said it had been building over the past few weeks, but it became clear when she thought about me moving out. I said the timing seemed convenient, given that she had just discovered she couldn't afford to live in our current apartment without me. She got defensive and said money had nothing to do with it. She said she genuinely missed being close to me and wanted to give our relationship another try. I told her I appreciated her honesty, but I wasn't interested in dating her again. She asked why not, and I explained that she had already told me she wasn't in love with me. I said I believed her when she said that, and I didn't think people's feelings changed that dramatically in just 6 weeks. She insisted her feelings were real and asked what she could do to prove it to me. I said there was nothing she could do, because I was no longer in love with her either. That wasn't entirely true when I said it, but it became true while I was saying it. Something shifted in that moment, and I realized I really was done. She started crying again and said I was giving up on us too easily. She said relationships require work and compromise, and that I wasn't even willing to try. I said she was right that relationships require work, but they also require both people to actually want to be in the relationship. I said I no longer wanted to be in a romantic relationship with her. She's been staying at her friend Amanda's place for the past few days, presumably to give me space to change my mind. But I'm not going to change my mind. I move out next Friday. I've already started packing, and I hired movers to handle the furniture. Belinda can keep anything she wants that we bought together. I just want to take my personal belongings and start fresh. Update 3: I moved out 2 weeks ago, and wanted to give everyone a final update on how things ended. Belinda came back to the apartment the day before I was scheduled to move. She had been staying with Amanda for almost a week, and I thought she was to find me still there, surrounded by unpacked boxes, maybe having second thoughts about leaving. Instead, she found out the movers scheduled to arrive the next morning. She asked if I was really going to. I was moving out as planned. She said she had been talking to Amanda and Patty about everything, and they thought we should try couples counseling before making any permanent decisions. I told her I wasn't interested in couples counseling. She said she understood I was hurt, but that walking away wasn't the solution. She said we had built something good together and it was worth fighting for. What specifically we had built together that was worth fighting for? Our comfortable routine, and how well we worked as a team when we weren't dealing with relationship drama. I pointed out that it was a good roommate situation, not a romantic relationship. She got frustrated and said I was being deliberately difficult. She said she knew I still had feelings for her, and that I was just being stubborn. I asked her what made her think I still had feelings for her. She said she could tell by the way I looked at her sometimes, and that nobody changes their behavior as dramatically as I had unless they were trying to protect themselves from getting hurt. I said that was an interesting theory, but that she was wrong. I said the reason my behavior had changed was because my feelings had changed. She asked when exactly I had stopped loving her. I thought about it for a moment, then told her it was probably the night I realized she had told her friends about the conversation before she had even finished having it with me. I said that was when I understood she wasn't actually interested in having an honest conversation with me. She was just looking for validation from her friends about a decision she had already made. She said that wasn't fair, and that she had just needed support from her friends during a difficult conversation. I said I understood why she needed support, but the timing showed me that she wasn't really considering my perspective or leaving room for us to work through things together. She had already decided how the conversation was going to go. She started crying and said she never meant for things to end this way. I said I believed her, but that intentions didn't really matter as much as actions. The movers arrived the next morning late. While they loaded my furniture in boxes. I had already moved most of my clothes and personal items to the new apartment over the previous few days, so the actual move was pretty quick. Before I left, I knocked on her bedroom door to say goodbye. She didn't answer, but I could hear her crying inside. I left my key on the kitchen counter next to a note with my new address, in case she needed to forward any mail or had questions about the security deposit. My new apartment is great. It's smaller than the place I shared with Belinda, but everything in it belongs to me and reflects my actual preferences instead of compromises we made as a couple. I have a reading chair by the window where I drink my morning coffee. I bought plants for the balcony. I set up my office exactly how I want it. I've been dating someone new for about 3 weeks. Her name is Rebecca, and she's a nurse at the hospital downtown. We met in a hiking group I joined a few months ago. She has her own apartment, pays her own bills, and has never asked me to fix anything for her or handle her errands. When Rebecca cooks dinner for us, she also cleans up afterward. When we go out, she pays for her own meal unless we specifically agree beforehand that one of us is treating the other. When she says she loves spending time with me, she demonstrates it by planning activities we can do together instead of expecting me to plan everything. It's been a good reminder of what a balanced relationship actually looks like. Belinda texted me last week asking if we could meet for coffee to talk. She said she wanted closure and to apologize for how things ended. I didn't respond to the text. We already had closure the day I moved out. She doesn't need my permission to apologize, and I don't need to hear her apology to move on with my life. From what I understand through mutual friends, she ended up moving back in with her parents. She's still doing freelance graphic design work, but she's also looking for a full-time job with benefits and a steady salary. Patty mentioned that Belinda has been asking about me and wondering if I'm happy in my new place. Patty asked if I would be open to talking to Belinda if she reached out. I told Patty that Belinda was welcome to reach out if she had something specific she needed to discuss, but that I wasn't interested in rekindling our friendship or having conversations about our past relationship. Patty said Belinda was having a hard time adjusting to living with her parents again, and that she felt like she had lost her best friend along with her boyfriend. I said that was unfortunate, but that it was a natural consequence of the choices Belinda made. I said I hoped she would figure things out and find happiness, but that I wasn't the right person to help her with that process. Some people might think I handled this situation too harshly. But I think Belinda needed to learn that relationships have real consequences, and that you can't expect people to wait around indefinitely while you figure out what you want. She told me she wasn't in love with me, so I stopped acting like someone who was in love with her. She wanted the benefits of having a devoted boyfriend without the obligation of being a devoted girlfriend. When I stopped providing those benefits, she realized what she was giving up. But by then, I had realized what I was giving up too. I was giving up my time, energy, and money to someone who didn't appreciate any of it enough to love me back. I was settling for a relationship where I cared more than she did, and where I was responsible for making everything work while she just enjoyed the results. I'm not angry with Belinda anymore. I think she's a decent person who made some selfish choices without fully thinking through the implications. But I also don't miss her or wish things had worked out differently. I'm much happier now with someone who actually wants to be with me, rather than someone who just likes the lifestyle I can provide. Now let's move to the next story. Story 2. My stepbrother stole my girlfriend and got me kicked out by framing me for theft. Years later they begged me to save her from prison after she stole $75,000. I, 25M, never imagined I would end up sharing my story on Reddit, but the events of the past few years have left me with no choice. It all began when my mom met Robert, 52M, 5 years ago. I was 20, working at a promising startup that developed mobile apps. I had a girlfriend, 19M, whom I met during my first year of college. She was studying psychology, and we connected instantly over our shared love of indie music and horror movies. Life seemed perfect. I was making good money, had a loving girlfriend, and was steadily saving up to move out on my own. My mom met Robert at a charity event where she was volunteering. He came across as the perfect gentleman, successful real estate developer, well-spoken, and seemed genuinely interested in making our family work. They dated for a year before getting married in a small ceremony. I was happy for my mom. After raising me alone since I was 12, she deserved someone who could give her a good life. Robert had a son from his previous marriage, James, 22M at the time. From day one, there was tension between us. James had dropped out of college and was living at home, supposedly working on various business ideas that never materialized. He would constantly try to one-up me in everything. If I helped mom with groceries, he would spend the whole day reorganizing the pantry. If I talked about my job, he would interrupt with grandiose plans about his future business empire. I mostly ignored his behavior and focused on my relationship with Sarah. We had been together for 2 years, and things were getting serious. We spent most weekends together, either studying at cafes or binge-watching shows at my place. We had even started looking at apartments online, planning to move in together once we had enough savings. Sarah got along well with my mom, and I thought she was the one I would spend my life with. Everything changed after our family barbecue in summer. Robert insisted on having regular family gatherings to bond, and this was our third one. James met Sarah there for the first time. I noticed him staring at her throughout the evening, especially when she was helping Mom in the kitchen. Sarah was wearing a blue sundress that day, I remember because she had just bought it for her cousin's wedding. James kept finding reasons to be wherever she was, offering to help with dishes, asking about her studies, laughing too hard at her jokes. After that day, living with James became unbearable. Whenever Sarah visited, he would emerge from his room and plant himself in the living room. He started texting her about random things, asking for book recommendations since she was into psychology, seeking advice about his non-existent girlfriend's problems, or sharing news. At first, Sarah would show me these messages, saying how James was just being friendly and needed someone to talk to. The red flags were there, but I was too trusting. James started working out at the same gym Sarah went to. He began dressing differently, buying clothes similar to my style. He even got the same haircut as me. Looking back, he was trying to become my replacement right under my nose. One Tuesday, I came home early because a client meeting got canceled. I found Sarah and James in our living room, sitting closer than friends should, their heads bent over his phone. They jumped apart when they saw me. Sarah claimed she was helping James with his dating profile. I confronted her later that night, but she turned it around on me, saying I was being possessive and that James was like a brother to her. I wanted to believe her because the alternative was too painful to consider. Around this time, I was saving up for an engagement ring. I had been putting away money from every paycheck for months, planning to propose on my third anniversary. I kept track of my savings through a budgeting tool, watching the numbers grow each month. Then one day, I noticed something odd. There were withdrawals I hadn't made. At first, I thought it was a bank error. But when I checked the transaction history, I found multiple withdrawals over the past 2 months, always on days when I didn't work and James was home alone. The total amount missing was $15,000, my entire savings for the ring and our future apartment. I was devastated. When I confronted James, he didn't even try to deny it at first. He just smirked and asked me to prove it was him. Then, before I could gather any evidence, he went to his dad with an outrageous claim that I had stolen $10,000 from him. James spun an elaborate story about how he was saving money from odd jobs and online trading to start his own business. He claimed he kept the cash in his room because he didn't trust banks. Robert, who always favored his son, believed him immediately. The situation got worse when James produced bank statements showing transfers from his account to mine. They looked real enough to convince Robert and, to my shock, even my mom. The final blow came when Sarah broke up with me through a text message. She wrote that she couldn't believe I would steal from my own family, that she had seen signs of my greed before but had ignored them. A week later, I was walking to the parking lot after work when I saw them at the cafe across the street. Sarah was wearing the promise ring I had given her on our second anniversary, but she was holding James's hand, laughing at something he was saying. They kissed, and my whole world shattered. Everything made sense. The texting, the gym, the friendly chats. They had been seeing each other behind my back for months. That evening, Robert confronted me in front of everyone. He demanded I return James's money or he would call the police. I tried showing him my bank records, proving that money had been stolen from me first, but he wouldn't listen. My own mother, who had raised me to be honest, now looked at me with doubt in her eyes. Robert gave me 24 hours to return the money or move out. I packed my things that night while my mom cried in her room. My college friend Marcus let me crash on his couch until I could figure things out. The next few months were tough. I worked overtime at my regular job and picked up freelance projects on the side. I cut off all contact with my family and blocked Sarah on everything. The betrayal was too deep to even consider maintaining any relationships. Looking back now, losing everything became the motivation I needed. I channeled all my anger and pain into work. Within a year, I had saved enough to start my own software development company. We specialize in security applications, ironic given how my trust was betrayed. The company has grown beyond my expectations, and we now have clients across the country. Update 1. It's been 3 weeks since my original post blew up, and I need to share some shocking revelations that have come to light. A guy named Mike reached out to me through Reddit after seeing my post. Turns out he used to be James's close friend during the time all this happened, and what he told me made me realize that the betrayal was even worse than I thought. Mike and I met at a coffee shop last weekend. He looked nervous and kept checking his phone, saying he was worried James might find out about our meeting. According to Mike, James had been plotting to steal both my girlfriend and my money for months before he actually did it. It wasn't some impulsive decision or a case of falling in love with Sarah. It was a calculated plan to destroy my life. Mike showed me text messages from their group chat dating back to several months before the theft. James would brag about how he was saying things like I didn't deserve what I had. He was jealous of my relationship, and especially my relationship with Sarah. There were messages where he outlined his strategy to get close to her, describing how he would play the role of a caring friend while slowly poisoning her mind. The manipulation was alarming. James created a whole narrative about me that he felt with Sarah. Talking badly about her to my coworkers, claiming he overheard me making fun of her career choices and saying she wasn't smart. He invented stories about me having a gambling problem, showing Sarah fake betting slips he had taken. He went as far as making up stories about me pressuring other girls at work for dates. But it gets worse. The bank statements James used to frame me? Mike admitted he helped create them using Photoshop. He worked at a print shop at the time and had access to high-quality scans. They spent hours making sure the documents looked authentic, even using paper from the same bank. He was guilty about his role in everything and offered to come clean to my family, but I told him not to bother. I've moved on and built a better life for myself. Mike also revealed something that made my blood boil. James had been secretly recording our conversations. He would start arguments with me when no one else was around, deliberately provoking me, then edit the recordings to make it sound like I was admitting to stealing from him. Manipulated audio clips ready to use if I ever tried to defend myself. The most painful revelation was all this. She wasn't just an innocent victim of James's manipulation, she was an active participant. Mike showed us conversations between James and Sarah where they discussed their plans in detail. Sarah making me look financially irresponsible to my family. She made statements and even helped create the narrative about my supposed gambling problems. The betrayal went even deeper. Sarah had given James access to my phone multiple times when I wasn't around. She knew my passcode because they used this access to get into my banking apps and gather information. Sarah also installed some kind of tracking app on my phone so they would know when I was coming home early from work. The money they stole from me, my entire savings for our future, went straight into funding their secret relationship. While I was working overtime and taking on extra projects to save for an engagement ring, they were using my money to take me to Mike showed me their Instagram stories from those days, which they had been There were pictures of them at expensive restaurants, staying in high-end hotels, Sarah wearing new designer clothes that I had assumed were gifts from her parents. What makes me sick is how Sarah would talk about saving money and being careful with expenses when she was working. She would suggest we eat at home instead of going out, saying we needed to save for the future. She was trying to money to the final twist came when my mother left me on the grocery. She was crying, saying she misses me the last time I came to her. She mentioned I love her. She started to see focused on growing my company now, and success is the best revenge. Update 2. 3 months have passed since my last update, and the situation has taken several unexpected turns. I found out through a mutual friend, Ashley, that James and Sarah got married in a rushed ceremony last month. Ashley attended the wedding and told me it was a far cry from the lavish celebration Sarah used to dream about when we were together. Instead of the beach resort wedding she had always wanted, it was a quick ceremony at the local courthouse followed by a reception at a budget hotel. Ashley said the whole thing felt desperate rather than romantic. James spent most of the reception moving from table to table, trying to network with the wealthier guests. He was pitching his latest business idea, something about cryptocurrency trading, and practically begging for investors. Sarah, meanwhile, was showing off an expensive engagement ring, which Ashley later found out was bought entirely on credit. According to Ashley, their financial situation is dire. James lost his job at his father's company 3 months ago after several costly mistakes with client accounts. Robert finally realized his son wasn't as competent as he pretended to be. Sarah's shopping addiction, which I had no idea about during our relationship, has apparently spiraled out of control. She's maxed out multiple credit cards buying designer clothes and luxury items, often returning them for store credit to buy more things. Last week, completely out of the blue, James showed up at my office. My receptionist tried to turn him away, but he made such a scene that I agreed to see him for 5 minutes. I barely recognized him. His expensive clothes were wrinkled, his hair was unwashed, and he had dark circles under his eyes. He looked nothing like the arrogant, polished guy who had stolen my life 5 years ago. James broke down as soon as he sat down. Between sides, he confirmed everything Mike had told me was true. He admitted to planning the whole thing with Sarah, stealing my money, and deliberately destroying my relationship with my family. But that wasn't why he came to see me. The real reason for his visit was even more shocking. Sarah has apparently developed a serious gambling addiction that started right after their wedding. She began small, playing poker on her phone, but it escalated quickly to online casinos and sports betting. To fund her addiction, she started stealing money from the accounting firm where she works. She would manipulate the books, diverting client payments to her personal accounts. Their situation reached a breaking point last week when her employer discovered the theft. The amount she stole is substantial, over $50,000. Her company gave her an ultimatum: either repay the entire amount within a month, or they would press criminal charges. On top of this, Sarah is 3 months pregnant. James spent an hour in my office, crying and begging for help. He offered to sign a legal document admitting to stealing from me years ago, promising to tell our parents the whole truth about what happened. He even pulled out his phone to show me their mounting bills and final notice letters from credit card companies. The amount they need to save Sarah from criminal charges is exactly double what they stole from me back then. James tried to frame this as some kind of cosmic justice. If I helped them now, they would pay me back double what they took. He even suggested I could take pleasure in watching them be indebted to me for years. I sat there listening to him, remembering all the nights I spent on Marcus's couch, working multiple jobs to rebuild my life after they destroyed it. I thought about my mom's tears when I left home, about the years of family relationships ruined by their father. James looked at me with desperation, probably expecting the same understanding and forgiveness I used to show back to me stepbrothers. Sarah called me later that night from an unknown number. She was hysterical, begging me to at least think about helping them. She mentioned the baby, saying that she couldn't bear the thought of being birth in prison. She claimed she had changed, that she regretted everything she had done to me, and that she thinks about me every day. The same lies she used to tell when we were together, just with higher stakes now. I've spent the last week thinking about what to do. The evidence of their theft of company funds sits in my email, sent by James in his desperation to prove how serious the situation is. Part of me wants to forward it all to Sarah's employer, while another part wants to just continue ignoring their existence like I have for the past 5 years. Update 3. It's been 4 months since James started heading to my office, and I wanted to share what happened. After careful consideration, I decided not to give them the money. Instead, I forwarded all the evidence James had sent me, along with the details Mike had provided about their previous theft, to Sarah's employer. Some might call it revenge, but I saw it as justice. They needed to face the consequences of their actions for once. Sarah's company still pressed charges, but the information I provided helped them build a stronger case. She was arrested 2 weeks later. During the investigation, they discovered she had stolen closer to $75,000, not the $50,000 she claimed. She's now facing serious charges for embezzlement and fraud. James finally told our parents the truth, but only after everything fell apart. He confessed to stealing my money, creating fake evidence, and deliberately destroying my relationship with the family. But his confession wasn't out of guilt. He only came clean because he needed a place to stay after they got evicted from their apartment. Robert sent me a text message apology that read more like a legal disclaimer than genuine remorse. I apologize for believing James over you. It was a mistake on my part. My mom has been calling and texting constantly, begging me to consider some kind of family reconciliation. She keeps saying that Sarah and James have suffered enough, that with the baby coming we should try to be a family again. She even suggested that helping Sarah avoid prison would be the noble thing to do, especially since I'm financially successful now. I blocked her number after that last message. Sarah's parents have completely cut her off. They refused to help with her legal fees after learning about the embezzlement. According to Ashley, they were already suspicious about the circumstances surrounding our breakup years ago, and this confirmed their worst fears about their daughter. James and Sarah had to move back in with Robert. James is now working at a fast food restaurant, trying to save money for Sarah's legal defense. Sarah is under house arrest while awaiting her court date, wearing an ankle monitor and prohibited from accessing any devices with internet capabilities due to her gambling addiction. My mom showed up at my office last week, crying about how Sarah is struggling with her pregnancy while under house arrest. She tried to guilt-trip me by saying that my future niece or nephew shouldn't have to be born with their mother in prison. I had security escort her out. Robert attempted to reach out through my company's business email, suggesting we could handle things privately if I withdrew my statement to Sarah's employer. I had my lawyer send him a cease and desist letter. Some of my relatives have been posting on social media about how I'm being cruel and unforgiving, but they don't know the whole story. As for me, my company has expanded to 3 new cities in the past year. I recently got engaged to Emma, who I met at a tech conference 2 years ago. She knows my whole story and understands why I keep my distance from my family. We're planning a destination wedding in the spring, and no, my family won't be receiving invitations. Some people might think I'm being harsh and not fair, especially I believe they're finally facing the consequences of their own choices. Their current situation isn't my responsibility. Pregnancy has to get out of jail free. I blocked everyone except my mom, though I rarely respond to messages. I have emotional texts about family forgiveness and second chances, but I've learned that sometimes the best response is no response at all. The company is thriving, I'm happily engaged, and I've found that success truly is the best revenge. My GF tried to force her adult son to sleep in a different room than his live-in girlfriend on our family trip, and when she discovered they were together anyway, she spiraled into a meltdown that destroyed our vacation and eventually our relationship when her son finally set boundaries. My girlfriend Catherine's son, 25 M, has been part of my life for longer than she has been. I coached him in basketball back when he was in high school, and he stayed with after he graduated. Catherine, 49 M, and I, 52 M, started He calls me sometimes just to talk about games or ask for advice about work stuff. It's been good. Brandon has been with his girlfriend Christine, 24F, since their senior year of high school. We've lived together in an apartment across town for about 6 years now. Christine works as a dental hygienist and Brandon does some computer programming that I don't fully understand, but it pays well enough that he covered his share of this vacation without asking anyone to help. They seem solid together. I've seen them at family dinners and and they just work. Catherine has some issues with that. Mostly it was just the vacation was supposed to be relaxing. My sister Janet and her family were coming along with me, 28F, and Tara's boyfriend Deborah, 29F, plus Catherine, Brandon, Christine, and me. We rented a beach house with enough bedrooms for everyone. I handled the booking because I had time and nobody wanted to deal with the distance. 2 days before we left, Catherine came to me while I was packing and said that I was going to share a room with Christine. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She wasn't. Her face was completely serious as she said she wasn't comfortable with them sleeping in the same room. I pointed out that they lived together and have for years. She said that was different and that this was a family trip and there should be boundaries. I was tired from work and didn't want to fight about it, so I just said fine. I figured I'd work it out somehow. The arrangement I came up with was Brandon, Deborah, and Christine. Everyone seemed okay. Brandon rolled his eyes. Christine just smiled and said whatever works. When we got to the beach house and I was handing out keys, I gave Brandon the key to the room I was sharing with Catherine. I had 2 keys on the ring and I told him to give the second one to whoever needed it. He immediately handed it to Christine. Tara did the same thing with her keys and gave her spare to Deborah. I saw this happen and didn't say anything. Catherine was busy unpacking the car and didn't notice. The first 3 days were fine. We went to the beach, had barbecues, played cards at night. Catherine seemed relaxed. Brandon and Christine were always together during the day, but they went to their separate rooms at night without making a big deal about it. At least that's what Catherine thought was happening. Unfortunately, Brandon left his wallet in my room. He'd been helping me carry the groceries the night before and must have set it down on the dresser. Catherine found it ready for breakfast. Instead of texting Brandon or just bringing it down to the kitchen, she took his phone out of the wallet. She said she was going to surprise him by leaving it on his nightstand, so he had it when he woke up. I was in the shower when she left. When I came out, she wasn't there. I just figured she'd go down and coffee. About 10 minutes later, her face was red and she was breathing hard like she'd been running. She sat on the edge of the bed and put her head in her hands. I asked what was wrong and she didn't answer for a while. Eventually she said she walked into Brandon's room. She said they were asleep and not wearing shirts and Brandon had his arm around her. She said she stood there frozen and she backed out as quietly as she could. Then she came back to her room. I didn't know what to say at first. I sat down next to her and asked if she really expected anything different. They're adults who live together. Of course they were going to find a way to be in the same room. She started crying and said she specifically asked for them to be separate, and I went behind her back and made it possible for them to ignore her wishes. I told her I didn't make anything possible. Brandon and Christine made their own choice because they're grown people in a serious relationship. She said I betrayed her trust and that I should have backed her up as her partner. I said I wasn't going to police the sleeping arrangements of two adults who pay their own bills and have been together for 7 years. She finally said she wasn't going to do it. She stayed up the entire morning. Christine said to me she apologized. She said she could be particular about things and she I told her she had nothing to apologize for, but I could see she felt bad anyway. I went back to the room around noon and tried to talk to Catherine again. She was lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. She said she needed to pull herself together and come join everything because she was making things weird for no reason. She sat up and started yelling that there was a reason. She said Brandon was still with her and she wasn't ready to see him like that with anyone. I said he stopped being a baby about 20 years ago and she didn't accept that. She called me insensitive. She said I didn't understand what it was like to raise a child alone and watch them grow up and have to face the reality that they're with someone else now. I said I understood that was tough, but that didn't give her the right to try to control me. She told me to get out and leave her. I spent the rest of the day with everyone else. She didn't push me, she told me something. At night at dinner, I brought her a plate and she barely ate it. The next morning she came out of the room and she wouldn't look at Brandon or Christine. She sat by herself and didn't talk to anyone else. She told me a second what was going on. I gave her a short version and she shook her head and said Catherine needed to get over it. That afternoon, he came to me like Catherine. He said we needed to talk. We sat on the couch. She said when he was a teenager, she used to get upset if he spent too much time with Christine. She would make comments about him and abandon Christine over his own mother. He said it got really bad when he was 18. He told me that one time Catherine called him while he and Christine were together. He didn't go into details, but he told what they were doing. She started screaming and crying and told Christine to leave and never come back. She told Brandon he was destroying their relationship and that she couldn't believe he would disrespect her like that in her own house. Brandon said he packed a bag at night and went to stay with Christine's family. He didn't talk to Catherine for almost 2 months. Eventually, Christine convinced him to reach out and they met for coffee and Catherine broke down and apologized. She admitted she had a problem and promised to get help. Brandon said he told her he wouldn't have a relationship with her unless she actually followed through. That's when she started taking medication and became unconscious. He said things got better after that. Catherine backed off and tried to give him space. She was polite to Christine and stopped making comments. He said there were certain things where he could see her growing. He said he thought she was doing better, but clearly this vacation put everything back on. I asked him what he wanted me to do. He said he didn't know, but that he wasn't going to apologize for being with Christine and he wasn't going to pretend they weren't together just to make it wrong. I told him he didn't have to do either of those things. Christine joined us after a while and she added some more context. She said the incident Brandon described happened right before he moved out. She said Catherine didn't speak to her for months after that and even now their relationship is cordial at best. She said Catherine has never been openly hostile, but there's always this tension. Christine said she tries to be understanding because she knows Catherine has abandonment issues, but it's exhausting to always feel like she's the problem. I went back inside and found Catherine in the kitchen making tea. I asked if we could talk and she said she didn't want to hear another lecture. I said it wasn't a lecture, but I needed her to understand that this situation was about more than just this vacation. I said Brandon told me what happened when he was 18 and I said I understood now why this was so hard for her, but that she couldn't keep doing it. She started crying again. She said she knew she was being unreasonable, but seeing them together in that bed just brought everything back. She said she remembers walking in on them years ago and feeling like she was losing him and that same panic hit her all over again. She said she knows it's not rational, but she can't know how she feels. I asked her if she took her medication before we left. She looked away and said she forgot to pack it. I asked if she was serious and she said she only realized it the first night we were here and she didn't want to make a big deal about it. I said this was a big deal and that she needed that medication. She said her sister was coming to visit for the second week and would bring it. We stood there in silence for a while. Then she said she knows Christine is good for Brandon. She said Christine is smart and confident and Brandon clearly loves her. I asked why that bothers her. She said it doesn't bother her exactly, but Christine has opinions about everything and Brandon knows it. She said sometimes it feels like Christine has more influence over him than she does. I said it's called being in a healthy relationship. She raised a son who was she wiped her face. but she needed time to figure out what to say. I said she needed to leave tomorrow. Only 4 days left to really actually enjoy the vacation. I don't know how this is going to resolve. Catherine is clearly struggling with something deeper than just this one incident. Brandon has been patient, but I can see in his face that he's tired of dealing with his mother's issues around his relationship. Christine has been nothing but kind through all of this, and she doesn't know that she's I'm starting to wonder if this is something that's ever going to fully go away. Update 1 I posted a few weeks ago about the disaster vacation. A lot happened after that, and I need to get back because I'm still processing it. The day after I wrote the post, Catherine's sister Carolyn came to join us for the second half of the vacation. She brought the medication Catherine had forgotten, and Catherine started taking it again immediately. I hope it will help stabilize them, but the damage was already done. Catherine did apologize to Brandon and Christine the same day. We were all sitting outside that night, and she asked if she could talk to me. I stayed because she wanted me there for support. She told them she was sorry for that. Brandon just nodded and said okay. Christine thanked her and said she understood it was complicated. But the thing is, the apology didn't really fix anything. The rest of the vacation was a right foot straight. Brandon and Christine spent most of their time away from the house doing their own thing. Catherine noticed that it made her cry even more. Carolyn tried to lighten the mood, but you could tell everyone just wanted the trip to be over. We got back and I thought maybe some distance and normal routine for me. Catherine went back to work, and so did Brandon and Christine went back to their apartment. For about a week, everything seemed fine on the surface. Catherine and I had dinner together, watched TV, and did the usual kind of stuff. She didn't bring up the vacation, and neither did I think Brandon would. He asked if we could leave for coffee without his mom knowing. That should have been my first point of soccer, but I agreed. We met at this place in Mistria. He said he and Christine had been talking a lot since we got back, and needed to make some decisions. He said Christine had been listening to his mother's behavior for years, but the vacation was a breaking point for her. She told Brandon she couldn't keep putting herself in situations. She said it made her anxious and uncomfortable. She needed Brandon to set firm boundaries with his mother. Brandon said he agreed that she was too good. He said he'd been making excuses for his mom for too long and wasn't care about her. He said he decided to take a big step back from her. No more family dinners. No more holiday dinners. Just occasional phone calls and maybe meeting up once every few months in a mutual vacation. I asked him if he could. He said he wanted to know if I thought Catherine could handle it or if it would send her into a spiral. I didn't know what to say. On one hand, Catherine has been more stable since I started medication. On the other hand, Brandon pulling away like this could absolutely break her. I think there was maybe they could still do some family events and Catherine was managing her reaction to that. Brandon said no. He said he was done talking to her. He said for years he'd been trying to balance keeping his mom in his life while still defending his relationship. He said Christine had become personality. I understood where he was coming from, but I also knew this was going to devastate him. I asked when he planned to tell her. He said probably later. He wanted to know if I was He asked if I would be there on Thursday. I said yes. That Saturday, Brandon came over. Catherine was in a good mood when he arrived. She made cookies and iced tea ready. She kept talking about how nice it was to see him and his work. Brandon let her talk for a while, and he said they were going to discuss something serious. His face changed, and she immediately picked up. She asked what was wrong. Brandon said he and Christine had been doing a lot of thinking and they needed some space for family obligations for a while. Catherine asked her that answer. Brandon said it meant they wouldn't be coming to dinners or parties, and they needed to limit contact for the vacation. Brandon said the vacation had been really difficult for Christine and they needed to prioritize her relationship. Catherine looked at me like she was expecting me to agree, but I didn't say anything. She turned back to Brandon and asked how long the space was supposed to last. Brandon said he didn't know. Maybe a few months. Maybe longer. Catherine started talking fast. She said she apologized when she was taking the medication and she'd been working so hard to get. She said she didn't understand why they were punishing her now when she was fine. Brandon said it wasn't about punishment. It was about protecting his relationship and his own mental health. Catherine asked about it. Brandon said that it's been better, Christine's been was sitting on the couch crying. I sat next to her but didn't touch her because I could tell she didn't want me to. She said she lost her son and it was all because she couldn't control herself for 1 week. I said she hadn't lost him but she needed to respect his decision and give him the space he asked for. She said that was easy for me to say because he wasn't my son. We didn't talk much the rest of that day. That night she slept in the guest room. The next morning she was cold and distant. She made breakfast for herself and didn't offer me any. When I tried to bring up what happened, she said she didn't want to discuss it. This went on for about a week. She barely spoke to me. She came home from work and then went to the guest room. I tried to touch the consequences and I wanted to talk to her straight. Finally, I asked her directly if she blamed her for what Brandon decided. She said she didn't know what to think anymore. I asked if she wanted me to leave and she said maybe that would be for the best. So I packed a bag and went to stay with my sister Jen. That was 2 weeks ago. Brandon called me yesterday to check in. He asked how I was doing and I said I'd been better. He said he was sorry his decision was made. I told him she didn't know about it. I said that I was thank me for not making things worse and for being understanding. I don't know what happens next with that. Part of me wants to reach out and try to work with him. Another part of me thinks maybe Brandon seems relieved to have some distance and I'm glad he's taking it. I miss the version of Catherine I thought I knew. The one who was working on herself and trying to do better. I don't know if that person still exists or if the vacation just revealed her. Catherine and I never officially broke up. We also never got back together. We've been in this weird limbo. Living separately and barely communicating. About 3 weeks ago, Catherine called me. It was late at night. She said she needed to talk to me about herself. I drove over to her house and she was terrible. She was sleeping well and worked her separately because she couldn't concentrate. She said she was unfair. She said I didn't deserve to be pushed away just because I supported Brandon's decision. She asked if we could try to work things out. I said the way she turned on me so it quickly made me question if she actually trusted me or if I was just convenient when things were going well. She said that was hard for her. She said she was we talked for a long time. She told me more about Brandon's father and how that whole situation left her terrified of being abandoned. She said when Brandon was born, she made a promise to herself that she'd never let anyone know. She said she knows now he was not going to grow up with one of his friends and that's all she wanted. She said watching Brandon grow up and become his own person was the most important she expected. Every milestone felt like he was moving further away. When he started dating Christine seriously, seeing him in that bed brought back everything. Asked her what she wanted. She said she understood. She said she started seeing someone who could talk to her about his issues and she was committed to actually dealing with them this time. Just married her. I told her I needed time to think about it. I was expecting us to be dating for a week when I asked her. The truth is I still think things are difficult. They really do. But I don't know if I can handle another situation where her issues with Brandon blow up and I'm caught on it. I'm always thinking Brandon called me and said he needed advice. He said he wanted to propose around the holidays, but he was scared about his mom's reaction. He asked if I thought she could handle it or if he should wait. I didn't know what to do. Unfortunately, I shouldn't have proposed at the time. On the other hand, Catherine was already barely living together and moving and if he talked to Catherine about his expectations. He said they'd spoken on the phone a few times, but the conversation pursued. I suggested he might want to tell Catherine about the engagement before he actually proposed, so it didn't come up. Brandon said he'd think about it. Then he asked if I was getting back together with his mom. I said I didn't know yet. He said whatever I decided, we could stay together. Conversation. Catherine asked when I asked if I wanted to come up with him. I said yes. When I got there, she cooked an actual meal instead of just ordering food. We ate and made small talk about work. After dinner, she said she had something to tell me. She said Brandon had called her the day before and they had their longest conversation since the vacation. She said he told her he was thinking about proposing to Christine and he wanted to said she went into her bathroom and cried for an hour. But she said this time the crying felt different. It wasn't angry or bitter. It was just sad. She said she realized she was mourning the version of Brandon that only existed in her head. The little boy who needed her for everything. She said she knows he's been an adult for years, but some part of her is still holding on to that image. She said telling me that this made her feel like she was finally acknowledging the reality of the situation instead of fighting against it. She said she wanted to try to have a better relationship with Brandon and Christine, but she knew it would take time and she'd have to I asked her what this meant was. She said she wanted to try again if I was willing. She said she couldn't promise she wouldn't struggle sometimes, but she could promise she'd work on not doing that. She said she understood if that wasn't enough. I sat there thinking about everything. About the good times we did before the vacation. About how much I care about Brandon and want to see him happy. About whether I could really trust Catherine not to spiral again the next time something happened. I told her I needed more than promises. I needed to see actual change over time. I said I was willing to start spending more time together again, but I wasn't ready to move back in or go back to how things were. She said that was it. So that's where we are now. Catherine and I have been seeing each other a few times a week. We go out to dinner and watch place. It's almost like we're dating again for the first time. She seems more stable, but I'm watching carefully for signs that she's slipping back into old ways. Brandon called me last week and told me at the restaurant that they had their first date. She said yes. He said he called Catherine to tell her, and she actually sounded happy for him. She asked about wedding plans and when they were thinking of having it. Brandon said probably next fall. Catherine said she'd love to help with anything they could. Brandon said he was cautiously optimistic that maybe his mom would finally turn his corner. He said I hope so too. He asked if he should invite me to the wedding, and I said that depended on whether I was still going to be welcome and happy. He laughed and said either way he wanted me there. I don't know what's going to happen long term. Catherine is trying, but I can see how hard it is for her. When Brandon talks about the wedding, I can see her face tighten even as she speaks. I don't know if she will trigger another breakdown. I don't know if our relationship will trigger another breakdown. For now, we're taking it day by day. That's all either of us can do. Update 3: this will be my last update because everything that could have fallen apart has fallen apart. Catherine and I are done, and I'm honestly relieved, even though part of me is also sad about how it happened. About a month ago, Catherine and Christine started seriously planning their wedding. They set a date for next October and began looking at venues. Christine asked Catherine if she wanted to go dress shopping with her and Christine. I thought that was incredibly generous considering everything. Catherine said yes and seemed genuinely excited about it. The dress shopping happened on a Saturday. I wasn't there obviously, but Brandon called me that night and told me apparently, things started out fine. They went to a few shops and Christine found them different stuff. Catherine was in the pantry and helping. Christine's mom was there too and everyone was getting along. Then Christine found a dress she really loved. It was simple and elegant, and she looked amazing in it according to Brandon, who saw the photos. Everything agreed. Christine was standing on the platform looking at herself in the mirror, and she said something about how she couldn't wait for Brandon to see her in. That's when Catherine said that maybe Christine should try on a few more dresses just to be sure. Christine said she was sure about this one. Catherine said, but what if there was something even better at the next shop? Christine's mom said, so they did call her down. Catherine got quiet for a minute and then she said she just wanted Christine to have options because this was such an important decision. Christine said she was because she made a decision. Then Catherine said something about how wedding dresses were so expensive and maybe Christine should think about whether this particular dress was worth the cost. Christine's mom stepped in at that point and said the cost wasn't an issue in buying the dress. Catherine said she wasn't trying to cause problems, she just wanted to make sure Christine wasn't rushing into anything. Christine looked at her and asked what she meant by that. Catherine said just that sometimes people get caught up in the moment and make decisions they regret later. According to Brandon, Christine took off the dress and got changed without saying anything else. She told the shop assistant she'd think about it and called her. Then she walked out. Her mom followed her and Brandon said his mom was listening. Christine called Brandon from the car and told him what happened. She said she was done trying with Catherine. She said it was clear Catherine would never accept her and she wasn't going to keep putting herself through this. She said rushing into things felt like Catherine was implying she was rushing into the marriage itself. Brandon called Catherine and asked what she was thinking. Catherine said she didn't mean anything bad by it and everyone was overly happy. Brandon said that was exactly the problem. She never thinks she means anything bad. He said it was so much and I so wanted to leave when the wedding planning was after I thrown it back in her face. Catherine called me crying that night. She said she didn't understand why everyone was mad. She said all she did was suggest looking at more dresses. I asked her to be honest with me about what she was actually thinking. There was a long silence and then she admitted she had. She said said seeing Christine in the wedding dress made everything feel too real and too funny. I asked her what she meant by too funny. She said she knew it didn't make sense, but part of her still hoped Brandon might change his mind about getting married so young. I asked how old she thought was old enough, and she didn't have an answer. I said that's because there wasn't an age that would feel right for her. She'd always find a reason why it was too soon or too fast. She started crying harder and said she knew she'd messed up again. She said she wanted to fix it but didn't know how. I said I didn't think there was a way to fix it this time. She asked what I meant. I said Christine had been more patient than she couldn't control herself when it came to Brandon and his relationship. She asked if I was breaking up with her. I said yes. She asked if it was because of what happened in the dress shop. I said it was because of everything. The vacation. The boundaries Brandon had set. The way she pushed me away and then pulled me back. The way she'd sabotaged the dress shop. I said I couldn't keep watching her destroy the relationship with her son and hurt people who cared about her. She said she was working on herself and I was giving up on her back when she needed support the most. I said I supported her for months that wasn't helping because the real problem was that she didn't reach out. She wanted everyone else to accommodate her issues instead of actually dealing with them. She told me to get out. I did. That was 3 weeks ago and we haven't spoken since. Brandon called me a few days after the breakup. He said he was sorry it hadn't worked out with his mom. I said I was sorry too, but it was the right decision. He said Christine went back and bought a dress and they were moving forward with all the wedding plans. He said his mom wasn't uninvited, but they weren't going to go out of their way to include her in any more pre-wedding events. Last week I ran into Catherine's sister Carolyn at the grocery store. She said Catherine was having a hard time and I called out of work a few days. Carolyn said she was worried about me, but also frustrated because Catherine kept insisting she could do anything wrong. Carolyn said she tried to explain how the dress shopping incident looked from Christine's perspective, but Catherine didn't hear. I asked if Brandon and Catherine were talking. Carolyn said barely. Brandon called on Catherine's birthday, which was last week, and they spoke for maybe 5 minutes. Carolyn said Catherine spent the rest of the day crying in bed. Part of me feels bad for her. I know her issues come from a place of deep fear and trauma. But I also know that at some point you have to take responsibility for your behavior regardless of where it comes from. Catherine had so many chances to work on herself and she kept choosing to prioritize her anxiety over everyone else's well-being. I'm still planning to go to Brandon and Christine's wedding next year. Brandon made it clear he wants me there and I want to be there for him. I don't know if Catherine will actually show up or if she'll find a reason to skip it. Either way, it's not my problem anymore. I've been staying with my sister Janet while I look for my own place. She's been supportive and hasn't judged me for any of this. Her husband said he never understood what I saw in Catherine anyway, which made me laugh. Maybe he was right. I'm 52 years old and I'm single again. I didn't think this is where I'd be at this point in my life, but here we are. At least I have my relationship with Brandon still. He texted me yesterday asking if I wanted to grab lunch this weekend and talk about his bachelor party plans. That made me smile. So that's it. No big reconciliation. No major breakthrough where Catherine suddenly becomes self-aware and fixes everything. Just a messy situation that got messier until it finally ended. Sometimes that's how life goes. You try your best with someone and it still doesn't work out. I'm okay with that now. Now let's move to the next story. Story 2. My wife of 15 years suddenly wants to abandon her career as a doctor to become a housewife after completing her internship. I don't understand what's happening. I, 32M, met Lauren, 31F, in our second year of high school when we were both 16. Since the day I met her, she was set on becoming a pediatric doctor. Our high school yearbook even listed her future career as pediatrician under her photo. While I changed my mind about my career path multiple times throughout college, Lauren never wavered from her goal. We supported each other through the tough years of her education. I eventually settled on law as my career and worked hard to get through law school. Watching Lauren study for her medical exams pushed me to work harder. There were nights I found her at the kitchen table surrounded by textbooks, eyes red from crying because a concept wasn't clicking. But she never gave up. The next morning, she would be back at it with renewed determination. Money was always tight during those years. We both worked on jobs to make ends meet. Our dates consisted of walks in the park and homemade meals. We couldn't afford much, but we had each other, and that seemed to be enough. When exams and assignments piled up, we took turns being the strong one. When she was stressed about a big test, I made sure she ate and took breaks. When I was overwhelmed with case studies, she brought me coffee and reminded me why I started this journey in the first place. After I graduated from law school 3 years ago, we got married in a small ceremony with just our closest friends and family. Last year, we finally saved enough to move out of our cramped apartment and house with the yard. It wasn't huge, but it was ours, purchased with money we had saved together over the years. Everything seemed to be falling into place. I landed a position at a respected law firm, and Lauren completed her medical internship. She was only a few steps away from becoming a fully licensed pediatric doctor. Then something changed. At first, I didn't notice it. Lauren started asking strange questions about what I thought about stay-at-home school. She's been watching YouTube videos about cooking and cooking all day. Initially, I thought she was just exploring new recipes or looking for decorating ideas for our new house. Last month, she sat me down and told me she didn't want to continue her medical career. Instead, she wanted to become a housewife. I thought she was joking. This was the woman who stayed up until 3 a.m. studying for her board exams, who cried tears of joy when she matched with her top choice residency program, who had dreamed of healing sick children since she was a child herself. I asked her why. She said she just wanted to cook and clean for me and live a simple life. At first, I thought maybe she was feeling lonely because my new job at the firm required long hours. I suggested we make more time for each other, weekend getaways, regular date nights, anything to reconnect. But she shook her head and insisted that wasn't it. She genuinely wanted to abandon her medical career to stay home. To be clear, I have nothing against housewives or house husbands. Many people find fulfillment in taking care of their home and family. But Lauren spent a decade of her life and hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans pursuing her medical degree. She worked harder than anyone I know to get where she is. The idea that she would throw it all away right at the finish line makes no sense to me. We've always shared household chores. Neither of us has ever expected the other to handle all the cooking and cleaning. We're partners in every sense of the word. Why would she suddenly want to change that dynamic? I tried to understand what might be behind this sudden change. Was she experiencing burnout? Had something happened at the hospital? Did she no longer enjoy medicine? But every time I asked, she gave the same vague answer about wanting a simpler life at home. Last week, I came home early from work hoping to talk to her again. I found her watching more homemaking videos on her laptop while her medical textbooks gathered dust on the shelf. When she saw me, she quickly closed the laptop and went to the kitchen to start dinner. I followed her and tried once more to get to the bottom of this. I reminded her of the nights she spent studying, of the tears she shed, of the pride we both felt when she got her acceptance letter to medical school. I asked if she was afraid of the responsibility of being a full doctor. If that was the case, maybe she could talk to her supervisors or consider a less demanding specialty. She listened but didn't offer any new explanation. The next day, she called the hospital and requested a leave of absence. When I found out, my stomach dropped. This was really happening. 15 years of working toward a goal, and she was walking away with the finish line in sight. I reached out to her best friend from medical school, hoping she might have some insight. Her friend was just as confused as I was. According to her, Lauren had been excited about starting her career just a few months ago. Nothing seemed off during their last coffee date 3 weeks ago. I looked through our bank statements to see if there were any clues there. Had she made any unusual purchases? Visited a therapist without telling me? Nothing stood out except for an increase in food delivery orders during the days I worked late. Maybe she was feeling overwhelmed with cooking on top of her hospital shifts? Last night, I tried a different approach. Instead of questioning her decision, I asked her to walk me through what her ideal day looked like as a housewife. She described waking up early to make me breakfast, spending the day cleaning and cooking, maybe growing vegetables in our small backyard, and having dinner ready when I got home from work. It sounded like something straight out of a 1950s household manual. When I pointed out that this lifestyle would mean giving up the career she had worked so hard for, she simply shrugged and said sometimes people change their minds. But this wasn't like changing your mind about what movie to watch or what to have for dinner. This was her life's work. I told her I would support her in whatever made her happy, but I needed to understand why this sudden change happened. She insisted there was nothing to understand. She just wanted a different life now. As I lay in bed that night, watching her sleep, I wondered if I was missing something obvious. Had I been so wrapped up in my own career that I failed to notice a fundamental shift in my wife? We've been together for half our lives. I thought I knew her better than anyone. Now I feel like I'm living with a stranger. Maybe it's a phase. Maybe the reality of becoming a full doctor with all the responsibilities that entails became too overwhelming as the final step approached. Or maybe she genuinely had a change of heart after all these years. People do change their minds, even about things they've wanted their entire lives. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something she's not telling me. The timing is too strange. Why wait until you've endured all the hardships of medical training, only to walk away when you're about to reap the rewards of your hard work? Lauren is my entire world. We built our lives together from the ground up. I want her to be happy, truly I do. But I worry that if she gives up medicine now, she'll regret it deeply in the future. And part of me fears that somehow, I'll be to blame for not pushing her to follow through on her dream. Am I missing something here? Is there a way to support her while also helping her see what she might be throwing away? Or should I simply accept that this is what she wants now, even if it contradicts everything I thought I knew about the woman I married? Update 1. It's been about 6 weeks since my original post. I want to thank everyone who replied with advice and perspectives. Many of you suggested that my wife might be experiencing burnout or that something traumatic might have happened at work. Others pointed out that I might not be as attentive to her needs as I thought. Both of these viewpoints turned out to be right. First, I need to admit something. Our relationship was in worse shape than I realized. While I was busy establishing myself at the law firm, taking on extra cases to impress the partners. I missed important events in Lauren's life. I assumed her strong work ethic meant she was handling everything fine with just occasional words of encouragement from me. I was terribly wrong. After reading your comments, I started paying more attention to Lauren. Really looking at her for the first time in months. Her hair was different, cut shorter in a way that required less maintenance. There were dark circles under her eyes that makeup no longer concealed. She stopped wearing the pastel colors she loved and instead stuck to basic blacks and grays. The quirky earrings she used to collect from thrift stores remained in her jewelry box. She stopped baking on weekends, something she had always done to decompress. These small changes happened so gradually that I never noticed them accumulating into a different person. The guilt hit me hard. My hands would shake sometimes when I thought about how long I had been oblivious. We had been ships passing in the night, often only seeing each other when one of us was already asleep. Our conversations rarely went beyond surface level. What to buy at the grocery store, whose turn it was to do laundry, scheduling details. Physical intimacy had become almost non-existent. When I asked if she was okay, she always said she was fine, and I accepted that answer even when I suspected it wasn't true. I decided to change my approach. Instead of trying to talk about the housewife issue directly, I focused on rebuilding our connection. I started simple, holding her hand while watching TV, working on my laptop in the same room where she was reading, sending texts during the day just to check in. I stopped asking the generic "Are you okay?" and instead made it clear that I was there for her whenever she needed me, that she was my priority. At first, she seemed surprised by these changes. There was an awkwardness between us that had never existed before, which showed me just how far apart we had drifted. But I kept at it, even when it felt unnatural. Lauren deserved better than what I had been giving her. Although it took some time, she eventually started opening up to me again. Small things at first, complaints about hospital administrators, funny stories about her coworkers, recommending a book she thought I might like. I listened, really listened, without checking my phone or thinking about work while she talked. 2 weeks ago, we went for a long walk in the park where we used to have our dates during college. The weather was perfect, warm with a slight breeze. We sat on a bench overlooking the pond, and that's when Lauren finally told me the real reasons behind her desire to become a housewife. As I suspected, it wasn't just one thing but a combination of factors. Yes, she was experiencing extreme burnout from her medical training. Yes, she felt neglected by me. But there was something specific that triggered the sudden change. During her last rotation, Lauren had a young patient with a terminal illness. She had grown attached to both the child and the mother, who was around our age. Despite everyone's best efforts, the child's condition worsened over several weeks until they passed away. It was the first time Lauren had lost a patient she had become close to, and it hit her extremely hard. In medicine, things move quickly. She was expected to process this loss and move on to the next patient. But internally, she was questioning everything. Her years of study, her abilities as a doctor, her choice of career. Things she once took pride in now felt like burdens and sources of insecurity. Around that time, she stumbled across videos about life as a housewife on YouTube. These videos portrayed an idealized version of domestic life, calm, controlled, free from the heartbreak and stress she was experiencing at the hospital. She became fixated on this alternative path that seemed to offer escape from seeing children suffer, from the weight of medical responsibility, from the constant pressure to perform perfectly when lives were at stake. In this fantasy, she could focus on herself, our home, our relationship, things that felt safe and manageable when everything else in her life seemed to be falling apart. As she explained all this, I realized I had no idea how to comfort her. My work as a lawyer rarely puts me face to face with physical suffering or death. The medical notes she brought home might as well have been written in another language. What can you possibly say to someone going through this type of heartbreak? I told her that she shouldn't have to carry this burden alone or blame herself. I reminded her that patients and their families trust doctors because they know doctors will do everything they can. I pointed out that doctors naturally bring comfort and safety to people in their most vulnerable moments. To me, Lauren is no different than someone with extraordinary abilities, using her knowledge to help others during their most difficult times. I also tried to reframe her experience with the patient who passed away. I emphasized that because of her care and expertise, that child lived longer and with more comfort than would have been possible otherwise. The fact that she stuck with the patient until the final moments was something to be proud of, a testament to her kindness and dedication. We revisited this conversation many times over the following weeks, and each time, I listened without rushing to her trying to solve anything. Eventually, she started regaining confidence. Her supervisor at the hospital, who had been practicing medicine since before we were born, became an important mentor for her during this time. Watching Lauren slowly return to herself day by day was incredibly rewarding. Her pastel clothes started appearing again. She baked cookies one Saturday. Small things, but they signaled that she was healing. She decided to return to the hospital after her leave of absence ended. The housewife videos disappeared from her browsing history. When I asked if she was sure about going back, she said that while the idealized housewife life still held appeal sometimes, she knew it was a fantasy she had created to escape from painful realities. Her true calling remained in medicine, despite its challenges. Our relationship is in a much better place now. I've adjusted my work schedule to ensure we have dinner together most nights. We've implemented a rule of no phones after 9 p.m. Small changes, but they've made a significant difference in how connected we feel to each other. I still worry about her sometimes, especially on days when she comes home looking exhausted. But now we talk about these concerns openly instead of letting them fester unaddressed. I've learned that supporting Lauren means more than just encouraging her career goals. It means being present, being attentive, and creating space for her to process the difficult aspects of her profession. For now, we're taking things day by day. Lauren is continuing her medical career, and I'm doing my best to be the partner she needs me to be. The crisis isn't completely behind us, but we're facing it together rather than drifting apart. Update 2. It's been 6 months since my last update, and I wanted to share how things have progressed for us. Lauren has been back at work full-time for 5 months now. There have been difficult days, but overall, she's finding her footing as a doctor again. One significant change we've made is scheduling regular check-ins with each other. Every Sunday evening, we sit down and talk about the week ahead, our work schedules, any potential stressors we anticipate, and how we can support each other. This simple practice has prevented us from slipping back into our old pattern of disconnection. Lauren has started working with a mentor at the hospital who specializes in physician wellness. This experienced doctor lost a patient early in her career as well and understands the emotional toll it can take. She's been helping Lauren develop coping strategies for the more difficult aspects of pediatric medicine. Lauren doesn't share the specific details of these conversations with me, but I can see the positive impact they're having. We also restructured our finances to pay down Lauren's medical school debt more aggressively. The burden of those loans was an additional source of stress that made the idea of walking away from medicine even more tempting during her crisis. We've lived below our means for years, but now we're putting even more of our income toward becoming debt-free sooner. This has meant saying no to some things, like the kitchen renovation we had planned, but it feels right to prioritize our financial freedom. 3 months ago, Lauren treated a child with the same condition as the patient she lost. I noticed her becoming quieter in the evenings, spending more time reviewing medical journals, and taking longer showers, all signs that she was carrying a heavy emotional load. Instead of pretending not to notice or asking superficial questions, I cleared my schedule for the weekend and suggested we go to the beach house we used to rent during college breaks. Away from the pressures of work, surrounded by the calming sound of waves, she told me about her new patient. She was terrified of failing this child and family as she felt she had failed the last one. At this time, she had a treatment approach she hadn't known about before. She had consulted with specialists at other hospitals and researched alternative protocols. Her determination was palpable. Last month, our child was discharged from the hospital with a good prognosis. When Lauren came in that day, I found her sitting in the backyard, watching the sunset with tears streaming down her face. They were different tears than before, not from despair but from relief and a renewed sense of purpose. She didn't need to explain. I just sat beside her and held her hand. The housewife fantasy still surfaces occasionally, especially after particularly challenging cases. But now, instead of viewing it as an either/or situation, Lauren sees it as a signal that she needs more balance in her life. When she starts looking at homemaking videos or talking about vegetable gardens, we know it's time to scale back on work commitments and focus on home life for a while. We've started cooking together 3 nights a week, something we used to do in college but abandoned as our careers became more demanding. Sometimes we try complicated recipes that take hours to prepare. Other times, we make the simple pasta dishes that got us through exam weeks. The process of creating something together has become as important as the meal itself. Lauren has also found unexpected comfort in her hospital's palliative care team. Watching how they help families navigate end-of-life situations with compassion and dignity has shifted her perspective on what it means to be a good doctor. Success isn't always measured in cures and recoveries. Sometimes it's measured in small comforts provided during impossible circumstances. Last week, she performed her first solo procedure, a relatively simple one, but an important milestone nonetheless. When she called to tell me about it, the pride in her voice reminded me of the passionate teenager who once declared she would be a sick children someday. That core part of her identity remained intact, despite everything. Our home has become a true refuge for both of us. We've created spaces that support our professional lives, a proper office for me to work from when I don't need to be at the phone, and a comfortable reading room where Lauren can review medical journals. But we've also designated areas that are work-free zones, including our bedroom, where no laptops or medical textbooks are allowed. The crisis revealed weaknesses in our relationship that we might never have addressed otherwise. As painful as those months were, they forced us to examine our assumptions that had slowly eroded our connection over time. Now we're rebuilding on a stronger foundation, with a deeper understanding of each other's needs and clearer communication. Lauren still has moments of doubt about her career choice. I suspect she always will. It's the nature of work that deals so intimately with human suffering. But these doubts no longer sparkle in the crisis. They've become part of an ongoing conversation about balance, purpose, and supporting each other through the inevitable challenges of our chosen paths. Update 3. It's been exactly 1 year since my original post, and I wanted to provide a final update on our situation. Lauren and I are in a great place now, though the journey to get here contained a few more unexpected turns. 9 months ago, Lauren was offered a position at a different hospital with a specialized pediatric oncology unit. The role came with more regular hours than her previous position but would require her to work with critically ill children every day. We spent weeks discussing whether this was the right move given her previous experience. In the end, she decided to accept the offer, believing that her personal experience with loss would help her provide better support for families going through similar situations. The transition was challenging at first. Lauren came home emotionally drained many months. But something was different this time. She wanted to talk about her days, to process the difficult moments out loud instead of bottling them up. We established a ritual where she would share one hard thing and one hopeful thing for the day. This simple practice helped prevent the emotional wall from going back up between us. 6 months ago, I made a significant career change as well. The long hours at the law firm had taken a toll on our relationship, and I realized I didn't want to return to our previous dynamic. When an opportunity arose to teach law at the local community college, I took it. The position came with a substantial pay cut that offered regular hours and more time at home. We had saved enough during our high-earning years to make this transition financially feasible. Our friends and family had mixed reactions to my career change. Some thought I was throwing away a promising path toward partnership with the firm. Others understood that we were prioritizing our relationship over traditional success methods. The only opinion that mattered to me was Lauren's, and she supported my decision completely. With both of us working more reasonable hours, we've created a home life that incorporates elements of Lauren's housewife fantasy that require neither of us to abandon our careers. We share cooking responsibilities, grow vegetables in the backyard, and take turns handling household management. Ironically, now that neither of us feel solely responsible for the daily tasks, we both enjoy them more. 3 months ago, we adopted 2 kittens from a local shelter. The responsibility of caring for these small creatures has brought new energy into our home. Lauren often jokes that they've cured her baby fever for now. Watching her tenderly care for our pets, I see the same compassion that makes her an excellent parent. The most significant change has been in our communication. We no longer assume we know what the other is thinking or feeling. We ask questions, listen to the answers, and check in when we notice subtle shifts in behavior. The wall that had grown between us is gone, replaced by an openness that feels both new and familiar, reminiscent of our early years together but deepened by the challenges we've overcome. Last March, Lauren was recognized by the hospital for outstanding patient care. The award cited her exceptional ability to support families through difficult diagnoses and treatment decisions. At the ceremony, one of her colleagues mentioned that Lauren's approach to medicine had changed over the past year, that she now brought a unique combination of clinical expertise and emotional presence to her work with patients. Lauren later told me that her temporary desire to escape medicine had ultimately made her a better doctor by forcing her to confront the emotional aspects of healthcare that her training hadn't adequately addressed. We recently started a tradition of weekend morning coffee in the backyard, watching the vegetables grow and planning our day together. During one of these mornings, Lauren mentioned that she occasionally still watches the homemaking videos but with a different perspective now. Rather than seeing them as an escape from her real life, she views them as inspiration for creating small pockets of peace within the life we're actually living. Looking back at the crisis that prompted my original post, I realize now that what seemed like a sudden change in Lauren was actually the culmination of many small disconnections between us. The experience taught us that maintaining a relationship requires as much intentionally and effort as building our careers. We can't simply set things on hold and expect them to thrive. We still have busy weeks with more. The difference is that we now recognize the warning signs of burnout and disconnection much earlier. We've developed tools to address these challenges before they escalate into crisis. Most importantly, we've learned that supporting each other doesn't always mean pushing forward on predetermined paths. Sometimes it means questioning our capacity and being open to unexpected detours. Lauren is thriving in her role at the new hospital. I'm finding fulfillment in teaching the next generation of legal professionals. Our home has become a sanctuary we both needed all along. The journey to get here wasn't what either of us expected, but I wouldn't change it. Every challenge we faced brought us to this deeper understanding of ourselves and each other. For anyone facing a similar situation with a partner who seems to suddenly change, my advice would be simple. Look beyond the surface. Often what seems like a desire for change is actually a cry for connection, understanding, and balance. And sometimes the crisis that threatens to break you can instead turn you into something stronger than before. Story 2: my girlfriend 10 years got pregnant, and my younger brother reached the core of marriage at 15 years. Now 6 years later, something terrible has happened and my estranged family asks to face it. I, 32 am, have been living separated from my family for the past 6 years due to a major incident that tore our family apart. I'll try to explain the whole situation as clearly as possible. 6 years ago, I was engaged to my high school sweetheart, Rebecca, who was also 30. We had been together since we were 16 and were finally getting married at 26. Everything seemed perfect, and I was excited to have our life together. I met Rebecca when we were both 16 in our high school biology class. We were lab partners, and I was immediately drawn to her intelligence and sense of humor. For our first date, I saved up my allowance for weeks to take her to a nice restaurant in town. I was so nervous that I accidentally knocked over my other glass, but Rebecca just laughed and helped me clean it up. That's when I knew she was special. Throughout high school, I tried to make every moment with Rebecca memorable. For her 17th birthday, I surprised her with a scavenger hunt in town, leaving her with all our favorite spots. The final birthday was at the park, where I had set up a picnic with all her favorite foods. I'll never forget how her eyes lit up when she saw me. When we went to different colleges, I was determined to make our long-distance relationship work. Every weekend, I'd make a 3-hour drive to visit her, no matter how much schoolwork I had. I'd bring her care packages during exam weeks, filled with her favorite snacks, stress relief items, and nights of encouragement. After college, when we both moved back to our hometown, I worked extra shifts at my job to save up for a dream vacation for us. I surprised Rebecca with a 2-week trip to Europe, something she always wanted to do. We visited Paris, Rome, and London. In Paris, I arranged a private boat tour on the Seine River itself. I can still picture how beautiful she looked with the Eiffel Tower glittering behind her. When Rebecca mentioned she wanted to go back to school for her master's degree, I supported her. I took on a second job to help with her tuition and living expenses. I'd stayed up late with her, quizzing her for exams and proofreading her papers, even when I had to be up early for work the next day. For our 10th anniversary, the recreation of our first date, I reserved the same table at the same restaurant, wore a similar outfit, and even arranged with the waiter to accidentally spill my water. Rebecca laughed so hard, saying it was perfect. After dinner, I took her to the beach where we had a first kiss and proposed under the stars. Looking back now, it's painful to think about all these memories. I put my heart and soul into our relationship, truly believing we were building a life together. It makes me feel knowing how much I loved her and how easily she seemed to throw it all away. A few days before our wedding, Rebecca came to me with shocking news. She told me she was pregnant, but the baby wasn't mine. She had been cheating on me and my younger brother, William, for a long time. She had done that and was certain the baby was his. I was devastated and furious. But what hurt even more was when Rebecca told me she had developed feelings for William and wanted to marry him instead of me. It felt like my whole world was crumbling around me. In my anger and pain, I went to my parents and told them everything. I expected them to be as shocked and upset as I was. But to my surprise, they seemed oddly calm about the whole situation. My parents always treated William as their son, but I never expected this level of betrayal. They told me I should be my mother was even excited about becoming a grandmother, completely disregarding how I might feel about the situation. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It felt like my entire family had turned against me at an instant. The people who were supposed to love me and support me were telling me to just accept this massive betrayal and act like everything was fine. Unable to cope with the betrayal from not just Rebecca and William, but my parents as well, I made the difficult decision to leave. I packed my bags, moved to a different city, and cut off contact with all of them. That was 6 years ago. In all that time, my father called me a few times, but those conversations were always strained and uncomfortable. My mother, William, and Rebecca never reached out to me at all. I didn't even know the name of William's child, my own nephew. I decided to live life as best I could. I focused on my career, made new friends, and even started dating again, though I found it hard to trust after what happened with Rebecca. Still, I was slowly building a new life for myself, away from the pain and regret I had caused. Then, I call out the blue from my mother. I see her name on my phone screen after all this time. When I answered, she sounded upset and told me that William had been in a terrible accident. He was now paralyzed and unable to work or take care of his family. I felt a mix of emotions hearing this news. Part of me was shocked and saddened to hear about William's accident. Despite everything that happened, he was still my brother. But another part of me couldn't help but feel angry that after 6 years of no contact, this was the reason my mother was finally reaching out to me. What she said next made me even angrier. She told me that the family needed my help. Specifically, she wanted me to come back and step in as a father figure for William's child and help her to take care of the family while William recovered. I was furious. After everything that had happened, I told her absolutely not. I reminded her that Rebecca and William had betrayed me in the worst way possible, and that she and my father had chosen to support them over me. I said I had no obligation to help them now, especially after years of no contact. My mother got upset and accused me of being selfish. She said family should always come first and that I needed to let go of the past. She tried to guilt me by saying William's child was a father figure and that Rebecca was struggling to manage everything on her own. I stood my ground and refused again. I told her that William and Rebecca made their choice 6 years ago, and now they had to live with consequences. I said it wasn't my responsibility to step in and play them, just because things had gotten difficult for them. Before heading out, I told my mother not to contact me again unless it was to apologize for how they had treated me 6 years ago. I said I might be willing to have a relationship with them again if they acknowledged how much they had hurt me, but I would never step in as a replacement for William or a father figure for his child. After the call ended, I felt a mix of emotions. Part of me felt guilty for turning my back on my family and needing help. A larger part of me felt angry and hurt all over again. The wound that had started to heal was now ripped open, and all the pain and betrayal was felt. I've been struggling with this decision ever since the call. On the one hand, I know that this is actually the child's fault, and I feel bad for the kid growing up with a total failure. On the other hand, I don't think it's fair for my family to expect me to swoop in and fix everything after they betrayed me and then ignore me for years. Some of my friends think I'm justified in this decision. They say my family made their bed and now they have to lie to me. But others think I'm being too harsh and that I should at least consider helping for the sake of the child. I'm torn about what to do. Part of me wants to maintain the life I've built for myself, free from the drama and pain of my past. But another part wonders if I'm being too stubborn and if there's a way I can completely sacrifice my own well-being. So, Reddit, am I correct in refusing to help my brother my fiancé and got her pregnant? Edit, wow, thank you all for your responses and perspectives. I want to address a few common points and provide some additional context. To those asking about my dating life, yes, I've dated since Rebecca, but I haven't had any serious long-term relationships. The betrayal definitely affected my ability to trust, and I've been working on it now. I'm sure the child is twins. Honestly, I don't know for certain. At the time, Rebecca said she was sure based on the timing, but I never saw any proof. Either way, she chose to leave me for William, so the paternity doesn't change much for me personally. To those saying I should at least visit William in the hospital, I'm considering this. While I'm not ready to forgive him, I do want to know more about his condition and prognosis. A few comments mention the possibility of financial help without direct involvement. This is something I hadn't considered before and might be worth exploring. For those curious about my father's calls over the years, they were mostly surface-level conversations. He never apologized or acknowledged the hurt caused, which is why the relationship remained strained. Some ask about other family members. I have a few cousins I'm still in touch with, but they live in different states and weren't closely involved in the situation. A common sentiment is that I don't owe them anything, but helping might bring me peace. I appreciate this perspective and will give it some thought. Thank you all again for your input. This situation is complex and emotionally charged, and reading your comments has given me a lot to think about. I'll update if there are any significant developments. Update, it's been a few weeks since my last post, and a lot has happened. I wanted to give you all an update on the situation. After my initial refusal to help, my parents didn't give up. My mother called me almost every day, and even my father started reaching out more frequently. They kept pushing me to reconsider my decision, telling me how much William and his family needed my help. At first, I ignored most of their calls and messages. But after weeks of constant contact, I started to feel worn down. A small part of me was curious about William's condition, even though I was still angry about everything that had happened. Finally, after about 3 weeks of this, I decided to visit William in the hospital. I told myself it was just to see how bad his condition really was, not because I was considering helping. When I arrived at the hospital, my stomach was in knots. I hadn't seen any of my family members in person for 6 years, and I wasn't sure how I would react. As I walked into William's room, I saw him lying in the hospital bed. He looked pale and thin, hooked up to various machines. It was a shock to see my once active younger brother in this state. My parents were there too. They looked older than I remember, with more gray hair and wrinkles. When they saw me, they rushed over to hug me, but I stepped back. I wasn't ready for that level of intimacy yet. Then I saw her, Rebecca. She was standing by William's bedside, looking tired and worried. When our eyes met, a flood of memories hit me. I remembered all the times I had trusted her completely, all the plans we had made for our future together. I thought about how she had been my best friend, my confidant, the person I thought I would spend my life with. And then I remembered how easily she had thrown all of that away, how she had betrayed me in the worst possible way. Seeing Rebecca again after all these years brought back all the pain and anger I had worked so hard to move past. I had to resist the urge to turn around and walk right out of the hospital. I didn't speak to Rebecca. Instead, I asked my father about William's condition. He explained that William had been in a car accident and had suffered a spinal cord injury. He was paralyzed from the waist down and would need extensive rehabilitation. The doctors weren't sure if he would ever walk again. As we were talking, my father mentioned something that caught me off guard. He said that they had done a paternity test soon after the confirming that William was indeed the father. I hadn't known about this test, and it felt like a final confirmation of the betrayal. While we were talking, a young boy of about 5 or 6 came into the room. I realized this must be William and Rebecca's son, my nephew. The boy looked confused and was scared by all the hospital equipment. Rebecca introduced him to me as his uncle. I spent a few minutes with the boy, mostly just saying hello and asking him about his favorite toys and games. It was strange to meet this child who was, biologically, my nephew, but who I had never known existed until recently. After the hospital visit, my mother insisted that I come to their house to talk more. I reluctantly agreed, mostly because I wanted to get this whole situation over with. At the house, my mother launched into a speech about family responsibility and how I needed to step up and help Rebecca and the child while William was recovering. She talked about how overwhelmed Rebecca was, trying to care for William, raise a child, and manage their household on her own. As I listened to her, I felt my anger rising. When she finally paused, I told her exactly how I felt. I said she was being selfish and only thinking about William, just like she always had. I pointed out that in all her calls and during this whole conversation, she hadn't once asked how I was doing or shown any interest in my life over the past 6 years. I told her that it seemed like the only reason she had reached out to me was because she needed something from me, not because she actually cared about rebuilding our relationship. I said it hurt that she seemed more concerned about William's well-being than she ever had been about mine, even after he had betrayed me so badly. My mother tried to defend herself, saying that of course she cared about me, but that William's situation was an emergency. She said that as the healthy brother, I had a responsibility to help. I took a deep breath and told her my final decision. I said that while I felt sympathy for William's condition and for the challenges his family was facing, I couldn't give up my own life and peace of mind to help them. I explained that I had spent years building a new life for myself, working through the pain and betrayal they had caused me, and I wasn't willing to sacrifice all of that progress. I told her that I might be willing to have a relationship with them again in the future, but only if they were willing to acknowledge how much they had hurt me and work on rebuilding trust. I made it clear that this relationship would not involve me acting as a replacement for William or a father figure for his child. My parents were upset with my decision. They called me selfish and said I was abandoning my family when they needed me most. But I stood firm. I told them that they had made their choice 6 years ago when they supported William and Rebecca over me, and now they had to live with the consequences of that decision. Before I left, I told them that I was open to staying in touch and possibly working on our relationship over time, but only if they could respect my boundaries and show genuine interest in my life, not just what I could do for them. As I drove home that evening, I felt a mix of emotions. Part of me felt guilty for not helping more, especially when I thought about William's son growing up with a disabled father. But a larger part of me felt relieved. I had finally stood up for myself and set clear boundaries with my family. I realized that while blood relation is important, it doesn't give anyone the right to mistreat you or take advantage of you. I had spent years healing from their betrayal, and I wasn't willing to reopen those wounds just because they suddenly decided they needed me. In the weeks since that visit, my parents had called a few times. The conversations have been tense, but they seem to be making an effort to ask about my life and not just talk about William. It's a small step, but it gives me hope that maybe, over time, we can build a healthier relationship. For now, I'm focusing on my own life and well-being. I've started seeing a therapist again to work through the emotions brought up by reconnecting with my family. I'm also throwing myself into my work and spending time with friends who have supported me through all of this. I don't know what the future holds for my relationship with my family, but I feel confident that I made the right decision for myself. I'm open to slowly rebuilding connections, but only on my terms and at a pace I'm comfortable with. Thank you all for your support and advice throughout this difficult situation. It's been a challenging few weeks, but I feel like I finally found some closure and I'm ready to move forward with my life. Story 3: Our son left us to marry a girl and never came back, not even when my wife was battling cancer. Now that my wife is dead, he has come back, but with a different motive. I'm an old man, 72 years old to be exact. My wife, Elizabeth, passed away last week after battling cancer for 2 years. We were married for 48 years and loved each other deeply. Elizabeth was my rock, my best friend, and the love of my life. We had a good life together, living in the same big house we bought when we were newlyweds. It was always filled with laughter and love, especially when our son, Tom, was growing up. Tom was our only child, and we doted on him. We sent him to the best schools and supported all his dreams and ambitions. He was a good kid, always respectful and hardworking. When he went off to college, we were so proud. We thought he'd come back home after graduating, maybe find a job in the city and settle down nearby. But life had other plans. During his senior year, Tom met a girl named Annie. They fell in love quickly and got married right after graduation. We were happy for them, but we were also worried. They were so young, and Tom had just started his career. We offered to let them live with us until they got on their feet, but they declined. They wanted to make it on their own. At first, Tom called regularly. He'd tell us about his new job, their apartment, and their life together. But as time went on, the calls became less frequent. Weeks turned into months, and before we knew it, a whole year had passed without hearing from him. We tried calling, but he never picked up. We sent letters, but they went unanswered. It was like he had disappeared from our lives completely. Elizabeth and I were heartbroken. We couldn't understand why our son had cut us off. We wondered if we had done something wrong, if we had been bad parents somehow. The house felt emptier than ever. We missed the sound of Tom's laughter, the way he'd bound down the stairs in the morning, even the mess he'd leave in the kitchen after making a midnight snack. As the years went by, we learned to live with the silence. We focused on each other, on our hobbies, on our friends. We traveled a bit, saw some of the places we'd always dreamed of visiting. The but there was always a Tom-shaped hole in our hearts. Every Christmas, every birthday, every milestone, we'd think of him and wonder how he was doing. When Elizabeth got sick, I hoped Tom would somehow find out and come home. I imagined him rushing through the door, full of apologies and worry. But he never came. I took care of Elizabeth myself, with help from our neighbors and friends. It was hard, watching the vibrant woman I loved fade away. But we faced it together, just like we had faced everything else in our lives. After Elizabeth passed, I was lost. The house felt empty without her in it. I wandered from room to room, touching her things, remembering our life together. Planning her funeral was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I wanted it to be perfect, a fitting tribute to the amazing woman she was. The day of the funeral arrived. I stood at the front of the church, greeting people as they came in. And then, I saw him. Tom. He was older, of course, with touches of gray at his temples. Beside him was a woman I assumed was Anna, and two children, a boy and a girl. I froze, not knowing what to do or say. Tom approached me hesitantly. He looked nervous, his eyes glittered like he had been crying. We stared at each other for a moment, and then he hugged me. It was awkward at first, but then I felt myself relax into it. It felt like coming home. We didn't have time to talk much before the service started. Tom and his family sat in the front row with me. Throughout the service, I could hear him sniffling beside me. When it was time for people to share memories of Elizabeth, Tom stood up, his voice shaking. He talked about how patient and kind Elizabeth had been, how she always made his favorite cookies when he was sad, how she taught him to ride a bike and bandaged his scraped knees. By the end, we were all in tears. After the funeral, as people were leaving, Tom asked if we could talk. We went to a quiet corner of the church. He broke down then, apologizing over and over for not being there, for cutting us off, for missing out on so much time. He said he had been young and stupid, caught up in proving he could make it on his own. He said Anna had encouraged him to reach out many times, but he had been too ashamed. I listened to him, my heart breaking all over again. But I also felt a weight lifting. My son was back. He hadn't forgotten us, hadn't stopped loving us. He had just lost his way for a while. I forgave him. How could I not? He was my son, and I loved him. We hugged again, and this time it felt right. Natural. Like no time had passed at all. Tom introduced me properly to Anna and the kids. My grandchildren. I couldn't believe it. The boy, Michael, was 8, and the girl, Emily, was 6. They were beautiful, and they called me Grandpa right away. It was surreal. We all went back to the house after the funeral. As the kids explored the big old place, running up and down the stairs and exclaiming over everything, Tom and I sat in the living room. We talked for hours, catching up on all the lost years. He told me about his job, his life, his struggles and triumphs. I told him about Elizabeth's illness, about our travels, about how we missed him. As the evening wore on, I finally asked Tom what his plans were. He hesitated, then told me he had a good job in another state, where he and his family had settled. They had a nice house, the kids were in good schools, and Anna had a career she loved. I could see the conflict in his eyes. He was worried about me, about leaving me alone in his big house. But I knew what I had to do. I told him it was okay, that he should go back to his life. I said I was just happy to have him back in my life, and that we could visit each other. Tom protested at first. He suggested I sell the house and move closer to them. But I couldn't do that. This house was full of memories of Elizabeth, of our life together. It was my home. In the end, Tom agreed to go back. We made plans for regular visits and phone calls. As they were leaving, Tom hugged me tightly and whispered, "Thank you, Dad. I love you." After they left, I sat in Elizabeth's favorite chair and cried. I cried for all the lost years, for Elizabeth who didn't get to see this reconciliation, for the grandchildren we never knew we had. But I also cried for happiness. My family was whole again. Now, a week later, I'm wondering if I did the right thing. Should I have asked Tom to move back? Am I being selfish by staying in this house? But then I think of Tom's life, his career, his children's schools. I think of the life he's built for himself. And I know I made the right choice. Update: it's been 3 months since my last post, and a lot has changed. First, I want to thank everyone for their kind words and support. Your responses helped me feel more confident in my decision not to ask Tom to move back home. After the funeral, Tom kept his promise to stay in touch. He called me every week, sometimes more often. We talked about everything: his work, the kids, my daily life. It felt good to reconnect with my son after so many years apart. About a month after the funeral, Tom surprised me by showing up for a weekend visit with his family. I was overjoyed to see them. We spent the weekend looking through old photo albums, telling stories about Elizabeth, and playing with the grandkids in the backyard. It felt like we were making up for lost time. To my surprise, these visits became a regular occurrence. Every other weekend, Tom and his family would drive down to spend time with me. Sometimes they'd stay overnight, other times just for the day. Each visit filled the house with laughter and life again. I started to look forward to these weekends, planning activities and cooking big meals for everyone. Tom seemed genuinely interested in my life. He asked about my friends, my hobbies, and how I was coping with Elizabeth's loss. He even helped me with some home repairs I'd been putting off. I felt touched by his attention and care. It seemed like he was really trying to make amends for the years he'd been absent. However, about 2 months into these regular visits, I started noticing something odd. Tom began asking more questions about financial matters. At first, it was casual. He'd ask how I was managing with just my pension, or if I had considered downsizing to a smaller home. I didn't think much of it initially. I assumed he was just concerned about my well-being. But then the questions became more frequent and more specific. He asked about my savings, my investments, and even about Elizabeth's life insurance policy. He wanted to know if I had updated my will recently. These conversations made me uncomfortable, but I tried to brush it off. I told myself that Tom was just trying to make sure I was taken care of in my old age. Things came to a head last week when my sister, Linda, came to visit. After Tom and his family left on Sunday evening, Linda sat me down for a serious talk. She told me that several of our relatives and close friends had noticed Tom's behavior and were concerned. Apparently, Tom had been asking me questions about my financial situation as well. Linda mentioned that Tom had asked her about the value of the house, and whether she knew anything about my pension program. He had even inquired about any potential inheritances from other family members. She was worried that Tom might be more interested in my money than in rebuilding our relationship. I was shocked and hurt by this revelation. I didn't want to believe it, but as I thought back over the past few months, I realized that Tom's questions had indeed become increasingly focused on financial matters. The realization made me angry and confused. Was this why he had suddenly reappeared in my life? Was he just after my money? I spent the next few days thinking over the situation. I thought about all the good moments we'd shared over the past few months, the laughter, the shared memories, the way Tom had helped around the house. It was hard to reconcile those experiences with the idea that he might have ulterior motives. Part of me wanted to confront Tom immediately, to demand an explanation for his behavior. But another part of me was afraid. What if it was true? What if I lost my son again, just when I thought I had him back? I decided to take a step back and observe. I didn't want to jump to conclusions based on hearsay, even if it came from people I trusted. I resolved to pay closer attention to Tom's behavior during his next visit, to see if I could discern his true intentions. Now, I find myself in a difficult position. I'm grateful for the time I've been able to spend with my son and grandchildren. These past few months have brought me joy I hadn't felt in years. But I can't ignore the nagging doubts that have crept in. I'm torn between my love for my son and my need to protect myself. I don't want to believe that Tom is only interested in my money, but I can't dismiss the concerns of my sister and friends. I'm worried that confronting Tom might drive him away again, but I'm equally worried about being taken advantage of. So now I'm turning to you, Reddit. What should I do? How can I find out Tom's true intentions without jeopardizing our newly rebuilt relationship? Am I overreacting to these concerns, or should I be more cautious? Any advice would be appreciated as I navigate this complicated situation. Update: it's been a month since my last update, and I've made a difficult discovery about my son's true intentions. After much thought and consideration of the advice I received, I decided to test Tom to see if his renewed interest in my life was genuine or motivated by financial gain. I came up with a plan that I hoped would reveal Tom's true colors. I decided to tell him that I was ready to sell the house and move closer to him and his family. I thought this would give me a chance to observe his reaction and see how he'd handle the prospect of me actually becoming a more permanent part of his life. When Tom and his family arrived for their next weekend visit, I waited until after dinner to bring up the subject. The kids were playing in the living room, and Tom, Anna, and I were sitting around the kitchen table. I took a deep breath and told them I'd been thinking a lot about my future. I said that living alone in this big house was becoming too much for me to handle. I told them I missed having family around and that I decided to sell the house and move closer to them. I watched their faces carefully as I spoke. Tom's reaction was not what I had hoped for. Instead of looking happy or excited at the prospect of having me nearby, he seemed taken aback. He exchanged a quick glance with Anna before asking me if I was sure about this decision. His voice sounded more concerned than pleased. Then Tom asked the question I had been dreading: how much did I think the house would sell for? I told him the estimated value, which was quite substantial given the size of the house and its location. As soon as I mentioned the figure, I saw a spark of interest in both Tom and Anna's eyes. They quickly recovered and started talking about how great it would be to have me closer. They discussed potential neighborhoods where I could live and even offered to help with the move. But I couldn't shake the feeling that their enthusiasm was more about the money than about me. As the evening went on, Tom and Anna became more animated. They talked about all the things we could do together once I moved. They even suggested I could babysit the kids more often. On the surface, everything seemed positive, but something felt off. That night, after everyone had gone to bed, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the conversation in my mind, trying to make sense of Tom's reactions. As I was about to go back to my room after getting a glass of water, I heard hushed voices coming from the guest room where Tom and Anna were staying. I know it wasn't right, but I couldn't help myself. I stood near the door and listened. What I heard broke my heart. Tom and Anna were discussing the prospect of selling the house. Tom said that with that kind of money, they could pay off all their loans and still have plenty left over. He talked about renovating their home, buying a new car, and taking luxury vacations. Anna sounded excited too, but then she asked about where I would live. Tom's response chilled me to the bone. He said he would convince me to move into a retirement home or assisted living facility. He argued that it would be better for everyone. I'd have round-the-clock care, and they wouldn't have to worry about me. Anna seemed hesitant, but Tom insisted he could persuade me. As I stood there listening, I felt a mix of emotions wash over me. Anger, hurt, disappointment, and a deep, aching sadness. This was my son, the little boy I had raised and loved, now plotting to take my home and put me in a facility just to get his hands on my money. I couldn't bear to listen anymore. Without thinking, I pushed open the door. Tom and Anna shouted, startled by my sudden appearance. The look on their faces when they realized I had overheard their conversation was a mixture of shock and guilt. For a moment, we all just stared at each other in silence. Then, the dam broke. All the hurt and anger I had been holding back came pouring out. I accused Tom of being greedy and selfish. I reminded him that he hadn't even bothered to come see his mother when she was dying, and now he was back just because he needed money. I told him I knew about all the questions he'd been asking our relatives and friends about my finances. I said I had hoped he had truly wanted to reconnect, to be a family again, but now I saw that it was all about the money. Tom tried to defend himself. He said I had misunderstood, that he was just trying to plan for the future. He claimed he was worried about my well-being and wanted to make sure I was taken care of. But his excuses rang hollow in light of what I had just overheard. Anna sat silently, tears streaming down her face. She didn't try to defend Tom or offer any explanations of her own. Her silence spoke. I told them both that I wanted them to leave immediately. It was the middle of the night, but I couldn't bear to have them in my house for another minute. Tom protested, saying they couldn't just pack up and go with the kids asleep, but I was adamant. As they hurriedly packed their things and woke the children, I sat in the living room, feeling numb. The grandchildren, groggy and confused, asked what was happening. I couldn't bring myself to explain. I just hugged them and said goodbye, wondering if I would ever see them again. Before they left, Tom tried one last time to explain, to apologize. But I couldn't hear it. The trust was broken, and I couldn't see how it could ever be repaired. I told him not to come back, not to call, not to contact me in any way. Then I watched as they drove away into the night. The house felt emptier than ever after they left. I spent the rest of the night sitting in Elizabeth's favorite chair, wondering how things had gone so wrong. I thought about all the happy memories we had made in this house, Elizabeth and me, and then with Tom as he grew up. It seemed impossible that it had come to this. In the days that followed, I went through a range of emotions. There was anger at Tom for his deception, and at myself for being so easily fooled. There was sadness at losing my son and grandchildren all over again. But mostly, there was a deep, aching loneliness. I considered calling Tom, trying to work things out. But every time I picked up the phone, I remembered what I had overheard and put it back down. The wound was too fresh, the betrayal too deep. Instead, I focused on moving forward with my life. I called my sister and a few close friends, explaining what had happened. Their support and understanding helped me through the darkest days. I started volunteering at a local community center, which gave me a sense of purpose and connection. I also made the decision to stay in my house. This was the home Elizabeth and I had built together, filled with a lifetime of memories. I wouldn't let Tom's actions taint that. I hired a part-time housekeeper to help with the upkeep, which made managing the place much easier. As the weeks passed, the pain began to lessen. I still had moments of sadness, especially when I thought about my grandchildren. But I also found myself appreciating the peace and independence of my life. I started to rediscover old hobbies and even made some new friends at the community center. Looking back, I realized that while the experience was painful, it taught me valuable lessons about self-respect and the importance of being cautious, even with family. I'm sad that things turned out this way with Tom, but I'm also proud of myself for standing up for what's right. Now, as I sit in our old house surrounded by memories of Elizabeth, I feel a sense of contentment. Life may not have turned out the way I expected, but I'm determined to make the most of the years I have left. And I'll do it on my own terms, with the knowledge that I stayed true to myself and to Elizabeth's memory. Story 4: My stepmom tore my passport so that I can't go to Turkey with my dad. But then my dad did something which shocked my stepmom. I, 18F, just turned 18 yesterday, and my dad John, 45M, threw me a birthday party at our house. He invited our neighbors and some family members. It was a nice gesture, and I appreciated the effort he put into making my day special. I live with my dad, my stepmom Amelia, 40F, and my stepbrother Caleb, 14M. My dad loves me a lot, and we've always been close, especially since my mom passed away when I was younger. My relationship with Amelia, however, is complicated. She doesn't like me, though she's careful never to show it in front of my dad. I've known this for years, but I've never told my dad about it. I want him to be happy, and I don't want to bother him with what might seem like petty family drama. Plus, I'm afraid he might not believe me, or it could cause problems in his marriage. So, I've always kept quiet about it. There have been several incidents over the years that have shown me Amelia's true nature. When I was 15, I got really sick at school. I had a high fever and couldn't stop throwing up. The school nurse called home to have someone pick me up. Amelia answered the phone, and I heard her tell the nurse she was too busy to come get me. She said she had errands to run and couldn't be at home. I ended up having to wait at school for 3 hours, lying on a cot in the nurse's office, until my dad could leave work early to come get me. When he arrived, he was upset that Amelia hadn't called him to let him know I was sick. She just shrugged and said she figured the school would call him if it was really important. Another time, when I was 16, Amelia threw away a box of my mom's old things that I kept in my closet. It had some of mom's jewelry, old letters she'd written to my dad when they were dating, and a scarf that still smelled like her perfume. When I realized it was gone and confronted Amelia, she claimed she thought it was trash. She said she'd seen an old box in my room while cleaning and assumed I didn't want it anymore. When I got upset, she just shrugged and said I should have kept it somewhere safer if it was so important. I cried for hours that day, and even though my dad tried to comfort me, I could tell he didn't want to believe Amelia had done it on purpose. Last year, I overheard Amelia talking to Caleb when they thought I wasn't home. She was telling him that he was her real child and that she only put up with me when my dad said. She said she couldn't wait until I went off to college so they could be a real family without me around. It hurt to hear that, especially since I've always tried to be nice to both of them, even when Amelia was cold to me. Amelia's also forgotten to do my laundry multiple times, even when doing everyone else's. She'll wash and fold clothes for my dad and Caleb, but leave mine in the hamper. When I ask about it, she always has an excuse. She didn't see my clothes. She thought I wanted to do my own laundry. She was going to get to it later. It's a small thing, but it's just another way she makes me feel unwelcome in my own home. When I was applying to colleges last fall, Amelia conveniently misplaced some of my application materials. I had asked her to mail a couple of packets for me while I was at school, and she said she would. But when I followed up with the schools, they said they never received my applications. I missed deadlines for 2 schools I really wanted to attend because of this. When I confronted Amelia, she acted confused and said she must have forgotten to mail them. She apologized, but it didn't seem sincere. I couldn't prove she'd done it on purpose, but given her pattern of behavior, I had my suspicions. Despite all this, I've tried to keep the peace for my dad's sake. He seems happy with Amelia, and I don't want to be the cause of problems in their marriage. So I've learned to keep my head down, avoid Amelia when I can, and count the days until I can move out for college. On my birthday, after the party was over and most of the guests had left, my dad surprised me by announcing that we're going on a trip to Turkey. I was shocked and excited because I've always wanted to go to Turkey. It was a dream I shared with my real mom before she passed away. My mom loved Turkish culture and had always wanted to visit Turkey with my dad and me. She used to tell me stories about the beautiful mosques in Istanbul, the otherworldly landscapes of Cappadocia, and the crystal clear waters of the Turkish Riviera. We'd spend hours looking at travel magazines and planning our dream trip. I remember sitting with my mom when I was about 6 or 7, flipping through a big, glossy book about Turkey. She'd point out pictures of the Blue Mosque and the Hagia Sophia, telling me about their history and architecture. We'd look at photos of the Grand Bazaar, imagining ourselves wandering through the colorful stalls, bargaining for carpets and spices. Mom would describe the taste of authentic Turkish delight, promising we'd try every flavor when we finally made it there. Her eyes would light up when she talked about watching the sunset over the Bosphorus or taking a hot air balloon ride over the fairy chimneys of Cappadocia. It became our shared dream, something we'd talk about whenever one of us was feeling down or needed cheering up. We even started a savings jar for our turkey fund, and I'd put in my allowance money every week. But unfortunately, Mom had a car accident when I was 8 and died in the hospital a few days later. It was sudden and devastating. My dad was heartbroken, and so was I. We leaned on each other a lot during that time, trying to cope with our grief and figure out how to move forward without her. In the months after Mom died, Dad and I would sometimes look at those same travel magazines and books on the trip. It became a way for us to remember Mom and feel personal. We talked about her excitement for the trip and promised that we would go someday. It was painful, but it also gave us something to look forward to. I hope to look towards Mom. Life was a old getting on road plans. Sometimes we didn't have enough money for such a big trip. Other times, Dad's work made it impossible for him to take enough time off. We talked about maybe going for my high school graduation, but then the pandemic hit, and international travel became complicated. 4 years after my mom's death, when I was 12, my dad started dating again. That's when he met Amelia. At first, I was cautiously optimistic. I wanted my dad to be happy, and Amelia seemed nice enough from the beginning. But as she spent more time with us, I realized she didn't share our love of travel. She preferred staying close to home and complained whenever Dad suggested even a short trip out of state. This put our turkey plans on hold indefinitely. Amelia always had a reason why we couldn't go. It was too expensive, too far, too dangerous. She'd suggest we go to a local beach instead, or maybe take a road trip to the next state over. It It was clear she didn't understand how important this trip was to Dad and me. Still, Dad and I never completely gave up on our dream of visiting Turkey together someday. We'd still talk about it sometimes, usually when Amelia wasn't around. It became our secret project, something just between us that kept us connected to Mom's memory. So when Dad announced the trip on my birthday, I was absolutely thrilled. It felt like a dream come true, a promise finally being fulfilled. But my excitement was tempered when Dad mentioned that only Dad would be going, while Amelia and Caleb would stay at home. Don't get me wrong, I was happy it would just be Dad and me. It felt right, given the history of the trip and its connection to my mom. But I also immediately worried about how Amelia would react. Sure enough, Amelia got quite angry and jealous. At first, she tried to play it cool, asking questions about the trip as if she was just curious. But I could see the tension in her face and the way her she couldn't hold it in anymore and started a verbal fight with my dad. She said it wasn't fair that she and Caleb were being left out. She accused my dad of favoring me over his new family and said I was too old for daddy-daughter trips. We're supposed to be a family now, Joe, she yelled. How do you think it makes Caleb feel to be excluded like this? And what about me? Am I just the babysitter while you go off and play happy family with your daughter? My dad tried to explain that this was a special trip, something he and I had been planning for years, long before he met Amelia. He told her about Mom's love for Turkey and how this trip was partly in her memory. But this only seemed to make Amelia angrier. So that's it, then? She spat. 10 years later, and I'm still competing with a ghost? When are you going to let her go and focus on the family you have now? I stood there, feeling awkward and guilty even though I knew I shouldn't. Caleb had retreated to his room, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. The argument escalated, voices getting louder and louder. Suddenly, Amelia grabbed my passport from the table where Dad had put it earlier when he was showing me our itinerary. Before anyone could react, she tore it in half. We all stood there in shock for a moment. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. Dad's face went red with anger, and he started yelling at Amelia, asking how she could do something so childish and spiteful. Amelia yelled back that she was sick of always coming second to his precious memories of my mom. She said she'd put up with it for years, but she was done being the villain in our family story. If you walk out that door with her, Amelia screamed, gesturing at the torn passport on the floor, don't bother coming back. Dad was so angry that he walked out of the house, saying he needed to clear his mind. The slam of the front door echoed through the suddenly quiet house. I couldn't bear to stay downstairs with Amelia, so I ran up to my room and locked the door. As I sat on my bed, I could hear Amelia and Caleb talking downstairs. Amelia was saying that I had ruined everything by not including them in the trip. She told Caleb not to worry, that she'd make sure Dad canceled the whole thing. I felt a mix of emotions, anger at Amelia for ruining what should have been a happy moment, disappointment that our long-awaited trip might not happen, and guilt for being the cause of so much family drama. Part of me wondered if I was being selfish. Should I have insisted that Amelia and Caleb come too? Would that have made things better or worse? I know the trip was meant to be special for Dad and me, a way to honor Mom's memory and fulfill a long-held dream. But now I'm not sure what to do. I don't want to cause problems in my dad's marriage, but I also feel like Amelia crossed a line by destroying my passport. That's not something a reasonable adult does, no matter how upset they are. Dad hasn't come home yet, and I'm not sure what's going to happen now. Part of me still really wants to go on this trip. It's been our dream for so long, and it feels like this might be our last chance to do it, just the two of us, before I head off to college and our lives get even more complicated. But another part of me wonders if it's worth all this drama. Maybe I should just tell Dad to cancel the whole thing when he gets back. We could use the money to do something local, something that includes Amelia and Caleb. It wouldn't be the same, but at least it might keep the peace. I feel stuck between honoring my mom's memory and respecting Dad's new marriage. I don't want to be the reason he and Amelia split up, but I also don't think it's fair for Amelia to erase Mom from our lives or prevent us from taking this meaningful trip. So, Reddit, I turn to you for advice. Should I have pushed to include Amelia and Caleb from the start? What should I do now? Should I try to convince Dad to go through with the trip anyway, or should I be the bigger person and suggest we cancel it? I'm lost and could really use some outside perspectives on this mess. Update: it's been 2 weeks since my last post, and a lot has happened. I wanted to update you all on the situation with my dad, St. Tom and Amelia, and our planned trip to Turkey. The night of my birthday, after Amelia tore up my passport, my dad stormed out of the house to clear his head. He didn't come back until late that night. I was still awake, too upset and anxious to sleep. I heard him come in and go straight to his study. He stayed in there for hours, and I could hear muffled arguments between him and Amelia. The next morning, things were tense. Amelia wouldn't look at me, and my dad seemed exhausted. He told me not to worry, that he would sort everything out. For the next week, I tried to stay out of the way as much as possible. I spent a lot of time in my room or out of the house with friends. When I was home, I could hear my dad trying to talk to Amelia, explaining the significance of the Turkey trip and why it was important to him and me. But Amelia wasn't having it. She kept insisting that we were excluding her and Caleb, that we weren't considering their feelings. She even started suggesting that I should move out, saying I was old enough now and it was time for them to be a real family without me. This hurt a lot, especially since the house belongs to my dad. It had been his and my mom's home before Amelia came into the picture. As the week went on, I could see my dad getting more and more frustrated. He tried to be patient with Amelia, but her stubbornness and hostility towards me were wearing him down. I felt guilty, thinking I was the cause of all this trouble. I even considered telling my dad to forget about the trip, just to keep the peace. But then, about a week after my birthday, something changed. I noticed my dad spending a lot of time on the phone and in his study. He seemed more determined, less willing to give in to Amelia's demands. Finally, after about a week and a half of tension and arguments, my dad called a family meeting. He asked all of us, me, Amelia, and Caleb, to gather in the living room. When we were all seated, I could tell this was serious. My dad's face was stern, and he had a folder of papers in his hands. He started by addressing Amelia directly. He said he had tried for the past week to make her understand the importance of this trip to Turkey, but she wasn't willing to listen or compromise. He explained again how it was a long-standing promise between him and me, a way to honor my mom's memory. Then he dropped a bombshell. He told Amelia that he had been planning to change his will to give Caleb an equal share of inheritance with me. He wanted to treat us both fairly, even though Caleb wasn't his biological child. But after the events of the past week, he had changed his mind. My dad pulled out a document from his folder. I assume it was the will he had been planning to sign. To everyone's shock, he tore it up right there in front of us. Amelia gasped and started to say something, but my dad held up his hand to stop her. He explained that he had already made changes to his will. In the new version, Caleb wasn't going to get as much as originally planned. Most of Dad's wealth and inheritance would now go to me. He said this was his final decision. Amelia was furious. She accused my dad of being selfish and manipulative. She said he was using his money to punish her for standing up for her son. But my dad remained calm and firm. He said this wasn't about punishment, but about realizing who truly cared about his happiness and respected his wishes. Then my dad turned to me and said something that made me want to cry with relief. He told me that he had already applied for a duplicate passport for me. As soon as it arrived, we were going to Turkey as planned, just the two of us. Amelia tried to argue more, but my dad shut her down. He said his decision was final, both about the will and the trip. If she couldn't accept it, he said, then maybe they needed to rethink their relationship. The meeting ended with Amelia storming out and Caleb following her, looking confused and upset. I felt bad for Caleb. None of this was his fault, and he was caught in the middle of adult problems. After they left, my dad and I talked for a long time. He apologized for not seeing sooner how Amelia treated me. He said he had been blinded by his desire to have a complete family again, but now he realized that Amelia had never truly accepted me as part of that family. We spent the next few days talking a lot about Mom, our memories of her, and our long-held dream of going to Turkey. It felt good to share these things openly, without worrying about upsetting Amelia. Dad also started making concrete plans for our trip, looking at flights and hotels. Amelia has been mostly silent since the family meeting. She spends a lot of time out of the house or locked in her room. Caleb still talks to me, but I can tell he feels awkward about the whole situation. I've tried to assure him that none of this is his fault and that I don't blame him for anything. As for me, I have mixed feelings about everything that's happened. On one hand, I'm thrilled that Dad and I are finally going to take our trip to Turkey. It feels like we're fulfilling a promise to Mom, and I can't wait to experience all the things she used to talk about. On the other hand, I feel guilty about the fallout with Amelia and Caleb. I never wanted to come between Dad and his new family, even if Amelia wasn't always kind to me. And I worry about how this will affect Caleb in the long run. But mostly, I feel relieved and grateful. For years, I felt like an outsider in my own home, trying to shrink myself to avoid upsetting Amelia. Now, for the first time in a long time, I feel like my feelings and my connection with my dad are being prioritized. Dad and I are now waiting for my new passport to arrive. We've started planning our itinerary for Turkey, and Dad's even started learning a few Turkish phrases. It feels surreal that we're finally going to take this trip we've dreamed about for so long. I'm not sure what the future holds for our family. I don't know if Dad and Amelia will work things out, or if this is the beginning of the end for their relationship. Part of me hopes they can find a way to reconcile, for Caleb's sake if nothing else. But another part of me is relieved at the thought of not having to walk on eggshells in my own home anymore. As for me, I'm focusing on enjoying this time with my dad and looking forward to our trip. I'm also starting to think more seriously about college and my future. This whole experience has made me realize how important it is to stand up for yourself and not let others diminish your worth. I want to thank everyone who responded to my original post. Your comments and support helped me see that I wasn't wrong for wanting this special time with my dad. You gave me the courage to stand firm in my feelings, even when Amelia was trying to make me feel guilty. I know there will probably be more drama and difficult conversations ahead. Amelia isn't likely to accept this new situation without a fight. But for now, I'm choosing to focus on the positive. I'm going to Turkey with my dad, fulfilling a dream my mom had for us. Whatever happens after that, I know my dad has my back, and that means everything to me. Thank you all again for your support and advice. I'll update again after our trip if there are any significant developments. Wish us luck. Story 5. My husband cheated on me in our 10-year-old relationship with a surrogate who was carrying our child and thought that he could hide it forever. He was a fool. I, 33F, never thought I'd be in this situation, but here I am, questioning my marriage and feeling lost. This is a long and complicated story, so please bear with me as I try to explain everything. I come from a wealthy family. My father is a successful businessman, and I've always had a privileged life. I received a good education and never really wanted for anything. Despite this, I always tried to remain grounded and see the best in people. 6 years ago, I met Alex at a restaurant where he worked as a waiter. I was instantly drawn to him. There was something about his warm smile and kind eyes that caught my attention. We started talking, and I found myself visiting the restaurant more often just to see him. As we got to know each other, I learned about Alex's background. He was an orphan who had faced many challenges in life. He'd worked hard to make something of himself, and I admired his resilience and determination. Despite not having much, he always had a positive outlook on life. Our friendship quickly turned into something more. We started dating, and I fell head over heels in love. Alex was different from anyone I'd ever met. He was kind, hardworking, and genuine. I felt like I could be myself around him, without any pretenses or expectations. After about a year of dating, I knew I wanted to marry Alex. When I told my father about my intentions, he was not pleased. He warned me against questioning marriage, especially with someone from such a different background. He was concerned that Alex might be after my money or social status. I tried to explain to my father that Alex wasn't like that. I told him about Alex's character, his work ethic, and how he made me feel. But my father remained skeptical. He told me that if I insisted on marrying him, I should at least protect myself with a prenuptial agreement. The idea of a prenup felt offensive to me. Alex had practically no assets, and I felt like asking for a prenup would be insulting to him. It felt like I was putting a price tag on our love. I argued with my father about this, but he was adamant. He even went as far as to threaten cutting me out of his will if I didn't agree to the prenup. I was torn. On one hand, I didn't want to upset my father or risk my inheritance. On the other hand, I didn't want to start my marriage on a foundation of mistrust. After much deliberation, I decided to talk to Alex about it. To my surprise, Alex was understanding about the prenup. He said he had nothing to hide, and if it made my father feel more comfortable, he was willing to sign it. We agreed on a temporary prenup that would dissolve after 7 years of marriage. With that settled, we got married after 2 years of dating. It was a beautiful ceremony, though I could tell my father was still not entirely happy about the union. Nevertheless, I was overjoyed to be starting my life with Alex. After the wedding, Alex moved into my apartment. It was a big change for both of us, but we were excited to begin our life together. I helped Alex enroll in a diploma program to further his education. I paid for his tuition and covered all our living expenses since Alex's income from his part-time job wasn't much. The first year of our marriage was blissful. We were happy and in love, enjoying our time together and dreaming about our future. We decided to start trying for a baby. I've always wanted to be a mother, and Alex was excited about the prospect of starting a family. However, things didn't go as planned. Month after month passed, and I wasn't getting pregnant. We tried everything, tracking my ovulation, changing our diets, even trying alternative therapies. Nothing seemed to work. Finally, after almost a year of trying, I got pregnant. We were overjoyed. We started making plans, thinking of names, and imagining our life with a baby. But our happiness was short-lived. In the 4th month of my pregnancy, I miscarried. The loss was devastating. I felt like a failure as a woman and as a wife. Alex tried his best to comfort me, but I could see the disappointment in his eyes too. We decided to see a fertility specialist to understand what was happening. After numerous tests and consultations, we received heartbreaking news. Due to some complications, I would not be able to carry a baby to term. The doctor explained the risks and advised against trying to conceive naturally. I was crushed. I fell into a deep depression, withdrawing from Alex and everyone else. I felt like I had failed him, failed us. Alex tried to be supportive, but I could sense his frustration and disappointment too. For the next few years, we tried to move on with our lives. Alex completed his diploma and started looking for better job opportunities. I continued working in my father's company, trying to lose myself in work to forget about my inability to have children. After 5 years of marriage, Alex brought up the idea of surrogacy. He had been researching alternatives and thought this might be a good option for us. At first, I was hesitant. The idea of another woman carrying our child felt strange to me. But as Alex explained more about the process, I started to warm up to the idea. We visited a fertility clinic and began the surrogacy process. It was a long and complicated journey, involving numerous medical procedures and legal consultations. We also had to find a suitable surrogate. That's when we met Tanya, 28F. She was young, healthy, and had successfully carried a child before. Tanya needed money for her father's medical treatment, which is why she had decided to become a surrogate. We We felt an instant connection with her and decided she would be the perfect surrogate for our baby. We used my egg and Alex's sperm for the surrogacy. The process was successful, and Tanya became pregnant with our child. I was overjoyed but also nervous. I wanted to make sure everything went perfectly. I asked Tanya to move into our apartment for the duration of the pregnancy. I wanted to be able to monitor her health and make sure she was comfortable. Tanya agreed, and we set up a room for her in our home. At first, everything seemed fine. I treated Tanya as a taking care of her needs and Alex was supportive too. He seemed a bit uncomfortable with the new living arrangement. As the pregnancy progressed, I noticed Alex becoming more distant. He started working longer hours and seemed distracted when he was home. When I asked him about it, he said he felt awkward with Tanya in the house. He said it was strange to have a pregnant woman around who wasn't his wife. I tried to understand his perspective and not worry too much about it. I focused on preparing for the baby's arrival, setting up the nursery, and making sure Tanya was comfortable. After 9 months, Tanya gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. Holding our daughter for the first time, I felt a love I had never experienced before. Alex seemed happy too, though I noticed he was a bit reserved with the baby at first. I asked Tanya to stay with us for a few more months to help with the baby. She agreed, and we fell into a routine of caring for our newborn daughter. I was exhausted but happy, finally feeling like I had the family I'd always dreamed of. But as the weeks passed, I started noticing some strange things. Alex and Tanya seemed to have developed a close bond. They often had inside jokes that I didn't understand, and I sometimes caught them whispering to each other when they thought I wasn't looking. I tried to brush off my suspicions. After all, they had spent a lot of time together during the pregnancy while I was at work. It was natural that they would become friends, right? But a nagging feeling in my gut told me something wasn't right. One night, I woke up to check on the baby and found Alex's side of the bed. I heard voices in the kitchen and went to investigate. I found Alex and Tanya sitting close together at the kitchen table, talking in hushed tones. They jumped apart when they saw me, looking good. When I questioned Alex about it later, he said Tanya had been having trouble sleeping and he was just keeping her company. But something about his explanation didn't sit right with me. I started paying more attention to their interactions. I noticed the way Alex's eyes would linger on Tanya, the way they seemed to gravitate towards each other in a room. There was a tension between them that I couldn't explain. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what to do. Am I overreacting? Am I seeing things that aren't there because of my insecurity? Or is there really something going on between my husband and our son? Part of me wants to confront them both, to demand the truth, but another part of me is terrified of what I might discover. What if my decision? What would that mean for our marriage, for our daughter? I feel like I'm going crazy. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I'm constantly on edge, watching their every move, trying to catch them in the act. This isn't the person I want to be, but I don't know how to stop these thoughts. I considered talking to my father about this, but I'm afraid of what he might say. He never fully approved of Alex, and I'm worried he'll use this situation to say I told you so. I'm also worried about what this could mean for our daughter. If Alex and Tanya are indeed having an affair, how will that affect our little girl? She's innocent in all of this, and the thought of her growing up in a broken home breaks my heart. I've thought about hiring a private investigator to get to the bottom of this, but that feels like a betrayal of trust. If I'm wrong, and Alex finds out I've been spying on him, it could irreparably end our marriage. I've also considered suggesting that Tanya go back, but I'm afraid that if there is something going on, they'll just find ways to meet in secret. At least with Tanya knowing this, I can keep an eye on things. I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and I don't know which way to turn. Should I confront Alex and Tanya? Should I try to gather more evidence? Should I just face my husband and all my suspicions? I never thought I'd be in this position. When I married Alex, I thought we'd have our happily ever after. I stood by him when my father disapproved. I supported him through his education. I went through the heartbreak of infertility with him. And now, just when we finally have the family we've always wanted, I find myself questioning everything. I would appreciate any advice or perspectives on the situation. I feel so alone and confused. Thank you for reading this far. Update, it's been 6 months since I last posted, and a lot has happened. I'm still in shock over what transpired, but I'll try to explain everything as clearly as I can. Our daughter was born healthy and beautiful. The first few months were a whirlwind of changes, and adjusting to life as new Tanya continued to live with us, helping with the baby. I was grateful for the extra help, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling I had about her relationship with Alex. I tried to push my suspicions aside and focus on the new family. I threw myself into motherhood, cherishing every moment with her daughter. Alex seemed to be warming up to fatherhood too, but there was still a distance between us that I couldn't explain. One day, I was supposed to work. I had a big project to do, and I told Alex I wouldn't be home until after dinner. However, I managed to finish my work earlier than expected. I decided to surprise everyone. When I arrived home, I immediately immediately sensed something was wrong. The house was too quiet. As I walked in, I heard our daughter crying from her nursery. The cry sounded distressed, like she had been crying for a while. I rushed to the nursery and found our baby girl red-faced and wailing in the crib. She was clearly upset and had been left unattended for some time. I picked her up, trying to soothe her, all while wondering where Alex and Tanya were. A sense of dread washed over me as I realized they were nowhere to be seen. I checked the living room, the kitchen, and even Tanya's room, but they weren't there. With my heart pounding, I approached our bedroom. As I got closer, I heard muffled sounds coming from inside. I pushed the door open, and what I saw shattered me. Alex and Tanya were in bed, instantly entangled. They were so engrossed in each other that they didn't even notice me at first. I stood there, frozen in shock, unable to process what I was seeing. When they finally realized I was there, chaos ensued. Tanya scrambled to cover herself, her face a mix of fear and anger. Alex jumped up, fumbling for words, trying to come up with excuses that made no sense. I couldn't speak. The betrayal was so overwhelming that I felt physically ill. I just stood there, holding our crying around me. When I finally found my voice, all I could say was that they needed to leave. I told them to pack their things and get out of my house. I needed time to think. Alex but I couldn't bear to hear it. I took our daughter and left the room, giving them time to get dressed and packed. I sat in the nursery, holding our baby close, trying to calm both her and myself. An hour later, they were gone. The house felt empty. I couldn't believe how quickly my life had fallen apart. Over the next 2 days, I was in a daze. I called in sick to work and focused on taking care of my daughter. I couldn't even sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them together in our bed. Alex would call and text me multiple times, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. I needed time to figure out what I wanted to do. After a week, I finally agreed to talk to Alex on the phone. I asked him what he wanted, hoping against hope that he would choose our family. His response left me cold. He told me, without a hint of shame, that he was in love with Tanya. He wanted her to live with us, to be a part of our family. He used the audacity to blame me for his infidelity, saying that my focus on the baby would push him. I was stunned by his selfishness. How could he think I would ever agree to such an idea? How could he blame me for his betrayal? I told him that was absolutely not an option. Our marriage was over. I couldn't trust him anymore, and I certainly couldn't live with the woman he had cheated on me with. After that conversation, I knew what I had to do. I contacted a lawyer and filed for divorce. It was a painful decision, but I knew it was the right one. I couldn't stay in a marriage without trust or respect. The hardest part was figuring out what to do with my daughter. I didn't want her to grow up without a father. My lawyer. It broke my heart to wait for the baby girl for a long time, but I've always invested in my parents in my life. Divorce proceedings were difficult. Alex fought me on every point, trying to get more than his fair share of our assets. I was grateful for the prenup we had signed, as it protected most of my assets. Still, it was a long and draining process. Throughout all of this, I struggled with intense feelings of betrayal and self-doubt. I kept replaying every moment of our relationship. There were signs I had taken. I questioned whether I had done something. But as time passed, I realized that Alex's actions were not right. He made the choice to betray our marriage vows. He chose to have an affair with Tanya, disregarding the impact it would have on our family. I also had to make the Tanya's betrayal. They welcomed her into our home, treated her like family. The fact that she could do this to me, to our daughter, was almost harder to bear than Alex's infidelity. My father, when he found out what happened, was furious. He wanted to cut Alex off completely, despite the full custody of my daughter. It took a lot of convincing to get him to understand why I agreed to share custody. The hardest part was explaining the situation to friends and family. I felt humiliated having to admit that my husband had cheated on me with our surrogate. Many people were shocked, offering support and condolences. Others, I could tell, had suspected. As for Tanya and Alex, last I heard, the thought of raising my daughter half the time is still painful, but I'm trying to come to terms with it. I've made it clear to Alex that Tanya is not to play a motherly role in our daughter's life. She may be present, but she is not to be introduced as anything more than Alex's partner. These past few months have been the hardest of my life. There are days when I can barely get out of bed, when the pain and anger threaten to overwhelm me. But I'm trying to stay strong for my daughter. She needs me to be the best mother I can be. I've started seeing a therapist to help me process everything that's happened. It's been helpful to have someone to talk to, someone who can help me work through my feelings of betrayal and loss. I'm also focusing on rebuilding my life. I've thrown myself into my work, finding solace in my career. I've reconnected with old friends and tried to build a support system outside of my marriage. On the days when I don't have my daughter, I feel lost. The house feels too big, too empty. I'm considering moving to a new place, somewhere without the memories of my life with Alex. As for the future, I'm taking it one day at a time. Right now, my priority is being the best mother I can be to my daughter. I'm not ready to think about dating or finding a new relationship. The thought of trusting someone again seems impossible right now. I know I have a long road ahead of me. Co-parenting with Alex and having to see Tanya during handovers is going to be challenging. But I'm determined to make it work for my daughter's sake. Looking back at my original post, I realize now that my instincts were right. I should have trusted my gut feeling that something was wrong. But I can't dwell on the past. All I can do now is move forward and try to create the best life possible for myself and my daughter. To anyone who might be in a similar situation, trust your instincts. Don't ignore the red flags. And remember, you deserve to be with someone who respects you in your relationship. Thank you to everyone who offered advice on my original post. Your support meant more than you know. I'm still navigating this new reality, but I'm hopeful that brighter days are ahead. My fiancée called off our wedding after my friend's wife accidentally revealed I almost asked out a different girl in college right before I started dating her. She said I made her my second choice and kept her in the dark for 5 years. My 29 fiancée is Matilda, 28F. We've been together for 5 years, engaged for 8 months. 3 days ago, she told me she needs time apart to figure out if she still wants to marry me. Matilda and I met during our sophomore year of college. We were both taking this chemistry class that neither of us wanted to be in. The professor paired us up for a lab project, and we ended up spending 3 weeks working together every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. She had this way of making even the most boring experiments seem interesting. We'd finish our work and then just sit there talking about random things until the lab assistant kicked us out. After the project ended, we kept finding excuses to meet up. Coffee before class, study sessions at the library, walks around campus when we both needed a break. This went on for about 2 months. I asked her out properly in December of that year. We went to this Italian place off campus, and I remember she ordered the same pasta dish I did without even looking at the menu first. She laughed and said great minds think alike. We started dating officially after that night. Our relationship progressed the way most college relationships do. We spent most of our free time together. I met her parents during spring break. She came home with me that summer. After graduation, we both got jobs in the same city and moved in together. 2 years ago, we got engaged at the beach during a weekend trip. Everything seemed to be going exactly as planned. Last Saturday, we had some friends over for dinner. Nothing fancy, just 4 couples sitting around our dining table eating takeout Thai food and drinking wine. One of the couples there was my old roommate Joshua, 30M, and his girlfriend Donna, 29F. Another couple was Matilda's co-worker and her husband. The last couple was my friend from high school, Pete, 29M, and his wife. Pete's wife Kim, 28F, had too much wine. She gets chatty when she drinks. At some point during dessert, she started telling this story about how Pete almost dated someone else before they got together. She was laughing about it, saying how glad she was that the other girl turned Pete down because otherwise Kim never would have met him. Everyone at the table was so long. Then Kim turned to Matilda and said something like, wasn't it funny how things worked out, because didn't Mark have a similar situation back in college? She said she remembered Pete telling her about it years ago. How there was some girl who was interested in her before the date, but it didn't work out, so Mark ended up with Matilda. Matilda got quiet. Matilda put down her wine glass and looked at me. She asked what Kim was talking about. I tried to brush it off, said she must have misremembered something. But Kim kept going. She said no. She definitely remembered Pete telling her about this girl named Rachel who Mark really liked her in sophomore year, right around the time Mark and Matilda started dating. Pete tried to shut his wife up, but it was too late. Matilda excused herself from the table. I followed her into our bedroom. She asked me directly if there was someone else I'd wanted to date before her. I couldn't lie with everyone sitting in our dining room who apparently already knew the story. So I told her the truth. There was another girl, Rachel, 28F, who I'd known since freshman year. We had a lot of mutual friends. We'd hang out in groups, sometimes just the two of us. By sophomore year, I developed feelings for her. Right around the same time I met Matilda in that chemistry lab, I was working up the courage to ask Rachel out. The thing is, Rachel lived in my dorm building. We saw each other almost every day. We had this easy friendship where we could talk about anything. I thought maybe she felt the same way I did. But I was nervous about ruining the friendship if she didn't. Then I got paired with Matilda for that lab project. Matilda lived off campus with roommates. She had a car. She was involved in different clubs than I was. Our social circles didn't really overlap. When we started spending time together after the project ended, it felt exciting because everything was new. I didn't know all her stories yet. She didn't know mine. There was this sense of discovery that felt different from what I had with Rachel. I made a choice. One afternoon in November, I was supposed to meet up with Rachel to study for our economics midterm. Instead, I texted her that something came up, and I asked Matilda if she wanted to grab dinner. That was the night I asked Matilda out properly. I never told Rachel how I felt about it. I just started spending less time with her and more time with Matilda. Rachel noticed. She asked me a few times if everything was okay between us, why I was being distant. I made excuses about being busy with classes and this new relationship. She eventually stopped asking. We drifted apart over the next few months. I heard through mutual friends that she started dating someone else the following semester. By junior year, we barely spoke to each other. Matilda wanted to know why I never told her any of this. I said it didn't seem relevant. She was the one I chose to be with. What happened or didn't happen with Rachel was in the past. I've been happy with Matilda for 5 years. I proposed to her because I want to spend my life with her. She left the bedroom and went back to the dining room. She told everyone the party was over and they needed to leave. Our friends gathered their things and filed out. He'd apologized on his way out. Kim looked like she wanted to say something, but Donna pulled her toward the door. After everyone left, Matilda asked me more questions. Did I think Did I compare them? Did I choose Matilda because Rachel wasn't interested in me, or because the person wasn't exciting enough? I tried to explain that I chose Matilda, but she kept asking why I wanted to be with her specifically. I didn't have a good answer. I said she made me laugh. She was smart. We had good conversations. She said those were generic things that could apply to anyone. She wanted to know what made her different from Rachel. I made a mistake. I said that with Rachel, everything was comfortable and familiar. With Matilda, everything felt new and exciting. I thought I was complimenting her, but she asked if I was saying Rachel would have been the boring choice. Because she was more interesting, not because I actually preferred her as a person. She asked if I would have chosen Rachel if Rachel had been the exciting one instead. I told her she said she wasn't. She said if I'd had real feelings for Matilda from the start, it wouldn't have mattered who was exciting or who was comfortable. I would have just wanted to be with her. The fact that I framed it as a choice based on logistics or novelty meant that Rachel was who I actually wanted, and Matilda was just the more convenient option at the time. Sunday morning, she was still cold. She made coffee but didn't pour me a cup. She sat on the opposite end of the couch when we were watching TV. Monday morning before work, she said she wanted me to stay at my brother's place for a while so she could think. I packed a bag. I've been at my brother's apartment for 3 days now. I've texted her a few times. She responds but keeps it brief. She says she's not ready to talk yet. Yesterday she texted that she's questioning everything about our relationship now. Whether I actually wanted to be with her 5 years ago or just wanted to date someone new. Whether I've been settling for her this whole time. Whether she's been someone's second choice for 5 years without knowing it. My brother says I should give her space. He also says I should have been honest about Rachel from the beginning, even if it didn't seem important. He called to apologize again. He said Kim feels terrible. She didn't know it was a secret. Joshua texted asking if there's anything he can do. I don't know what to do. I can't undo the choice I made 5 years ago. I can't change the fact that Rachel existed before Matilda. I thought I was building a life with someone who understood me, and now that person is questioning whether our entire relationship was built on a lie. Matilda is the one I've been with for 5 years. She's the one I proposed to. She's the one I want to marry. But she's not the first person I had feelings for in college, and apparently that's enough to make her doubt everything. Update 1: It's been 2 weeks since my last post. Matilda agreed to meet me yesterday at a coffee shop near our apartment. I thought maybe we could talk things through and she'd realize she was overreacting. That's not what happened. She brought a list. An actual written list of things she wanted to discuss. The first item on her list was asking me to explain exactly how I made the decision to pursue her instead of Rachel. She wanted details. Timeline. What I was thinking each step of the way. I walked her through it again. Told her that in November of sophomore year, I was planning to tell Rachel how I felt. But then Matilda and I started spending more time together after our lab project, and I realized I had feelings for her too. I had to make a choice about who to pursue. I chose Matilda because our connection felt stronger. She stopped me there. She said that wasn't true, because if our connection was stronger, I wouldn't have been planning to pursue Rachel at all. I would have already been pursuing Matilda. She said the truth was that I pursued her because Rachel lived in my building and would have been around all the time if things didn't work out. Matilda lived off campus, so if we broke up, I wouldn't have to see her every day. I dated Matilda because she was the lower risk option. I tried to argue with her logic, but she had clearly been thinking about this for 2 weeks straight. She said she'd been going through our entire relationship in her head, looking for signs that I settled for her. She found plenty. Our first year of dating, I never invited her to hang out with my core friend group from the dorms. She always met me separately, or we hung out with her friends. She said now she realizes it was because Rachel was part of that friend group, and I didn't want them in the same room. When we talked about moving in together after graduation, I was the one who suggested we find a place in a different neighborhood from where most of our college friends lived. She said she thought it was because I wanted a fresh start, but now she thinks it was because I wanted to make sure we wouldn't run into Rachel. At Pete's wedding 3 years ago, she saw me talking to a woman she didn't recognize. I introduced the woman as an old friend from college and moved the conversation along with her. Matilda said she looked up the wedding photos last week and figured out that the woman was Rachel. I'd never mentioned her by name. I'd avoided any situation where Matilda might actually meet her. She said I'd spent 5 years carefully constructing our relationship to avoid any mention of Rachel. That's not the behavior of someone who has a clear choice. That's the behavior of someone who's hiding something. I asked her what she wanted me to say. The past is the past. I can't change it. I chose her 5 years ago and I've been with her ever since. Doesn't that count for something? She said it would count for something if I'd been honest. But I wasn't. I let her believe she was my first choice when she wasn't. I let her build a life with me based on incomplete information. If she'd known from the start that there was someone else I'd wanted first, she might have made different decisions about our relationship. Then she brought up something I didn't expect. About 6 months ago, we went to dinner with some of Matilda's coworkers. One of them asked how Matilda and I met. I told a story about being lab partners in chemistry. The coworker asked if it was love at first sight. I laughed and said no, we were just friends for a while before we started dating. Matilda said when she heard me say that, she felt proud. She thought it was sweet that our relationship grew naturally from friendship. But now she's realized that when I said we were friends first, I left out the part where I was actively pursuing someone else during that same time period. She said I've been rewriting our history to make it sound like she was always the one I wanted. She asked me directly, if Rachel had said yes to dating me, would I have still pursued Matilda? I said I didn't know how to answer that because it's a hypothetical. She said that was my answer right there. If I really wanted to be with her, I would have said yes, I still would have chosen you. The fact that I couldn't say that proves she's right. Then she told me she'd done something I wasn't going to like. She'd reached out to Rachel on social media. She'd sent her a message explaining the situation and asking if Rachel had any idea that I had feelings for her back in college. Rachel responded. She said she'd had no idea. She thought we were just friends. She said there were a few times during sophomore year where she wondered if maybe I was interested in her as more than a friend, but then I started dating Matilda and she figured she'd been reading too much into our friendship. She said she was sorry if she'd somehow caused problems in my relationship. Matilda said reading that message confirmed everything. Rachel had been interested too, or at least open to the possibility. If I'd actually said something to her, there's a good chance we would have dated. Which means I didn't choose Matilda because I wanted her more. I chose Matilda because the timing happened to work out better. I asked Matilda why she was doing this to us. Why she was digging up the past and looking for problems that didn't exist. We've been happy for 5 years. We were planning a wedding. Why throw all of that away over something that happened before we even got together? She said she wasn't throwing anything away. She said I already did that by keeping her in the dark for 5 years. She said every memory we have together is now tainted by the knowledge that I was hiding this from her. Every time I said I loved her, she'll wonder if I meant it or if I was thinking about what might have been with Rachel. I asked her what she wanted from me. She said she wanted time. Real time, not just 2 weeks. She wanted to stay in our apartment alone and figure out if this relationship is something she actually wants or if she's been the convenient choice all along. She said I should look for my own place to rent month to month. She said she'd let me know when she was ready to talk again. My brother's lease is up in 6 weeks, and his landlord is raising the rent, so he's planning to move anyway. He said I can stay with him until then, but after that I need to figure something out. I started looking at studio apartments yesterday. I never thought I'd be apartment hunting while engaged. Pete called again last night. He said Kim is a mess over this whole thing. Feels like she ruined my relationship. I told him it's not Kim's fault. If my relationship with Matilda was strong enough, this wouldn't have broken it. But maybe that's the problem. Maybe it wasn't strong enough. Maybe Matilda's right that I've been settling for her all along and just didn't realize it. Update 2. It's been a month since my last update. Matilda finally agreed to meet me again. We met at the same coffee shop. She looked different. She'd cut her hair shorter and she'd lost weight. She ordered a black coffee instead of her usual latte with extra foam. She said she'd spent the past month thinking about everything. She'd talked to her sister, her mom, a few close friends. Everyone had opinions. Most people told her she was overreacting, that what happened in college didn't matter. A few people told her she deserved better than someone who kept secrets for 5 years. She said she'd also done something else. She'd gone through our apartment and packed up all my things. They were in boxes in the second bedroom. She said whether or not we stayed together, she thought I should have my own place now. She couldn't be in the apartment surrounded by my stuff while she was trying to figure this out. I asked her if that meant she'd made a decision. She said not exactly, but she'd come to some realizations. The first realization was that she'd spent 5 years building a life based on partial information. She chose to move, accept my proposal, plan a wedding with me, all without knowing the full story of how we got together. She said if someone had told her on our first date that I'd been dating someone else, I changed my mind at the last minute. She might have asked more questions. She might have been more cautious. She might have decided it wasn't worth the risk. The second realization was that I'd taken away my choice. I made my choice to date her, but I never gave her the choice of whether she wanted to date someone else. She said that felt manipulative, even if she didn't mean it that way. The third realization was that she'd been years together, and she kept it makes more sense now. Times when I seemed distant or distracted. Times when I changed the subject quickly if certain people or places came up. She said that the whole relationship was based on a translation work. She said she'd also contacted Rachel again. Matilda wanted to hear Rachel's perspective on our friendship back in college. I understand what I've been like around her. Rachel told her we'd been we studied together. We went to meals together. We movies in the common room with other friends. Rachel said there were definitely moments where she thought maybe I was wrong, but I never said anything directly. She said when I started dating Matilda, she assumed she'd been wrong about the signals. She told me something I didn't know. Apparently during winter break, Rachel had planned to tell me she had feelings for me when we got back to campus. But when spring semester started, I was already dating her. She never said anything. She started dating someone else a few months later. Matilda said hearing this from Rachel made everything was that Rachel might have chosen me too if I'd given her the chance. We could have been together. Instead, I picked the easier option. I told Matilda she was wrong. I picked her because I wanted her. I stayed with her for 5 years because I loved her. I proposed because I wanted to marry her. It was about convenience or ease. She asked me why I never told her about Rachel. I said it didn't seem important. She said that was the problem. That I didn't think it was important to tell my girlfriend. And later, if there was someone else I'd consider dating. The fact that I saw it as irrelevant information was something she deserved to know. Then she said something that caught me off guard. She said she'd been on a few dates in the past month. She needed to know what it felt like to be someone's first choice instead of their backup plan. I asked her who she'd been seeing. She said it didn't matter because she was just testing something. She wanted to see if there was someone out there who would choose her immediately, without hesitation, without considering other options first. She said she hadn't found that person yet, but at least now she knew what it felt like to be actively pursued instead of passively selected. I told her she was trying to hurt me on purpose. She said no, she was trying to understand what she missed out on by being with me. She said for 5 years, she thought our relationship was built on mutual choice. Now she knows it was built on my process of elimination. She handed me a key to the apartment. She said I could come by on Saturday to pick up my boxes. She said she wasn't saying our relationship was definitely over, but she also wasn't saying it was salvageable. She needed more time. She said if I wanted to wait for her to figure it out, I couldn't. But she also said I shouldn't put my life on hold, because she didn't know how long this would take. I took the key. We sat there for a few more minutes without talking. Then she stood up, said she had somewhere to be, and left. I went to the apartment on Saturday like she said. My brother came to help me move the boxes. The apartment looked different. Matilda had rearranged the furniture. She'd taken down the photos of us that used to be on the walls. She'd bought new throw pillows for the couch. It looked like she was actively erasing me from the space. My brother helped me load everything into his car. He said I should prepare myself for the possibility that Matilda wasn't coming back. He said a month of radio silence plus dating other people didn't sound like someone who was working on fixing a relationship. I found a studio apartment near my office. It's small and the heating doesn't work properly, but the lease is month to month like Matilda suggested. I moved in yesterday. I spent last night unpacking boxes and trying to figure out how I ended up here. Update 2 more months have passed. Matilda texted me last week and asked if I wanted to meet. Not at the coffee shop this time. She wanted to meet at the apartment. I went over on Thursday evening. She'd changed things again. New curtains. Different artwork. She'd painted the accent wall in the living room a dark blue color. She was making the space her own. She poured us both glasses of wine and sat down across from me at the kitchen table. She said she'd made a decision. She wasn't angry anymore. She wasn't confused. She'd worked through everything and she knew what she wanted. She said our relationship was over. Not paused. Not on hold. Over. She said she'd realized something over the past few months. When she looked back at our 5 years together, she couldn't find a single moment where she felt like I chose her with absolute certainty. There was always this sense that I was with her because it worked out that way, not because she was irreplaceable. She said she'd dated a few different people over the past 2 months. Nothing serious, just casual dating. She wanted to see what it felt like to be with someone who pursued her actively instead of passively letting things develop. She said the difference was obvious. The guy she dated recently moved out here and wanted to see her again. They texted first. They made plans. They acted like spending time was a priority, not just something that happened to fit into their schedule. She said to me, it had never been like that. Our relationship had always felt like it happened by default. We were both partners, so we kept hanging out. We lived in the same city after college, so we moved in together. We'd been together long enough, so I proposed. Nothing about our relationship ever felt like I actively chose her. It just felt like I went along with what was easy. She said she deserved better than that. She deserved to be with someone who wanted her specifically, not someone who wanted a relationship in general when she happened to be available. I tried to argue. I told her I did choose her. 5 years ago, I chose her over Rachel. I chose to be with her every day since then. I chose to propose. Every one of those was a choice. She said no. She said when you have to keep reminding someone that you chose them, it means you didn't choose them strongly enough in the first place. She said a real choice doesn't need to be defended or explained. It just exists. She handed me the engagement ring. She said she'd had it cleaned. She said I could return it or keep it or do whatever I wanted with it. She said she was done. She also said she'd been in contact with Rachel on and off over the past few months. They'd met for coffee a few times. Matilda wanted to understand what I was like back in college, wanted to hear Rachel's perspective on our friendship. She said talking to Rachel had helped her realize that I had a pattern of taking the path of least resistance. I didn't tell Rachel how I felt because it might have made things awkward. I didn't tell Matilda about Rachel because it might have complicated our relationship. I avoided conflict by avoiding honesty. She said she didn't want to spend the rest of her life with someone who avoided difficult conversations. She said she wanted a partner who was direct and honest, even when it was uncomfortable. I asked her if there was anything I could do to change her mind. She said no. She said this wasn't about convincing her or proving something. This was about her realizing what she wanted, and it wasn't right. I left the apartment with the ring in my pocket. My brother picked me up outside because I couldn't drive. He asked what happened. I told him Matilda ended it. He asked if I was okay. I said I didn't know. I've been at my studio apartment for 3 days now. Work has been automatic, just going through motions. I texted Pete to let him know it was over. He said he was sorry. Joshua sent a message saying if I needed anything, let him know. Yesterday I got a notification that Matilda had updated her relationship status on social media. Single. She'd also removed all the photos of us from her profile. I did the same. I keep thinking about what she said. That I chose her by default. That nothing about our relationship was an active decision. Part of me wants to argue that she's wrong, that I did choose her, that 5 years should count for something. But maybe she's right. Maybe I did take the easy path. Maybe I was so focused on building a life that looked right on paper that I never stopped to think about whether it was right in reality. The ring is sitting on my kitchen counter. I should return it, but I haven't yet. I keep looking at it trying to remember what I felt when I bought it 2 years ago. I thought I was excited. I thought I was ready. Now I can't tell if those feelings were real or if I was just following the expected timeline. My lease is up in 2 months. I haven't decided if I'll renew or look for something else. Matilda texted this morning to let me know she's staying in our old apartment. She said I should update my address for any mail that might still be going there. I responded with just an okay. That's where things stand now. No dramatic reconciliation. No big revelation. Just the end of 5 years and the realization that sometimes choosing someone isn't enough if they don't feel chosen. Now let's move to the next story. Story 2. I made my husband leave his gym after women were competing to flirt with him. Turns out my instincts were right when he finally confessed about the Snapchat messages. My husband Ryan, 39F, and I, 35F, have been married for 14 years. We have 2 kids, a boy who's 10 and a girl who's 8. When we first got together, we both enjoyed staying active. We would go hiking on weekends and hit the gym together a few times a week. It was one of the things that drew us together. I was actually the one who asked him out first, which our friends always found amusing because Ryan can be somewhat reserved around new people. After we had kids, life got busy. Between work, taking care of the children, and managing our home, our fitness routines fell to the wayside. We both gained weight over the years. I put on about 30 pounds after my second pregnancy that never really came off. Ryan gained a bit of a dad bod, but I never minded. We were comfortable together. About a year and a half ago, Ryan suddenly announced he wanted to get back into shape. He started going to a regular gym 3 times a week. I was supportive but couldn't join him because of my work schedule and the kids. His dedication was impressive. Within 6 months, he had lost all his extra weight and started building muscle. 8 months ago, he decided to join a rock climbing gym. He said he wanted something more challenging and social than just lifting weights alone. He started going 4 mornings a week before work. He would leave the house at 5:30 a.m. and return around 7:30 a.m., usually before the kids even woke up. I never worried about his schedule because it didn't interfere with family time. The changes in Ryan went beyond the physical. He became more energetic and positive. His confidence increased noticeably. I'd catch myself staring at him sometimes, amazed at how fit he'd become. I found him incredibly attractive, maybe even more than when we first met. He talked often about his climbing sessions and the people he met there. From what I gathered, he had formed a tight-knit group of friends who all encouraged each other to push their limits on the climbing walls. Last month, Ryan suggested hosting a barbecue for his climbing friends. The weather was perfect, and he wanted me to meet the people he'd been spending so much time with. I agreed, excited to put faces to the names I'd been hearing for months. The day of the barbecue arrived. 9 of his climbing friends showed up, 5 women and 4 men. Every single one of them was in amazing shape. The women had toned arms and legs from climbing, and the men all looked like they belonged in fitness magazines. I suddenly felt self-conscious about my appearance but tried to push those thoughts aside. Ryan was outside manning the grill while I prepared side dishes in the kitchen. 3 of the women from his gym, Allison, Paige, and Dana, offered help. They were friendly enough, chopping vegetables and preparing a salad while chatting with me. As we worked, the conversation shifted to gym gossip. I learned that most of the group was single, with ages ranging from mid-30s to early 40s. Only one guy besides Ryan was married. The 3 women helping me were all divorced. They made it clear they weren't looking for anything serious. They preferred casual hookups with the fit men from their climbing community. What shocked me was how openly they discussed their sexual encounters with men from the gym, including some who were at our barbecue. The level of detail made me uncomfortable, but I didn't want to seem judgmental, so I kept quiet and continued preparing food. Then the conversation turned to Ryan. They asked how we met, and I told them I was the one who pursued them. They laughed, saying Ryan was notoriously oblivious to flirting. Paige let something slip that made my stomach drop. She mentioned 2 women in their group had been competing to see who could get Ryan to notice their flirting first. When I glanced outside, I saw a tall, blonde woman named Julia standing near my husband at the grill, touching his arm as she laughed at something he said. The women in the kitchen quickly backtracked, claiming it was just a joke and that my husband never responded to any advances. They praised his loyalty and told me how lucky I was. But their words didn't ease my growing discomfort. After everyone left, I waited until we were alone in bed to bring up what I had heard. I asked Ryan about his friends, particularly about the women at the gym flirting with him. At first, he dismissed the whole group as being wild but fun. When I pressed him about the flirting, he admitted he had eventually noticed it but chose to ignore it, hoping they would stop. His casual attitude about the situation infuriated me. I told him I didn't want him spending time with single women who were actively pursuing him, even if he wasn't reciprocating. He countered that he was only there to climb and that I was overreacting. We argued for hours. I finally told him this was a red line for me. Either he found a different gym or stopped associating with these women altogether. Ryan fought back, saying I was being controlling and unreasonable. He insisted nothing inappropriate had happened. But I couldn't shake the image of these fit women circling my husband, waiting for him to slip up. Eventually, he agreed to switch to a different climbing gym once his current month's membership ended. The next week, I started to doubt myself. Had I overreacted? Was I letting my insecurities about my body image dictate what my husband could do? Would he grow to resent me for making him leave a community he enjoyed? I didn't want to be the controlling wife, but I also couldn't stomach the thought of these women pursuing my husband so aggressively. I genuinely want to know if I handled this situation poorly. Ryan has been distant since our fight. He still goes climbing but barely mentions it anymore. I worry I've damaged our relationship by forcing this change, but I also believe I was protecting our marriage. Should I have approached this differently? Update 1. After reading all the comments on my original post, I realized many of you thought I had overreacted. While some supported my boundaries, others suggested I was letting insecurity drive my decisions. I took time to reflect on this and decided to talk to Ryan again. I apologized to Ryan for how I approached the situation, acknowledging that I had been too emotional during our argument. I showed him my Reddit post and the responses it received. He read through everything carefully. His reaction surprised me. Ryan said the question I posed wasn't quite right. According to him, the issue wasn't about my insecurity but rather about his priorities. He explained that my peace of mind was more important to him than any gym. He admitted he had been offended at first when I questioned his loyalty, but after reading my post, he understood better why I felt threatened. He reaffirmed his decision to change gyms, saying he would finish out the month as planned and then switch to a facility closer to our home. He mentioned he might still see some of the climbing group socially on occasion but wouldn't maintain regular contact with them. I felt relieved after our conversation. Ryan seemed sincere, and I believed we had reached a good compromise. He would continue his climbing hobby, just at a different location with new people. A few days later, Ryan told me he had informed his climbing friends he was leaving. He used scheduling conflicts as his excuse, not wanting to create drama. His friends expressed disappointment, but most accepted his explanation. However, he mentioned that some of the women seemed to suspect I was the real reason and assured him they had only said positive things about him to me during the barbecue. What happened next completely blindsided me. 2 days ago, Ryan came home looking troubled. He told me that Mark, the other married guy from his climbing group, had contacted him. Mark had pressed Ryan about whether I had made him quit the gym. Then Mark asked why Ryan had invited Julia to our house, calling it a bold move. Ryan tried to downplay his friendship with Julia, describing her as just a climbing buddy who could be a little flirty sometimes. That's when Mark dropped the bombshell. He accused Ryan of sleeping with Julia. According to Mark, he could tell from the way Julia looked at Ryan during the barbecue. Mark explained that he had tried to pursue Julia himself, but she rejected him, claiming she was already involved with Ryan. Ryan insisted to Mark that there was absolutely nothing going on between him and Julia. He called Mark crazy for believing such rumors. Mark then confirmed what I had already learned at the barbecue, that many people in the climbing gym were hooking up with each other. He even admitted to his own participation in the gym's casual sex culture, despite being married. What bothered me most was Ryan's delivery of this information. He told me the entire story while laughing, as if it were some ridiculous joke. Something about his reaction felt off. Why would he laugh about such a serious accusation? He claimed he wanted me to hear it from him first in case the rumors reached me through someone else. He added that he was now glad to be leaving the gym because of all the drama. After Ryan went to bed, I couldn't stop thinking about his strange reaction. Something didn't add up. I decided to do some investigating of my own and sent private messages on Instagram to Allison and Paige, the two women who had helped in the kitchen during the barbecue. Both women were surprisingly forthcoming. They confirmed that Julia was considered Ryan's best friend at the gym. More importantly, they revealed that Ryan and Julia frequently went for one-on-one breakfast or coffee after their morning climbing sessions. This detail directly contradicted what Ryan had told me about his relationship with Julia. He had never mentioned these private meetings. Allison and Paige both said they had heard rumors about Ryan and Julia having an affair but insisted they didn't believe them. They emphasized that Ryan was a nice guy who would be missed at the gym. I was stunned by this new information. Why would Ryan hide these regular breakfast meetings with Julia? I waited until he fell asleep that night and checked his phone. I scrolled through his messages looking for Julia's name but found nothing. No texts, no calls, nothing. It seemed odd that they would meet for breakfast regularly but never communicate by phone. I woke Ryan up and confronted him about the missing messages. His reaction shocked me. He became uncharacteristically angry, vehemently denying ever messaging Julia outside of gym sessions. He accused me of dwelling on the situation after he had already agreed to sacrifice his friends and gym for me. I had never seen him react so strongly to anything before. His anger seemed disproportionate to my question, which only made me more suspicious. I didn't tell Ryan that I had contacted his friends. I didn't want to escalate the situation further. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something significant from me. I need advice more than ever now. Am I being paranoid, or are these red flags I shouldn't ignore? Ryan's agreed to change gyms, but I'm no longer sure that we'll resolve the real issue. Should I push harder for the truth, or am I at risk of damaging our marriage beyond repair by continuing to press this matter? Update 2. After posting my last update, a comment about checking all communication channels stuck with me. I checked Ryan's phone again while he was showering. I confirmed there were absolutely no messages between him and Julia, which seemed increasingly suspicious given what I now knew about their regular breakfast meetings. When Ryan came out of the shower, I asked him again about Julia. He immediately became defensive, getting angry that I was still questioning him. I let it go for the night, not wanting another argument. The next morning, I approached the subject again, this time calmly stating that I disliked his angry reaction and needed honesty above all else. I told him I had no problem with him having female friends, but I couldn't accept secrets or lies. Then I asked directly, did he and Julia ever hang out outside the gym? Ryan denied it at first. I then asked specifically about the breakfast and coffee meetings that Allison and Paige had mentioned. After a pause, Ryan admitted they sometimes went for coffee after climbing, but claimed it was always with the whole group. He raised his voice, accusing me of being insecure and paranoid. I remained calm, telling him I deserved respect and that raising his voice wouldn't change the facts. I stated plainly that I knew he was hiding something and needed him to tell me the truth when he was ready. I would wait. Over the next several days, Ryan tried to make amends without actually confessing anything. He took over household chores without being asked. He brought home flowers and chocolates. He even surprised me with an expensive bracelet. But I maintained my distance, refusing physical intimacy until he came clean about whatever he was hiding. Last Friday, with the kids at my parents' house for the weekend, Ryan asked me to sit with him in the backyard. He asked me to promise not to get angry and to hear him out completely before responding. I agreed. Ryan began by explaining how much he enjoyed the climbing gym's atmosphere and the feeling of being young and free again. He admitted he found the group's casual talk about dating and hookups fascinating, though he insisted he always intended to maintain appropriate boundaries. He confessed that Julia and another woman had given him a lot of attention from the beginning. At first, he thought they were just being friendly, but eventually realized they were flirting with him. Julia had initiated conversations and coffee invites, and he admitted he enjoyed her company. Then came the part I had suspected but didn't want to believe. Ryan confessed to developing what he called a small crush on Julia, though he claimed it remained platonic. He revealed they had been messaging back and forth on Snapchat, which Julia had taught him to use. He said the messages were mostly mundane, updates about their days or Julia complaining about her job and dating life. Ryan admitted he felt guilty for hiding the Snapchat messages from me but rationalized it as just being friendly. Then he described the incident that changed everything. One morning, while waiting for coffee, he messaged Julia asking where she was. She replied with a nude selfie from the locker room. Ryan claimed he was shocked, immediately told her it was inappropriate, and deleted the Snapchat app from his phone, though not his account. After that incident, Ryan stopped hanging out alone with Julia. He said it made him realize he had crossed a line and feared what would happen if I found out. Julia later apologized via text message, claiming she had misread his signals. Ryan showed me the phone bill verifying numerous messages from Julia, followed by his blocking her number after the nude photo incident. He begged for forgiveness, insisting he never intended to do anything wrong. He blamed naivety and asked me to consider the kids and our years together. When I asked if he had feelings for Julia, he admitted being intrigued by her attention but denied any romantic attachment, emphasizing how quickly he pulled back after the inappropriate photo. I asked Ryan why there were no text messages between them on his phone. He explained that most of their communication had been through Snapchat, where messages disappear automatically after being viewed or within 24 hours. The few text messages they had exchanged had been deleted when he blocked her number. I requested one final piece of evidence to verify his story. A comment on my previous update had mentioned that even if Snapchat messages disappear, users can request their data history. I asked Ryan to do this, and to his credit, he agreed immediately. We reinstalled Snapchat on his phone, and he requested his data. When it arrived, he showed me everything without hesitation. The recovered messages matched his story, mostly everyday conversations, with Julia often playing the damsel in distress and Ryan responding as a supportive listener. The messages ended abruptly with his text asking where she was, which aligned with the timeline of the nude photo incident. After seeing the evidence and his willingness to be transparent, I had a decision to make. While I didn't approve of his developing a crush, hiding messages, or exercising poor judgment, I recognized these weren't unforgivable sins in the context of our 14-year marriage. People develop attractions to others even in happy relationships. What matters is how they handle those feelings. Ryan had ultimately made the right choice by cutting contact after the clear boundary violation. He had agreed to change gyms without knowing I would discover his secret, and when confronted, he eventually came clean about everything. I told Ryan I was giving him one chance to rebuild my trust. He promised never to lie or hide things from me again, and I believe he means it. The situation with Julia is over, and we're now focused on strengthening our marriage. I feel relieved that the truth is finally out. While I wish none of this had happened, I'm glad Ryan eventually had the courage to be honest with me. Update 3, it's been 3 months since my last update, and I wanted to share where things stand now. A lot has changed, mostly for the better. Ryan has been attending a different climbing gym across town. It's smaller and has fewer people, but he says the climbing routes are more challenging. He goes 3 days a week now instead of 4, using the extra morning to take our kids to breakfast once a week before school, which they love. He's been completely transparent about his new climbing partners, who are mostly men in their 40s and 50s. He invited a few of them over for dinner last month, and the vibe was completely different from the barbecue with his previous gym friends. The conversation centered around climbing techniques, work, and family, no uncomfortable gossip or flirting. As for our relationship, we've established new boundaries and communication practices. Ryan now shares his location with me through our phones, his suggestion, not mine. He also makes a point to mention who he interacted with at the gym. Some might see this as excessive, but for now, it gives me peace of mind while we rebuild trust. We started climbing together on Saturday mornings at his new gym. I'm not very good yet, but it's been fun learning a new skill together. It reminds me of our early days when we used to work out as a couple. The kids join us sometimes, turning it into a family activity. I occasionally check Ryan's phone, though less frequently as time passes. He doesn't get angry or defensive anymore, he hands it over without question. There have been no suspicious messages or apps. We ran into Julia at a restaurant about a month ago. Ryan immediately pointed her out to me before I noticed her. He suggested we leave if I felt uncomfortable, but I decided we should stay. Julia saw us but didn't approach. Ryan didn't look in her direction again for the rest of the meal. Mark, the other married guy from the old gym, reached out to Ryan recently. Apparently, his wife discovered his affairs and left him. He wanted to grab drinks and talk about it, but Ryan declined, telling him he was focusing on his family. Ryan showed me the entire message exchange. Not everything is perfect. I still have moments of doubt when Ryan is late coming home or when his phone buzzes with a notification. Sometimes I catch myself wondering if there's something else he hasn't told me. But these moments are becoming less frequent and less intense. We've decided against couples therapy for now. Instead, we've committed to weekly check-in conversations where we discuss any concerns openly before they become problems. So far, this approach has worked well for us. The most important change has been Ryan's attitude. He no longer acts like my concerns are an overreaction or dismisses my feelings. He acknowledges that his actions, even if they didn't lead to a physical affair, broke trust and created real damage that needs repair. Last week, we celebrated our wedding anniversary with an overnight trip while my parents watched the kids. During dinner, Ryan thanked me for giving him another chance. He said the whole experience made him realize how easily he could have lost everything that truly matters to him. I'm cautiously optimistic about our future. Trust takes time to rebuild, and we're taking it one day at a time. If there's one lesson I've learned from this experience, it's that complacency is dangerous in a marriage. We both took each other for granted in different ways, and it nearly cost us everything. To those who suggested I was being controlling or insecure in my original post, you weren't entirely wrong. I did react from a place of insecurity initially. But my instincts that something wasn't right proved correct. Sometimes what looks like insecurity is actually intuition warning you that something is off. I don't know if I'll post any more updates. Our story isn't particularly dramatic anymore, which is exactly how I want it. We're just a normal family working through issues like countless others. I'm grateful for the advice and support I received here, even the critical comments that forced me to examine my own reactions. For now, we're in a good place. Not perfect, but good, and getting better. Story 2. I was proud of my fiancée's successful career until I found out it was all fake. She disappeared when exposed and came back begging for another chance. I, 28M, discovered that my fiancée Madeline, 27F, has been lying about her job and income for our entire 5-year relationship. We got engaged 6 months ago, and I thought I knew everything about her. Boy, was I wrong. Madeline and I met at a mutual friend's birthday party. She confidently introduced herself as a marketing executive at a well-known tech company. I was impressed by her career success at such a young age. We hit it off immediately, bonding over our shared love for hiking and indie movies. As our relationship progressed, Madeline would often talk about her big projects, important meetings, and work trips. She'd come home late, claiming she had to finish urgent presentations. Sometimes, she'd be away for days, supposedly attending marketing conferences in other cities. I never questioned it because I trusted her completely. I come from a working-class background. My parents run a small grocery store, and I worked hard to put myself through college. I now have a stable job as an accountant at a mid-sized firm. Madeline's supposed high-powered career was something I admired and aspired to. We moved in together after 2 years of dating. We split our rent and expenses 50-50, based on what I thought was her high salary. Madeline always insisted on this arrangement, saying she believed in financial equality in relationships. I thought it was admirable, not realizing I was actually covering most of our living costs. When I proposed 6 months ago, Madeline was overjoyed. We started planning an expensive wedding, thinking we could easily afford it with our combined incomes. Madeline even talked about buying a house in an upscale neighborhood after the wedding. Last week, everything changed. I was helping Madeline's sister Amy, 25F, move into her new apartment. Amy and I have always gotten along well. She's more reserved than Madeline but equally kind. While unpacking a box labeled old photos, I came across several pictures of Madeline working at a small local cafe called The Daily Grind. I asked Amy about it, assuming it was just a part-time job from years ago. Amy looked confused and said, "That's where Madeline still works. She's been a barista there for the last 6 years." I thought Amy was joking at first. I told her that Madeline worked in marketing at a tech company. Amy's eyes widened, and she said, "Oh no, I thought you knew. Madeline's been lying to everyone about her job for years. She even made up fake business cards and a LinkedIn profile. Our parents don't know either." I felt like the ground had disappeared from under my feet. Amy looked horrified, realizing she had just exposed her sister's lie. She begged me not to tell Madeline that she had accidentally revealed the truth. In a daze, I finished helping Amy move and then drove home. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of this revelation. Had our entire relationship been built on a lie? When I got home, Madeline was in the kitchen making dinner. She greeted me with a smile, asking how the move went. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I confronted her about what Amy had told me. At first, Madeline tried to deny it. She claimed Amy must be confused or playing a prank. But when I mentioned the photos I had seen, Madeline's face crumpled. She sat down heavily at the kitchen table and started crying. Through her tears, Madeline admitted that she had been lying about her job and income this whole time. She explained that when we first met, she was embarrassed about being just a barista while all her friends had corporate jobs. She lied about having a marketing job, thinking we'd only date for a short time. But as our relationship got serious, she felt trapped in the lie and couldn't find a way to tell the truth. Madeline revealed that she had gone to great lengths to maintain this deception. She had created a fake email account, business cards, and even a website for her fictitious marketing career. When she said she was working late, she was often picking up extra shifts at the cafe. Her business trips were actually visits to her college friend in another city, who was in on the lie and would cover for her. I was stunned by the extent of her deception. I asked about our finances, and Madeline admitted that she had been struggling to keep up with our 50-50 arrangement. She had maxed out several credit cards trying to maintain the illusion of a high-paying job. The implications of her lie began to sink in. Our expensive wedding plans, the house we were going to buy, it was all based on a fantasy. I had been unknowingly supporting us financially for years, thinking we were equals. I told Madeline I needed some time to think and went to stay with my brother. It's been a week now, and I'm still trying to process everything. I don't know if I can trust Madeline again. Our entire relationship feels tainted by this lie. Madeline has been calling and texting nonstop, begging for forgiveness and a chance to explain further. She says she'll tell her parents and friends the truth if I give her another chance. She claims she started taking online marketing courses recently, hoping to turn her lie into reality. But I don't know if I can get past this level of deception. It's not just about the job, it's about the years of elaborate lies, the financial deceit, and the break in trust. I'm questioning everything about our relationship now. Part of me still loves Madeline. We've shared so many good times, and until this revelation, I thought we had a strong, honest relationship. I'm torn between my feelings for her and the sense of betrayal I feel. I'm also worried about the practical aspects. If I break off the engagement, what happens to our shared apartment and the deposits we've already paid for the wedding? How do I explain this to our friends and family? I could use some advice. Am I overreacting? Should I give Madeline another chance to explain herself fully? Or is this lie too big to forgive? How do I even begin to trust her again if I decide to stay in the relationship? I'm lost and confused. Any insights or similar experiences would be greatly appreciated. Update 1. Thank you all for your advice and support on my last post. The past few weeks have been a roller coaster, and I wanted to give you an update on what's happened. After taking some time to think, I decided to hear Madeline out completely. We met at a neutral location, a park near our apartment where we used to have picnics. It felt strange to be there now, with this huge issue between us. Madeline came clean about everything. She walked me through her entire deception, from the moment she first lied about her job to all the elaborate steps she took to maintain the lie over the years. She had created multiple fake email accounts, not just for her fictional job but also for her imaginary colleagues. She showed me the website she had built for her fake marketing company, complete with case studies and client testimonials, all fabricated. What shocked me most was learning that Madeline had been secretly taking online classes in marketing for the past 2 years. She showed me her course certificates and said she had been trying to make her lie a reality. She had applied for several entry-level marketing positions but hadn't had any luck yet. Madeline also revealed the full extent of her financial troubles. She had racked up over $30,000 in credit card debt trying to keep up with the lifestyle she thought she needed to maintain. She had been making minimum payments, but the interest was piling up. I asked Madeline why she didn't come clean earlier, especially when we got engaged. She said she had tried to tell me the truth several times but always lost her nerve at the last moment. She was terrified of losing me and disappointed herself for not living up to the image she had created. While I appreciated her honesty, I was still hurt and confused. The scale of her deception was hard to comprehend. I told Madeline I needed more time to think about our relationship. She agreed and said she would respect my decision, whatever it might be. A few days after our talk, something unexpected happened. I got a call from Madeline's mother, Lisa. She was hysterical and asked if I knew where Madeline was. Apparently, Madeline had finally confessed everything to her parents and then disappeared. She left a note saying she was ashamed and needed some time alone. I was worried sick. Despite everything, I still cared about Madeline's well-being. I called all of Madeline's friends, but no one had heard from her. We filed a missing person report with the police. For 3 days, we had no idea where Madeline was or if she was safe. On the 4th day, we got a call from a hospital in a city about 200 miles away. Madeline had been admitted after fainting in a bus station. A call from a hospital in a city about 200 miles away. Madeline had been admitted after fainting in a bus station. She was physically fine, just dehydrated and exhausted. The doctor said she had been having panic attacks. I drove to the hospital immediately. When I saw Madeline, she looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under her eyes. She broke down crying when she saw me. She said she couldn't face everyone after her lies were exposed, so she ran away. She had been sleeping in bus stations and cheap motels, too ashamed to come back. Seeing Madeline in that state made me realize that despite her lies, I still cared about her deeply. I told her that running away wasn't the solution and that we needed to face this together. She agreed to come back home and get help. We're now back in our city. Madeline has moved in with her parents temporarily while she gets therapy. She's also looking for a new job, determined to start fresh with honesty this time. As for our relationship, we're taking things day by day. I've decided to give Madeline another chance, but I've made it clear that it will take time to rebuild trust. We've postponed our wedding indefinitely and are essentially starting our relationship over from scratch. Madeline has been incredibly remorseful and is working hard to make amends. She's told all her friends and extended family the truth about her job and finances. It's been hard for her, but I'm proud of her for facing the consequences of her actions. We're also going to couples therapy to work on our communication and trust issues. It's been eye-opening to realize how much this lie affected every aspect of our relationship. We're learning to be more open and honest with each other, even about small things. Financially, we're working with a debt counselor to figure out how to tackle Madeline's credit card debt. I've agreed to help her, but only if she sticks to a strict budget and continues to be honest about her spending. I know some people might think I'm a fool for giving her another chance, but I believe people can change if they truly want to. Madeline's actions since coming clean have shown me that she's committed to being honest from now on. That said, I'm cautiously optimistic about our future, but I'm also prepared for the possibility that things might not work out. I've made it clear to Madeline that this is her last chance. Any more lies, no matter how small, and I'm done. Thank you all for your support and advice. It's been a difficult few weeks, but I feel like we're slowly moving in the right direction. I'll update again if there are any significant developments. Update 2: I want to thank everyone for their support and advice over the past few months. A lot has changed since my last update, and not all of it for the better. Madeline and I had been working on rebuilding our relationship. She was going to therapy regularly, had come clean to everyone about her lie, and was actively job hunting. Things seemed to be slowly improving between us. We were communicating better, and Madeline was being more open about her feelings and struggles. About a month ago, Madeline got a job as a social media coordinator for a small local business. It wasn't the high-powered marketing career she had fabricated, but it was a start in the right direction. The pay wasn't great, but it was honest work, and Madeline seemed excited about the opportunity to gain real experience in marketing. I was proud of her for securing a legitimate job in marketing. It felt like a positive step forward in our relationship and in Madeline's personal growth. She was working hard, coming home with stories about her day that I knew were real this time. However, last week, I discovered something that has shaken everything up again. I was using Madeline's laptop to print some documents, with her permission, when I noticed an email notification pop up. The subject line caught my eye: monthly payment confirmation. I know I shouldn't have, but given our history, I clicked on it. What I found left me stunned. The email was a receipt for a $5,000 payment to a company called Career Creators. I did some digging and found out that this company specializes in creating fake work histories, complete with websites, phone numbers for references, and even fake pay stubs. I confronted Madeline about this immediately. At first, she tried to deny it, but when I showed her the email, she broke down. She admitted that she had been using this service for years to maintain her lie about her marketing career. The social media coordinator job she recently got? It was real, but she had used the fake work history from Career Creators to get it. Madeline explained that she had been using Career Creators since before we met. When she first signed up for their services, she was desperate and felt stuck in her barista job. She convinced herself it was just a temporary boost to get her foot in the door of the marketing world. Even after coming clean to me and everyone else, Madeline said she couldn't bring herself to delete her fake work history. She was afraid she'd never get a foot in the door in marketing without experience. She swore that now that she had a real marketing job, she was done with the fake history. I was devastated. Just when I thought we were moving past the lies, I discovered an even deeper level of deception. All the progress we had made in rebuilding trust over the past few months felt meaningless in light of this new revelation. Madeline begged me to understand, saying she was terrified of losing this opportunity in marketing. She promised to come clean to her new employers and delete all traces of her fake history. But for me, it was too late. The damage was done. I told Madeline that I couldn't continue our relationship. The lies were too much, too deep, and had gone on for too long. Even if she came clean now, the fact that she had continued to use the fake history after everything we'd been through was something I couldn't get past. Madeline was hysterical, promising to do anything to make it right. But I knew that I would never be able to fully trust her again. Every achievement, every story about work, every new connection she made, I would always wonder if it was based on lies. I moved out of our shared apartment the next day. Madeline's parents, who had been supportive of her after the initial revelation, were shocked and disappointed to learn about this new deception. They've told me they understand my decision to end the relationship. I'm now staying with a friend while I look for a new place. I've called off our engagement for good this time. It hurts, and part of me still loves Madeline, but I know I can never trust her again. The Madeline I fell in love with never really existed. This whole experience has been a harsh lesson in the importance of honesty in relationships. I'm taking some time for myself now, focusing on my own career and personal growth. I'm also planning to get some therapy to work through the trust issues this situation has left me with. Thank you all for your support throughout this difficult time. I hope my story can serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of living a lie, no matter how small it might seem at first. Update 3: It's been half a year since my last update, and I wanted to share how things have progressed. After ending things with Madeline, I threw myself into my work and personal development. I started seeing a therapist to work through my trust issues, which has been incredibly helpful. We've been exploring why I didn't notice the red flags in my relationship with Madeline and how I can build healthier relationships in the future. I've also picked up some new hobbies. I joined a local hiking group and have been exploring trails in our area every weekend. It's been a great way to clear my head and meet new people. I've also started taking cooking classes, something I always wanted to do but never made time for when I was with Madeline. I've reconnected with old friends I had somewhat neglected during my relationship with Madeline. It's been eye-opening to realize how much I had isolated myself in our relationship. My friends have been incredibly supportive, and it's been healing to rebuild these connections. As for Madeline, I've heard through mutual friends that she did end up confessing to her employers about her fake work history. She lost her job as a result but has since found work at a different cafe. From what I understand, she's still in therapy and working on being more honest in all aspects of her life. A couple of months ago, Madeline reached out to me via email. She apologized again for everything and said she understood why I couldn't continue our relationship. She thanked me for pushing her to be honest, saying it was painful but ultimately freeing to live authentically. She also mentioned she's focusing on building real skills in marketing through online courses and internships. While I appreciated her email, I made it clear that while I wish her well, I have no interest in rekindling our relationship or even maintaining a friendship. The trust between us is irreparably broken. Madeline respected my wishes and hasn't contacted me since. On a more positive note, I've recently started dating again. I'm taking things very slowly and being upfront about my past experience and the importance of honesty in relationships. It's been challenging to open up and trust someone new, but I'm working on it. I've been on a few dates with a woman I met through my hiking group. It's nothing serious yet, but it's nice to feel that spark of possibility again. Professionally, I've been doing well. I took on some new responsibilities at work and even got a small promotion. I'm also considering going back to school part-time for a master's degree in accounting. It feels good to be focusing on my own goals and growth without the shadow of deception hanging over me. This whole experience has taught me a lot about the importance of honesty, both with others and with oneself. I've become much more assertive in my personal and professional life, not afraid to ask questions or verify information when something doesn't add up. I'm also more aware of my own needs and boundaries in relationships. Looking back, I can see red flags that I ignored in my relationship with Madeline. Her reluctance to introduce me to her work colleagues, the vagueness about her daily work tasks, the convenient work trips that always seemed to coincide with times I wanted to visit her office, all these things should have raised questions. But I was too trusting, too willing to believe the best about someone I loved. It's been a difficult lesson, but I'm grateful for what I've learned about myself and what I need in a partner. I know now that I value honesty and transparency above all else in a relationship. I've also learned the importance of maintaining my own identity and friendships outside of a romantic partnership. Financially, I'm in a much better place now. Without the burden of unknowingly supporting two people, I've been able to increase my savings and even start investing a bit. I'm also more careful about financial decisions and always make sure I have a clear picture of any shared expenses in new relationships. As for our shared apartment and the wedding deposits we lost, it was a financial hit, but I've come to see it as the cost of learning a valuable life lesson. Some of our vendors were understanding and gave partial refunds when we explained the situation. The rest, well, I've made peace with it. Explaining the broken engagement to friends and family was hard at first, but most people were understanding and supportive. A few mutual friends chose sides, which was painful, but it helped me realize who my true friends were. To those who might be in a similar situation, wondering if they can trust their partner or if a lie is too big to forgive, I would say this: trust your instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. Don't be afraid to ask questions and seek the truth, even if it might be painful. And remember, you deserve honesty and respect in your relationships. Story 3. My wife wanted her troubled sister to live with us, but I said no. Then I caught my sister-in-law drinking in our house and did this. I'm Richard, 30M, and I've been married to my wife Sammy, 28F, for 5 years. We have a 3-year-old daughter named Emma. Sammy and I met in college, where we were both studying business. We hit it off immediately and started dating in our sophomore year. After graduation, we both got jobs at the same marketing firm, which is where we still work today. Sammy has a younger sister, Jessica, 25F, who has always been the troublemaker in the family. Growing up, Jessica was always getting into fights at school, sneaking out at night, and generally causing their parents a lot of stress. When Jessica was 16, she got caught shoplifting and had to do community service. This incident seemed to be a wake-up call for her, and she straightened out for a while. Jessica managed to graduate high school and even started college, which made her parents really proud. But halfway through her freshman year, she dropped out, saying college wasn't for her. Since then, she's been bouncing from job to job, never staying in one place for more than a few months. Sammy and Jessica's parents, Tom and Linda, have always been very supportive of both their daughters. They paid for both girls to go to college and have often helped Jessica out financially when she's been between jobs. Tom and Linda are kind people, but I sometimes think they enable Jessica's behavior by always bailing her out. A few weeks ago, Jessica lost her job at a restaurant where she'd been working for only 2 months. She got into an argument with a customer who complained about their food being cold. Instead of handling it professionally, Jessica apparently told the customer to microwave it yourself and stormed off. The manager fired her on the spot. The day after she was fired, Jessica called Sammy crying and asking if she could move in with us just for a few weeks until she found a new job. Sammy, being the kind-hearted person she is, immediately said yes without even consulting me. When she told me about it later that evening, I was not happy. I reminded Sammy about all the times Jessica had taken advantage of her kindness in the past. There was the time she borrowed $2,000 from us for a car down payment, which she never paid back. She promised to pay us back $100 every month, but after the first 2 payments, she stopped, always having some excuse about why she couldn't pay that month. Then there was the time she stayed with us for a month when she first moved to our city. She said she'd help with chores and cooking, but she never lifted a finger. She'd sleep until noon every day, eat our food, and leave dirty dishes all over the house. When she finally moved out, we had to deep clean the guest room because it smelled like stale cigarettes, even though we'd asked her not to smoke in the house. Not to mention the countless times she's shown up unannounced at our doorstep, expecting to be fed and entertained. She'd often bring friends over without asking, raid our fridge, and leave without so much as a thank you. I told Sammy that I didn't want Jessica living with us, especially with our young daughter in the house. Jessica has a habit of staying out late, drinking excessively, and bringing random guys home. I didn't want that kind of influence around Emma. Emma is at an age where she's very impressionable, and I worry about the example Jessica might set. Sammy argued that Jessica was family and that we should help her out. She said it would only be for a few weeks and that Jessica had promised to be on her best behavior. She reminded me of how her parents had always been there for us, like when they helped us with the down payment on our house, or when Linda stayed with us for 2 weeks after Emma was born to help out. I wasn't convinced. I knew from past experience that Jessica's few weeks could easily turn into months, and her promises were often broken. I also pointed out that there's a big difference between her parents helping us out and us constantly bailing out Jessica. We've worked hard for what we have, and I don't think it's fair for Jessica to take advantage of that. We argued about it for hours. Sammy accused me of being heartless and said that I didn't understand what it meant to be family. She brought up how my own sister had stayed with us for a month when she was going through her divorce, and how I hadn't hesitated to help her out. I explained that the situation with my sister was different. She had a job, contributed to household expenses, and had a clear plan for getting back on her feet. Jessica, on the other hand, had a history of taking advantage of people's kindness without any real effort to improve her situation. In the end, I put my foot down and said that Jessica could not move in with us. I suggested that we could help her find a cheap apartment or even pay for a month's rent somewhere, but our house was off limits. I explained that I was willing to help Jessica, but not in a way that might disrupt our family life or potentially expose Emma to negative influences. Sammy was furious with me and hasn't spoken to me properly in days. She's been giving me the cold shoulder, only talking to me when it's absolutely necessary, usually about Emma or household chores. I can tell she's really upset, but I still believe I made the right decision for our family. Jessica found out about my decision and has been bad-mouthing me to the rest of the family. She's been telling everyone that I'm cruel and that I've never liked her. This isn't true. I've always tried to be polite and welcoming to Jessica, even when her behavior was difficult to deal with. My in-laws have been calling and texting, telling me how disappointed they are in me for not helping out family in need. Tom even called me and tried to guilt-trip me, saying that they had always treated me like a son and couldn't believe I would turn my back on family like this. Even my own parents think I'm being too harsh. My mom called and reminded me of all the times my family had helped me out when I was younger. She said that family should always come first and that I should reconsider my decision. The whole situation has created a lot of tension in our extended family. Sammy's cousins, who I usually get along with well, have been cold to me at recent family gatherings. I overheard one of them saying that I was being controlling and that Sammy should stand up to me. But I stand by my decision. I believe that sometimes tough love is necessary, and that constantly bailing Jessica out isn't doing her any favors in the long run. She needs to learn to stand on her own 2 feet and face the consequences of her actions. I think that by always rescuing her, her family has prevented her from growing up and taking responsibility for her life. I've tried to explain my reasoning to Sammy, but she's too upset to listen. I suggested that we could offer to help Jessica in other ways, like helping her update her resume or practicing job interview skills with her. But Sammy says that's not enough and that Jessica needs a stable place to live while she gets back on her feet. The whole situation has put a strain on our marriage. Sammy and I have always been a team, making decisions together and supporting each other. This is the first time we've had such a major disagreement, and I'm not sure how to fix it. I love Sammy and hate seeing her upset, but I also feel strongly that I'm doing the right thing for our family. I'm starting to doubt myself, though. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my sister-in-law move in with us? Should I have given in to keep the peace in the family? Or am I right to stand my ground and protect my own family's well-being? I'm torn between my love for my wife and my desire to do what I think is best for our daughter and our home life. Update 1: It's been 2 weeks since my last post, and a lot has happened. I wanted to give you all an update on the situation with Jessica. A few days after I refused to let Jessica move in, Sammy's parents offered to let her stay with them. They have a spare room in their house, and they thought it would be a good opportunity for Jessica to get back on her feet. Sammy was relieved, thinking this would solve the problem. I was hopeful too, thinking that maybe with her parents' supervision, Jessica might finally start to turn her life around. However, things took an unexpected turn. Jessica moved in with her parents, but after just 3 days, she got into a huge fight with them. Apparently, they had set some ground rules about job searching and helping around the house, which Jessica didn't take well. She accused them of treating her like a child and said she couldn't live under their dictatorship. She stormed out of their house in the middle of the night, leaving behind most of her belongings. The next morning, we got a frantic call from Sammy's mom, Linda. Jessica had disappeared, and they couldn't reach her on her phone. They had already called all of Jessica's friends that they knew of, but no one had seen her. Linda was in tears, worried that something bad might have happened to Jessica. Sammy was worried sick and spent the whole day trying to contact Jessica or any of her friends who might know where she was. She even called Jessica's ex-boyfriends, thinking she might have gone to one of them for help. But no one had seen or heard from her. As the day went on, Sammy became more and more distraught. She started blaming herself, saying that if we had just let Jessica stay with us, none of this would have happened. I tried to comfort her, reminding her that Jessica was an adult who made her own choices, but Sammy was too upset to listen. Late that night, we finally got a call from Jessica. She was drunk and crying, saying she was at some guy's apartment and didn't know how to get home. She couldn't remember the guy's name or the exact address of where she was. Sammy immediately wanted to go pick her up, but I was hesitant. I didn't want Sammy driving across town in the middle of the night to an unknown location. After some discussion, we compromised. I would go pick up Jessica, but Sammy would stay home with Emma. I got what information I could from Jessica about her location and drove there, feeling a mix of anger and concern. It took me almost an hour to find the right apartment building. When I finally found the right place and knocked on the door, a guy I'd never seen before answered. He looked relieved to see me and explained that Jessica had shown up at the bar where he worked, got extremely drunk, and he had brought her back to his place because she couldn't remember where she lived. He said he had tried to get her to call someone earlier, but she had refused. I found Jessica passed out on the guy's couch. I thanked him for looking out for her and apologized for the trouble. As I was helping Jessica to my car, she woke up and started rambling about how everyone in her life was against her and how she was sick of people trying to control her. I mostly stayed quiet, not wanting to argue with her in her current state. When we got home, Sammy helped Jessica into the guest room to sleep it off. Sammy wanted to stay up and talk to Jessica, but I convinced her to wait until morning when Jessica would be sober. The next morning, Jessica was incredibly hungover and embarrassed. She could barely remember what had happened the night before. When Sammy and I sat down to talk with her, she broke down crying, admitting that she had a problem and needed help. Sammy and I had a long talk with Jessica. We told her that we were willing to help her, but on our terms. We laid out a plan. Jessica could stay with us for 1 month, but during that time, she had to attend AA meetings, see a therapist, and actively look for a job. We made it clear that this was her last chance, and if she didn't stick to the plan, she would have to leave. To our surprise, Jessica agreed to everything. She seemed genuinely remorseful and determined to change. She said she was tired of disappointing everyone and wanted to get her life together. Sammy was overjoyed, thinking this was the turning point Jessica needed. I, however, remained skeptical. I've seen Jessica make promises before, only to break them when things got tough. I agreed to give her this chance, but I made it clear to Sammy that I wouldn't hesitate to ask Jessica to leave if she violated our agreement. We set up some ground rules for Jessica's stay. She had to be home by 10 p.m. every night, wasn't allowed to bring anyone to the house without our permission, and had to contribute to household chores. We also made it clear that any drinking or drug use would result in immediate eviction. It's been a week since Jessica moved in, and so far, things have been okay. She's been attending AA meetings and has an appointment with a therapist next week. She's also applied for a few jobs online. She's been helping around the house, doing dishes and laundry without being asked. But I can't shake this feeling of unease. I catch Jessica giving me dirty looks when she thinks I'm not looking, and I've overheard her complaining to Sammy about how strict our rules are. Yesterday, I noticed that some cash was missing from my wallet. It wasn't a lot, just $20, but it made me suspicious. I'm also worried about the effect this is having on Emma. She seems confused by Jessica's presence and has been acting out more than usual. She had a tantrum at daycare yesterday, which is very unlike her. Sammy, on the other hand, is thrilled. She's convinced that Jessica has turned over a new leaf and keeps talking about how proud she is of her sister. She's been spending a lot of time with Jessica, helping her look for jobs and talking about her future plans. I'm trying to be supportive, but I'm finding it hard. Every time I see Jessica, I'm reminded of all the times she's let us down in the past. I'm worried that she'll slip up and hurt Sammy again, or worse, that she'll be a bad influence on Emma. I'm also concerned about the strain this is putting on my relationship with Sammy. We've been arguing more than usual, often about Jessica. Sammy thinks I'm not being supportive enough, while I feel like she's being too lenient. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that this really is the wake-up call Jessica needed. But a part of me is preparing for the worst. I'm determined to protect my family, even if it means being the bad guy in everyone else's eyes. Am I being too paranoid? Should I give Jessica the benefit of the doubt? Or am I right to be cautious given her past behavior? I'm struggling to find the right balance between being supportive and protecting my family. Update 2: It's been a month since Jessica moved in with us, and I have some surprising news to share. For the first 3 weeks, Jessica seemed to be sticking to our agreement. She attended her AA meetings regularly, saw her therapist twice a week, and even landed a job at a local bookstore. She was home every night by 10 p.m., helped with household chores, and was generally pleasant to be around. Sammy was thrilled, constantly telling me how proud she was of Jessica's progress. I had to admit, I was impressed too, although I remained cautiously optimistic. Jessica and Emma seemed to be bonding, which made Sammy happy. Jessica would read bedtime stories to Emma and even took her to the park a few times. I was still a bit wary, but I couldn't deny that it was nice to see them getting along. However, things took an unexpected turn last week. I came home early from work one day, not feeling well. As I walked into the house, I heard voices coming from the living room. I recognized Jessica's voice, but the other voice was male and unfamiliar. I walked into the living room to find Jessica sitting on the couch with a man I'd never seen before. They both looked surprised to see me. Jessica quickly introduced the man as Mike, saying he was a friend from her AA meetings. I noticed 2 beer bottles on the coffee table in front of them. I was furious. Not only had Jessica broken our no alcohol rule, but she had also brought a stranger into our home without permission, where our daughter could have easily walked in and seen them. I told Mike he needed to leave immediately, which he did, looking embarrassed. Once Mike was gone, I confronted Jessica. She tried to downplay the situation, saying it was just 1 beer and that Mike was a good guy. I reminded her of our agreement and told her that this was unacceptable. I said she needed to pack her things and leave. Jessica burst into tears and begged me not to tell Sammy. She swore it was a one-time slip-up and that she'd been doing so well otherwise. She said she couldn't bear to disappoint Sammy again. I was torn. On one hand, I knew how much it would hurt Sammy to see Jessica fail again. On the other hand, I had promised myself I wouldn't let Jessica take advantage of us anymore. After some thought, I made a decision. I told Jessica that I wouldn't tell Sammy about the beer incident on one condition: she had to move out by the end of the week. I explained that while I appreciated her progress, I couldn't trust her in our home anymore. Jessica reluctantly agreed. The next few days were tense. Jessica started packing her things discreetly, while I tried to act normal around Sammy. I felt guilty for keeping this from my wife, but I truly believed it was for the best. Sammy was so happy thinking Jessica had turned her life around, and I didn't want to be the one to shatter that illusion. On the day Jessica was supposed to leave, another shocking revelation came to light. Sammy came to me, visibly upset, holding Jessica's phone. Apparently, Jessica had left it unlocked on the kitchen counter, and Sammy had seen a text message pop up that caught her attention. The message was from Mike, the guy I had caught Jessica with. It said something about getting their story straight before Jessica left our house. Confused and worried, Sammy had looked through more of the messages. I know, invasion of privacy, but given the circumstances, I don't blame her. What she found was horrifying. Jessica had been planning this whole charade from the beginning. The night she got drunk and needed me to pick her up? It was all an act. She had coordinated with Mike to make it look like she had hit rock bottom so that we would feel obligated to take her in. The messages revealed that Jessica never actually attended any AA meetings or therapy sessions. She had been using that time to meet up with Mike and plan their next move. The job at the bookstore was real, but Jessica had been stealing money from the register to fund her and Mike's drug habit. Sammy was devastated. She confronted Jessica, who initially tried to deny everything but eventually broke down and admitted to it all. She said she needed a place to stay and access to money to support her drug habit, and she knew we wouldn't help her if we knew the truth. I was angry beyond words. Not just at Jessica for her betrayal, but at myself for not trusting my initial instincts. I told Jessica to get out of our house immediately, and this time, Sammy didn't argue. As Jessica left, Sammy turned to me and apologized for not believing me from the start. She admitted that she had always wanted to see the best in her sister, but now she realized that Jessica needed more help than we could provide. We've decided to cut off all contact with Jessica for now. Sammy is heartbroken but understands that it's necessary for our family's well-being. We've informed the rest of the family about what happened, and while they're shocked and saddened, they support our decision. This whole experience has been a harsh wake-up call for all of us. It's shown us the importance of trusting our instincts and setting firm boundaries, even with family. While I wish things had turned out differently, I'm relieved that the truth came out before Jessica could do any more damage to our family. We're now focusing on healing as a family. Sammy and I are looking into family therapy to help us process this experience and strengthen our relationship. We're also spending extra time with Emma, making sure she feels secure and loved. I'm still struggling with guilt over not telling Sammy about the beer incident right away, but I'm trying to forgive myself. I know I was trying to protect her, even if it wasn't the right way to go about it. As for Jessica, we hope she gets the help she needs, but we can't be the ones to provide it. We've learned the hard way that sometimes loving someone means letting them face the consequences of their actions. Update 3: It's been 6 months since the incident with Jessica, and I wanted to give you all a final update on our situation. After Jessica left our house, we didn't hear from her for several weeks. Sammy was devastated and went through a period of depression, blaming herself for not seeing through Jessica's lies. I did my best to support her, reminding her that Jessica's actions were not her fault. We started seeing a family therapist, which has been incredibly helpful in processing everything that happened. About a month after Jessica left, we received a call from the local police department. Jessica had been arrested for possession of drugs and theft. Apparently, her scam at the bookstore had been discovered, and when the police searched her apartment, they found a significant amount of illegal substances. Sammy was torn about whether to bail Jessica out or not. After much discussion, we decided not to. We felt that Jessica needed to face the consequences of her actions if she was ever going to change. It was a difficult decision, especially for Sammy, but we both agreed it was necessary. To our surprise, this seemed to be the wake-up call Jessica needed. While in jail, she enrolled in a court-mandated rehab program. She wrote us a letter, taking full responsibility for her actions and apologizing for the pain she had caused. She didn't ask for anything, just said she wanted us to know she was trying to get better. Sammy and I discussed it and decided to respond with a short, supportive message. We told Jessica we were glad she was getting help, but that we needed to know what had happened. We made it clear that while we hoped for her recovery, we weren't ready to have her back in our lives. We received updates from Jessica's counselor, with Jessica's permission. She was making progress in her rehab program and seemed committed to turning her life around. She had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and was finally getting proper treatment for it, which explained some of her erratic behavior in the past. 3 months ago, Jessica was released from jail and entered a halfway house. She's been attending NA meetings regularly and has even started taking classes at a community college. She reached out to us again, asking if we would be willing to meet with her and her counselor. After much consideration, Sammy and I agreed to a meeting. It was difficult and emotional, but also productive. Jessica took full responsibility for her actions, without making excuses. She understood why we had cut contact and respected our boundaries. She didn't ask to be part of our lives again, just wanted to make amends. We're taking things very slowly. We've had a few more meetings with Jessica and her counselor, always in a controlled environment. She's been clean for 6 months now and seems to be making genuine progress. She's holding down a part-time job and continuing her studies. Sammy and I have also been continuing our family therapy sessions. It's helped us communicate better and strengthen our relationship. We've learned a lot about setting healthy boundaries and supporting each other through difficult times. As for our relationship with Jessica, we're cautiously optimistic. We're not ready to fully trust her again, and she understands that. For now, we're maintaining limited contact. She's not allowed in our home or around Emma unsupervised, but we do occasionally meet for coffee or talk on the phone. Emma, who's now almost 4, doesn't really remember much about what happened. We've explained in simple terms that Aunt Jessica was sick and needed to get better, and that's why she hasn't been around. We're being careful about reintroducing Jessica into Emma's life, always putting our daughter's well-being first. Our relationships with the rest of the family have mostly healed. Sammy's parents have apologized for enabling Jessica's behavior in the past and have been supportive of our decisions. They're also maintaining boundaries with Jessica, which has been good for everyone. This whole experience has taught us a lot about setting boundaries, the importance of trust in relationships, and the complex nature of addiction and mental health issues. While the road ahead is still long and uncertain, we're hopeful that Jessica will continue on her path to recovery. We're focusing on our own family and healing, taking it one day at a time. We've learned not to take our stability and happiness for granted, and we're working hard to create a positive, loving environment for Emma. Story 4. Syl's mental breakdown revealed my husband's dark secret and forced me to choose between my marriage and my daughter's safety. I'm Sarah, 28F, and I've been married to Jake, 30M, for 5 years now. We have a beautiful daughter, Lily, 3F, who's the center of our world. Jake and I met in college, where we were both studying business. We hit it off immediately, bonding over our shared love for outdoor activities and classic rock music. After graduation, we dated for 2 years before tying a knot. Our relationship has always been solid. We communicate well, share responsibilities at home, and support each other's careers. Jake works as a marketing manager for a tech company, while I'm an elementary school teacher. We've managed to balance our work and family life pretty well, or so I thought until recently. Jake comes from a close-knit family. His parents, Tom and Linda, live just a few hours away and visit us frequently. They've always been kind to me, treating me like their own daughter. Jake also has an older sister, Rachel, 35F, who's been a constant presence in our lives since we started dating. Rachel has always been the family's free spirit. She's outgoing, spontaneous, and tends to make impulsive decisions. When Jake first introduced me to her, she was welcoming but also quite protective of her brother. She would often make comments about how I needed to prove myself worthy of being with Jake. At the time, I brushed it off as sisterly concern, but looking back, I should have seen it as a red flag. Over the years, Rachel's behavior became more erratic. She would show up unannounced at our house, sometimes in the middle of the night, claiming she needed a place to stay. Jake always welcomed her with open arms, but I found it disruptive to our family life. Rachel would often overstay her welcome, leaving messes around the house and eating our food without contributing. I tried to talk to Jake about setting boundaries with Rachel, but he always defended her. He'd say things like, "She's family, Sarah. We need to be there for her." I understood his loyalty to his sister, but I couldn't help feeling that it was at the expense of our own family's peace. About a year ago, Rachel lost her job as a graphic designer. She had been working for a small advertising agency, but they had to downsize due to financial troubles. Around the same time, her boyfriend of 2 years broke up with her. Jake insisted that we let her stay with us until she got back on her feet. I reluctantly agreed, thinking it would only be for a few weeks. Those weeks turned into months, and Rachel showed no signs of looking for a new job or apartment. During her stay, Rachel started to become overly involved with Lily. She would insist on taking her to the park, feeding her, and even trying to put her to bed. At first, I appreciated the help, especially since Jake and I both work full-time. But then I noticed Lily starting to call Rachel Mama instead of Aunt Rachel. When I brought this up to Jake, he brushed it off, saying it was cute and that Lily would grow out of it. But it didn't sit right with me. I started to feel like Rachel was trying to take over my role as Lily's mother. Rachel's behavior became increasingly strange. She would buy clothes for Lily without consulting me, rearrange her room, and even try to change her diet. When I objected, Rachel would say things like, "Oh, I just thought this would be better for her." It felt like she was constantly undermining my parenting decisions. Things came to a head last week when I came home early from work due to a staff meeting being cancelled. I found Rachel going through our personal documents in our home office. She was looking at Lily's birth certificate and our marriage license. When I confronted her, she quickly put everything away and made up an excuse about looking for a pen. That night, I told Jake what had happened. To my surprise, he defended Rachel, saying she was probably just curious and meant no harm. We got into a heated argument, with Jake accusing me of being paranoid and not trusting his family. He brought up how Rachel had been there for us when Lily was born, helping out during those first few sleepless weeks. He reminded me of all the times Rachel had babysat for us so we could have date nights. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. The next day, while Jake was at work, I decided to do some digging. I went through Rachel's belongings and found a journal. I know I shouldn't have read it, but something told me I needed to. What I found inside shocked me to my core. Rachel had been writing about how she believed Lily was actually her daughter. She claimed that she had a brief fling with Jake before he and I got together, resulting in a pregnancy. According to her writings, she gave the baby to Jake and me to raise because she wasn't ready to be a mother at the time. I was stunned. I knew this couldn't be true. I had carried and given birth to Lily. I remembered every moment of my pregnancy, from the morning sickness to the late-night cravings. I had the stretch marks and C-section scar to prove it. The fact that Rachel believed this was deeply disturbing. I confronted Rachel immediately, and she broke down, admitting that she had been having these thoughts for months. She begged me not to tell Jake, saying she knew it wasn't real but couldn't help feeling this way. She talked about how seeing Jake and me with Lily made her realize how much she wanted to be a mother herself, and somehow her mind had twisted this desire into a delusion about Lily being her child. I'm at a loss for what to do. I don't feel safe having Rachel in our house anymore, but I'm afraid of how Jake will react if I tell him about his sister's delusions. I'm also worried about Lily's safety and well-being. Rachel hasn't done anything to harm her, but who knows what she might do if these delusions continue. I've been thinking about taking Lily and staying with my parents for a while, but I don't want to leave Jake in the dark. My parents live in another state, so it would mean uprooting Lily from her preschool and friends. At the same time, I'm angry that Jake's been dismissing my concerns about Rachel for so long. I feel like I'm stuck between protecting my daughter and keeping my marriage intact. I've always prided myself on being a strong, independent woman. Before this, the biggest challenge Jake and I faced was deciding whether to buy a house or continue renting. Now, I feel like I'm living in some kind of twisted reality show. I keep replaying all the little moments over the past year, wondering how I missed the signs that Rachel was spiraling. Part of me wonders if I'm overreacting. Maybe Rachel just needs help, and kicking her out isn't the answer. But then I think about her looking at Lily's birth certificate, and I feel sick to my stomach. What if she tries to take Lily away? What if she convinces Jake that her delusions are real? I've thought about reaching out to Jake's parents, but I'm worried they might take Rachel's side. They've always been protective of her, often excusing her behavior as just Rachel being Rachel. Plus, I don't want to cause a rift in the family if there's a chance we can resolve this quietly. I've also considered talking to Rachel's ex-boyfriend to see if he noticed any concerning behavior before their breakup. But that feels like crossing a line, and I'm not sure he'd even want to get involved. Am I overreacting? Should I confront Jake with what I've discovered? Or should I try to get Rachel help without involving Jake? I'm scared and confused, and I don't know who to turn to for advice. Any suggestions would be greatly appreciated. Update 1: I want to thank everyone for their advice and support of my original post. A lot has happened in the past 2 weeks, and I wanted to give you all an update. After much consideration, I decided to confront Jake with what I had discovered in Rachel's journal. I couldn't bear the thought of keeping such a big secret from him, and I realized that if our marriage was going to survive this, we needed to face it together. I sat Jake down one evening after Lily had gone to bed and showed him the journal entries. At first, he was in complete denial, accusing me of making it up or misinterpreting Rachel's words. But as he read through the pages himself, I saw the realization dawn on his face. Jake was shocked and devastated. He admitted that he had no idea Rachel was having these delusions. We spent hours talking that night, with Jake opening up about Rachel's history of mental. Apparently, she had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder in her early 20s, taking her medication believing she was cured. Jake told me about Rachel's struggles throughout her teenage years and early adulthood. She had always been a bit of a handful, but things got really bad when she was in college. She would go through periods of intense productivity, followed by deep depressions where she wouldn't leave her room for days. Their parents had taken her to countless therapists and psychiatrists before finally getting a diagnosis. For a while, Rachel had been doing well on her medication. She held down a steady job, maintained healthy relationships, and seemed to have her life on track. But about 3 years ago, she decided she didn't need the meds anymore. Jake and his parents had tried to convince her to stay on them, but Rachel insisted she was fine. The next day, Jake confronted Rachel. It was an emotional and tense conversation. Rachel initially tried to deny everything, but when Jake showed her the journal, she broke down. She admitted to having stopped her medication and acknowledged that her thoughts about Lily being her daughter were not based in reality. What happened next, however, took us both by surprise. Rachel revealed that she had been in contact with Jake's parents, Tom and Linda, for weeks. She had been telling them about her concerns regarding Lily's parentage, and to our horror, they had believed her. Jake's parents showed up at our house that evening, demanding answers. They accused me of keeping Lily away from her real mother and threatened to take legal action for grandparents' rights. It was a nightmare scenario I never could have imagined. Tom and Linda had always been kind to me, but in that moment, they looked at me like I was some kind of monster. They brought up how Rachel had always wanted children, how she had been so involved in Lily's life from the beginning. They even suggested that Jake and I had somehow tricked Rachel into giving up her baby. Jake, to his credit, stood up for me and Lily. He showed his parents Rachel's journal and explained the situation. He told them about Rachel's bipolar disorder and how she had stopped taking her medication. At first, Tom and Linda were skeptical, but as Rachel herself admitted to her delusions, they began to realize the gravity of the situation. The following week was chaos. Rachel agreed to check herself into a mental health facility for evaluation and treatment. It wasn't easy convincing her, but Jake and I made it clear that it was the only way she could continue to be a part of our lives. Jake's parents apologized profusely for their behavior, but the damage to our relationship was already done. I couldn't believe they had so readily believed Rachel's delusions without even talking to us first. It made me question every interaction we'd had over the years. Had they always seen me as an outsider, someone who could never truly be part of their family? Jake and I decided it was best for Rachel to move out once she completed her inpatient treatment. We helped her find an apartment and set up appointments with a therapist and psychiatrist. Jake's parents offered to help Rachel financially until she could get back on her feet. Throughout all of this, I've been struggling with my feelings towards Jake. On one hand, I'm grateful that he stood by me and Lily when the truth came out. He's been supportive and understanding, doing everything he can to make things right. On the other hand, I'm still hurt and angry that he dismissed my concerns for so long, allowing the situation to escalate to this point. I keep thinking about all the times I tried to talk to Jake about Rachel's behavior, only to be brushed off. If he had listened to me earlier, could we have avoided all of this? And what about his parents? How can I ever trust them with Lily again, knowing how quickly they turned on me? We've started couples counseling to work through our issues, but I'm finding it hard to trust Jake fully. He's been making efforts to rebuild our relationship, spending more time with Lily and being more attentive to her needs. But every time I think about how close we came to losing our daughter because of his blind spot for his sister, I feel a surge of resentment. Lily, thankfully, seems largely unaware of the turmoil. We've been careful to shield her from the drama as much as possible. She's stopped calling Rachel Mama, which is a relief, but I worry about the long-term effects this might have on her. Will she remember any of this when she's older? How do you explain to her why Aunt Rachel suddenly isn't around as much? I'm still processing everything that's happened, and I'm not sure what the future holds for our family. Jake wants us to work things out, but I'm not convinced I can ever feel completely safe and secure in this marriage. Every time the phone rings or there's a knock at the door, I feel a jolt of panic, wondering if Rachel or Jake's parents coming to cause more trouble. Part of me wants to pack up and leave, to take Lily far away from all of this drama. But another part of me knows it's not fair to Jake or to Lily. Jake is a good father, and despite everything, I know he loves us both deeply. And Lily adores her dad. I can't imagine taking her away from him. I've thought about suggesting that we move to a new city, to get a fresh start away from all the painful memories. But that feels like running away from our problems instead of facing them head on. Plus, we both have good jobs here, and Lily is settled in her preschool. Am I wrong for feeling this way? Should I give Jake another chance, or is it time to consider a separation for the sake of Lily and myself? How do I rebuild trust with Jake's parents, or should I even try? I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and I'm not sure which path to take. Update 2: It's been 3 months since my last update, and I wanted to share some significant developments in our situation. First, the good news: Rachel has been making progress with her treatment.
Mm-hmm.